one. I'm like my own species. Speak easy, diamonds on the tongue. CE. Old company, iron S cold on the mat, and we running the S cold. Talk fluid, the best thoughts. Get me the A girls. Clap, clap for my girls who running their own show. Get that money, ma. What you know about a boss lady, baby, who making my own moves? I can really care less about what I do. If he ain't on my level, so what? On my balls, bitches, throw your hands up. Put your order in now, put your order in. Put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like that, chicks like that, chicks like that. I'm in it in the bag. Put your order in, put your order in now, put your order in. 'Cause chicks like that, chicks like that, chicks like that. I'm in the middle supply.
Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Somebody call 911. My mind no ones and I'm undone. Try to hide, but it's not better run from. Bye bye, little guy now. Run, run. It's my time, I'm alive and I'm young. And I'm in the prime and I'm one. Better get a watcher when I get a feeling like I'm about to hit him with a shot from a stun gun. Ain't nobody get him on a different kind of level. I'll be like I thought it would be. Ain't nobody ready for it. Better get him out. I'm about to make out than a pot of lava on the one side. Call it what you want, man. I'm about to see the only one who's winning. And I gotta be a little bit offended by the way you're trying to talk to me. I'm about to come and check and ask what you really want, son. Y'all don't get it, neither do I look, I'll admit it. Y'all ain't tryna take island visits. I'ma run my own island business. It don't exist, I'll invent it. Man, I'm about to be childish with it. Money about to be piling up this so high we might see a pilot hit it. Bang, you gon' remember my name. I got the infinite aim, bringing the infinite pain. Working to get to the fame, then I'ma dip in a similar vein. Whipping the whip when I'm switching the lane. Admitting I'm gifted is simply insane. Man, let me work. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. Oh man, we get money all day. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is get paid, yeah. All I do is work, all I do is work. All I do is work, all I do is let me work. Yeah, all I do is work, all I do is work. Keep it on the loud like I'm moving work. All this money crazy, too absurd. I'ma do the money dance, you get served. Lambo or Bugatti, which do you prefer? You standing there in silence, you should use your words. Look, actions speak louder than what you have heard. We bout that action, so you know we bout to do it. Word. My, what a business. Money crazy, so I know just what it's like to be senseless. They say that I can't be cramped. Somebody find me a dentist. I'm about to buy up your time. So soon you might be evicted. I'm saying, man, oh man, we get money all day. I can hear you talking, I don't care what y'all say. Out of getting nothing, and it's what you call pay. You think that you working, man, that's what they y'all say. Let me work.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake 'em left and then I take 'em right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make 'em wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make 'em wanna show it twice. I'm the coldest, get it done in freezing rain. When I get in my zone, I can feel it in my veins. I go tunnel vision, ain't nobody that can stop me. I'm legendary, they just want the jersey on my body. Put up the numbers, people trying to say they love me. Work out every summer, cause the winter gon' get ugly. Feel like the world against me got me going even harder. Take off like a rocket, I'm a sniper like I'm hearted.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake 'em left and then I take 'em right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
Boy, don't lie, do or die, it's my time. 14 inches, put it all on the line. I'm a big boss, yeah, I do it out of sight. I really run this, you just running out of time. I'm pushing a rock, when I dish it, it's a dime. But it's a decline, but I'm still in my prime. All this hard work, only right that I shine. All I know is grind, putting over time. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call it option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
too clean. Interior crispy cream. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop, drop. 4 a.m. and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, I'll bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track.
RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Say no.
Welcome to beautiful Busan, South Korea, host of the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational. The fans have shown up in full force to support the home favorites, LCK champions T1, for the opening day of the group stage, and it's a historic day for many reasons. So in our first game, we will see a VCS team on the international stage for the first time in almost 3 years. This is the Saigon Buffalo squad arriving at the Busan Esports Arena. Of course, their opponents T1 and Faker will be playing at an international tournament in front of their home crowd for the first time. We'll see if they can continue their undefeated run. It's mind-boggling. I'm Quick Shot, that's Coolblog. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, 2014 Worlds after Faker had won in 2013. He didn't even qualify.
Yep.
Crazy.
And now he gets to play in front of the home crowd. Opening game, and has the honor of playing the VCS's second seed.
I mean, VCS, nice to have them back in. I think you say that second seed. I actually genuinely feel like a lot of teams are underestimating what this team can do, but we'll dive deeper into that later.
We will. Before we do get to those
second seed,
teams,
ever beat MSI?
Well, we'll find out. Before we get to the teams, let's quickly remind everyone of the format here at MSI.
Get ready to take notes because the best teams in the world are about to show up and show out in Busan, South Korea for the 2022 Mid-Season Invitational. The top team from each region will compete in up to 3 stages of MSI: the group stage, the rumble stage, and the knockout stage. 11 teams will participate in MSI. They are the Split 1 winners from LPL, LEC, LCK, LCS, PCS, VCS, TCL, LLA, LJL, CBLOL, and LCO. All 11 teams will start their journey in the group stage. The teams have been drawn into 2 groups of 4 and 1 group of 3 to play a best of 1 double round robin within their respective group. The top 2 teams from each group will move on to the rumble stage, where all 6 remaining teams will play a best of 1 double round robin. Then, the top 4 teams will advance to the knockout stage, where they will compete in a best-of-5 single elimination round. When the dust settles, the 2 teams remaining will face off in the finals to determine the best League of Legends team in the world. The winner takes home the trophy and the MSI 2022 champion title. You can catch all the action May 10th to 29th on lolesports.com.
Well, it's May 10th already, and I do need to have a small correction in that video. The video was recorded prior to lock. I did not lie. At the time of recording, it was true. So some quick updates. Due to the cancellation of the LCL Spring season, the CIS will not be participating at MSI 2022. And as Jat so rightly pointed out, yes, I did lie. The VCS Spring 2022 champions, GAM, will represent Vietnam in the Southeast Asia Games. So therefore, Saigon Buffalo will be the VCS team for MSI 2022. These are the groups. We've seen the format. I think quick takeaways from me right now, Jat, is that every single MSI champion except EDG is participating at the event.
Yeah, multi-time winner RNG, multi-time winner T1. It's actually amazing the historic nature of the teams that managed to qualify here in 2022. And also, with the format changes, if they go deep, we're going to get to see these teams play for 3 weeks.
Now, we'll have to find out who's going to stand out on top and whether or not T1 and RNG will be challenged by anybody else. Now, the patch that teams will be playing on is 12.8. We were joined by Matt, because I can't say his gamer name,
Froxen,
from the game development team on Diephoria to discuss the MSI patch. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I was also kind of curious how you have decisions around, like, say someone like Caitlyn, right, who's like super high priority over in the LCK, but we basically don't see her anywhere else. Like, do you look at that and go, we think she's in an all right spot, or kind of what's your thought process around someone that's crazy high priority in one region but just not seen in others?
Yeah, so it definitely presents us a pretty major challenge when we have to balance with a lot of regional meta variation. So like you said, Caitlyn in LCK, you know, they play a lot more Karma, Ezreal, for example, compared to other regions. LPL tends to have a lot of Galio. Don't really see it very much in other regions. They play Aphelios a lot more, that kind of stuff. And, you know, it is a challenge for us. A lot of the time we kind of have to just go with our gut in terms of like understanding which teams are the strongest and which ones we expect to be meta driving. Like if, for example, and this is no flame to NA because, you know, like I'm from NA region, but if NA is playing a lot of Ornn and like no other region is playing Ornn, it's like, are we going to nerf Ornn because NA is 90% Ornn presence, right? It's like, Probably not. No flame.
I wanted to thank the production team because the production team started the NA Flame without us. They did it themselves. Okay, make sure to check out the full podcast as well as the breakdown from Matt Froxton on Spotify. And since we last saw these teams play, it was patch 12.5 for most reason. There's been a lot of changes, like a lot. So I want to show you all of the changes. And Jat, maybe walk us through some of this and some expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it was just NA who played on 12.6. Everyone else, this is what a combined look of all of the patch notes would be. That is a huge amount of buffs, a huge amount of nerfs, and even though these players do experience it in solo queue, not every team is going to have the same read with this long off of playing on a competitive patch. So I think we're going to see a lot of different types of meta reads, at least at first.
Especially when you take into the consideration of scrim bubbles as well, different teams developing their own metas. Every team who got here with the way they play to MSI is not the way they will be playing at MSI. It's a complete different style. It's going to be a complete different meta. So all of a sudden, how adaptable as you are as a team is going to matter as well at this tournament.
Yeah, and as much as people think that pro teams and pro players like read patch notes and then give you an analysis
They really
of this being
don't.
structured, no, it's literally, oh, I gotta feel it first.
Yeah.
That's so many things to try.
That's a lot of feelings.
You're not gonna have a solid read
What
at
do
first.
you feel will be showing up in the first few days, Jat? That is a difficult question to ask.
I'm really curious to see what happens to the AD carry meta because we had basically a whole split of Zeri or Caitlyn are kind of like these pick ban things, but the things we saw on the Rift were Jinx and Aphelios, which are hyper carries, low mobility. That has a lot of knock-on effects of the rest of the meta if those champions are no longer highly played.
And I also feel like the likes of, the facilitating junglers we saw, Volibear, Jarvan, blind picked all the time, all of a sudden, Poppy got mecha buffed as well. So I feel like these blind picks will never come through anymore. And if they do, I'm really hoping to see Punish with a Poppy pick that seems like a hidden OP to all this mobility we all of a sudden have in the game.
Oh, very excited to see him. I wonder if Ezreal's going to make his way back into the meta. I know Wolf and Valdez are very excited about that a little earlier backstage. Now, let's take a look at the games we've got in store for our opening day with the next installment in the North America versus European rivalry coming up in Game 4 with EG versus G2. I touched on it a moment ago. T1 will be kicking these off against Saigon Buffalo. And I think very important to call out, the reigning MSI champions, RNG, will take to the stage in game number 5. So we have 6 matchups ahead. And as we are getting closer to the very first one, I thought it would be important to break down some of the teams competing at MSI and breaking them down group by group. So let's start with Group B. The reigning champions, RNG, they will be facing off against their semi-final opponent from last year's MSI and PSG Talon, as well as the Brazilian and Turkish representatives, the Istanbul Wildcats, and CB LOL's Red Canids. I mean, when I see this group, for me, it's RNG and PSG at the top. I am expecting Brazil and Turkey to kind of try to play spoiler, but that's where the power stacks in my head.
And I think most people would as well as viewers as well, especially when you set the expectations that, oh, this was the semifinals of last MSI. Oh, I saw PSG Talent at Worlds too. Problem is, they got rid of River and Mabel. They're no longer there, and they've had to rebuild around some of the players that, Mabel and River was the main driving factors. So all of a sudden, we're having a look at a PSG Talent that's definitely not going to come in with the same oomph as we saw last year's MSI. And I actually think some of the other wildcard teams can actually come up here and threaten for that tier 2 spot.
That's going to be the test, right? So we got Istanbul Wildcats and Red Canids that are going to be trying to sneak into the Rumble stage. So the Rumble stage is what people would otherwise know as the group stage, and this group stage was previously known as the play-in, but it didn't have like a reigning MSI champion in it. So it's honestly such a Herculean task to ask the Red Canids to make it out of this group when they're literally in the group with last year's champions. And even though I think probably a little bit weaker in the side of PSG Talon, last year's semifinals. We can thank Dignitas for signing River. He was great in NA. So if you're saying Dignitas doesn't have a presence internationally, I show you PSG if they're worse without River.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Okay, I need to move us along because you just talk about the other group that's going to set Reddit on fire, Group C. North American European rivals, G2 taking on EG as well as the LCOs Order. I think this has to be the group of life. I think all 3 teams are happy about their opponents. I also think all 3 teams made the lower bracket run, finishing 4th in their leagues, and frankly, surprising that they are the representatives at MSI.
So many things are interesting about this group. All English-speaking broadcasts that you have, all, 9-9 EG, 11-7 G2 during the regular season, and it's absolutely the group of life because 2 teams still get out, even though there's only 3 teams in the group. So everyone is going to be happy about being against the other teams in the group.
And G2, of course, they won MSI in 2019, along with RNG and SKT, or T1 rather, the title winners. But let's talk about Evil Geniuses, their first time on the stage. EG, a little bit of a shock, a new organization to the international front, and they've got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I think they're a new organization, but they're experienced players.
Oh, yeah.
So you can look at Impact kissing the NA trophy. That's his 5th NA title, and also Impact won the World Championship in 2013. The guy next to him, Vulcan, was at MSI on C9 last year, and then Inspired was the LEC MVP, like, what, 8 months ago? So, yes, they are a new org, and JoJo and Danny will be making their first MSI, but I don't think they're going to be completely inexperienced.
But that's the interesting thing about this EG roster. You name the veteran players, but I feel like it's more about the rookies as well, really coming into it, who can now finally leave their mark on the international stage. And, you know, finally, NA talent finally coming through. I think EG, not the one that you expected, but surely the one you hope for and the one you're cheering for now.
Now, let's briefly touch on the fact that Order are here representing the LCO. Last year, Pentanet surprised. During the course of rehearsals, I'm going to steal something that Jat said, and that, you know, NA has pillaged the LCO region. I know Gulborg added on as well that ERLs has taken a lot of players. I'm going to come, Gulborg, what do you make of Order and their chances to upset this group?
I think it's really difficult for them to come in and do the same Pentanet did. I think a lot of the Australian players went to the North American regions. They went to the European regional regions, right? Like Papu is playing in Big now in Prime League instead. So yeah, they came in with new players, and I think for Order, it's a really tough task for them to replicate what Pentanet did. And yes, they're in the group of life, but I still think that they will have the toughest challenge out of all the teams trying to get through as well.
I love the spirit of the LCO. Like, the OPL was dissolved 2 years ago, and people didn't expect them. They expected them to be the worst team at MSI last year. Yeah. So the fact that they were able to make that run, it doesn't mean they'll do it again, but all these guys are doing it for the love of the game. They're not doing it for big salaries. They're not doing it to make it big. Maybe they will end up getting picked up by an academy team or an ERL team, but really it is the love of the game that are charging these guys, which you don't see that much anymore.
Well, the love of the game be enough to upset EG and G2. That's what we're going to find out. We've only got 2.5 minutes before we get to our opening ceremony for day 1, and we're going to see Group A's opponents T1 and Saigon Buffaloes. As such, very briefly on the VCS, they step back onto the international stage. They are, of course, the 2nd seed from the region. They are also the youngest team of the entire tournament, and this is the next generation coming out of Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly, and I feel like it's been such a long time we've seen them, but to kind of just give you a little overview about what this team is so good at doing, well, they're very good at enabling that top side. They have weird drafts as well, where they sometimes will pick a top laner, send that top laner in the support role instead, and then enable Hasmid up on that top lane. And once they finally get a lead from the early game, that's where they just, you know, they don't look back, and they just keep running forward, closing out the games.
Definitely, even though you don't have the #1 seed from the VCS, you have a team that is very much the spiritual successor of what the VCS brings
100%.
in terms of being high kills and deaths. I'm someone who loves trends, Trevor. And something I realized between most teams at MSI is they're either a team that prioritizes getting first Herald or a team that prioritizes getting first Drake. The only team that doesn't really prioritize either is the Saigon Buffalo. They do prioritize getting first blood, though. They were #1 in their region of just getting the first kill. So we're going to see a very flippy early game, I think, from them, because their shot of beating T1 is not through objective control, it's not through late game macro, it's just if they win enough early skirmishes, maybe they can be ahead enough to win team fights later.
Less than a minute, Gulborg. I want to come to you for some early game stats before we head over to opening ceremony. T1, they are undefeated in 2022. They haven't lost a series, they have lost a few games, and now they're going to stand down the face of Saigon Buffalo. I saw a question from Fion asking, if you lose a BO1, does it count as losing a series? Yes, it does. So let's talk about the early game impact and what Saigon Buffaloes have to do.
It's very interesting how they do it, right? Because from the Saigon Buffaloes, they have some of the highest kills at 14 minutes you can get. But you take a look at it, it's also some of the highest deaths. That this team is all or nothing, okay? The goal difference is not as good as T1 because T1, they're aggressive as well. They got a lot of kills, they die a lot too, but their laners are so freaking
Saigon Buffaloes, win lane, get kills, that's how you beat T1.
And honestly, in a best-of-1 scenario where T1 someone time will get cocky, they have lost some games in their first best-of-3s that they had, you might actually get a little bit of a turnaround where Saigon Buffaloes, if they win in the first 15 minutes of the game, they might actually be able to close out the game, but it's a very slim chance.
Yeah, if they're ahead in 15 minutes, then they have a slim chance of winning the game. T1 is the overwhelming favorite, 42-8 map score, 18-0 regular season, the prohibitive favorites coming into the tournament. Everyone wants to see what Faker will do.
That's it, I have to cut you off. The group stage of Busan starts right now.
웰컴 투 코리아! e스포츠의 본고장, 대한민국의 오신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 정말 오랜만에 한국에서의 국제대회를 맞이하게 됐는데요. 세계적인 레전드와 직접 마주할 수 있다는 기대감과 함께 베테랑 월드스타 그리고 국제대회를 처음 접하는 신인들까지 2022년 5월 드디어 MSI가 시작됩니다. 이번 2022 MSI의 라인업은 그 어느 때보다도 쟁쟁합니다. 챔피언 타이틀을 거머쥐었던 팀은 T1, RNG, G2 이렇게 세 팀입니다. 그중 한 팀은 작년 MSI 우승컵을 지켜내기 위해 싸울 것입니다. 이들뿐 아니라 각 지역을 대표한 팀들이 모든 것을 걸고 세상을 움직일 준비를 마쳤습니다. 과연 이 전장에서 누가 살아남을까요? 누가 최정상에 올라 자신의 이름을 영원히 남길 수 있을까요? 과연 누가 MSI의 챔피언의 자리에 오르게 될까요? 여러분께서 무엇을 상상하시든 그 이상을 보게 되실 겁니다. 자, 이제 LCK 홈그라운드인 이곳 서울을 떠나 오늘부터 3주간 대회가 펼쳐질 부산행 열차에 올라타실 시간입니다. 자, 여러분 준비하시고 쏘십시오. 단 한순간도 놓치지 마시기 바랍니다. Take note! 자, 그러면 지금부터 2022 리그 오브 레전드 미드시즌 인비테이션을 함께 하시는 많은 분들의 뜨거운 응원의 박수와 함께 시작하겠습니다.
전 세계에서 가장 롤을 많이 사랑하는 한국인 만큼 그래서 저희가 여기서 MSI를 치른다는 게 굉장히 큰 의미인 것 같습니다.
이번 정류장은 부산역입니다.
Last time we were here, we won it all.
저희는 어린 팀이지만 강해지고 강해져서 최강팀이라는 게 뭔지 받아줘야 될 겁니다.
Ngày em sẽ tìm ra điểm yếu của bạn và 5 người chúng tôi sẽ hủy diệt bạn.
지난 월즈에서 왕이 돌아왔다라고 했는데 I never left.
我们回来了，想我们了吗？
Hello and welcome. We are here for MSI 2022. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we are going to be jumping straight into the pick ban. So happy to be here for MSI.
Same, and it's very exciting because we are going to get the first taste of this new meta. We've had so many new patches that have come through since the end of regional finals across the world. And to start things off right away, there's a pretty big shared champion pool between Keria and Taki, and two of those very common champions we see right now, Blind, the Leona and Nautilus, are taken off the board right away. Zeus' Jace also taken away right off the bat here, so a lot of research definitely going into this one here for Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about some of the shared champion pools, also Froggy playing a bunch of Ahri, Faker obviously very well known for playing that in recent times as well. Also take a look at the Caitlyn ban there for the bottom lane, so we're very curious about, you know, what the AD carry meta is going to be, but I think that Gumayusi still will command that respect on that champion.
And I think Jat said it best on the desk earlier, is if you have a strong expectation for what the meta will be, you're probably going to be wrong at this stage because we simply just do not have enough information, and I think the teams themselves haven't settled down yet what is going to be the top picks. But we're leaving Twisted Fate open against Faker in a team that's very famous for their early game macro in control of first Rift Herald into taking down towers early. Very powerful pick that works with so many different types of compositions, so it's no surprise to see Faker pick that one up very early here.
Yeah, and take a look at this. You know, some small buffs going over to Tristana, especially for her late game scaling. Looks like that will be the choice here. So Shogun gonna get his hands onto this Tristana very early on. And you were talking about, you know, banning away T1. It's rough, man. It's never easy. You got to choose one. They let that go. And take a look at this. Wukong just straight up coming out here.
Yeah, Wukong blind as well here very early on in this draft. In the LCK region, we almost never see this champion. It's been called for quite a bit. Nami picked up very early here, usually paired with the Lucian. Of course, Lucian's still open, so that could be a pick here to try to dominate the early laning phase, where Gumayusi and Keria, Gumayusi if you want to put their names together, have had the most dominant 2v2s in the LCK out of any bottom duo. And that's, of course, with players like Ruler in our region, of course. And you give them control of that bottom lane early, they get an early lead, and things can be disastrous with the prio they're going to gain.
We are going to see Silas coming out here. Pretty common response to the TF. Just want to make sure you have some globals yourself. You take away that Destiny Gate, and you're getting around the map yourself as well. Can put on some pressure in the lane. Not going to go for the Galio, another response that we do see, even the Rise as well. But again, you know, the meta's shifting. We're here on 12.8, and things will look different.
Yeah, I really like this Rakan ban as well for the Lucian Nami lane. Definitely things can go awry when you're trying to put that pressure on with Rakan in those 2v2s. And the Viego ban here is a very owner-specific ban, especially considering that you have CC set up already in the mid lane with the Twisted Fate. So that's what we've seen Owner and Faker rely on, whether it's the Ahri pick into the Viego or the Twisted Fate into the Viego. Very strong combo. Then Owner's most favorite and most common pick of the LCK season, the Lee Sin, is also taken away.
Yeah, we do see the Rel as the final ban there on blue side, and now we're hovering the Zyra. Not sure about that. Maybe just going back to the olden times of League of Legends, just throw a classic Tristana Alistar into their face. Definitely something you can do. Alistar, not great early on, you know, at level 1 specifically. Might get poked out a little bit, but looking for those combos to potentially take away some power from the Lucian Nami.
The Gwen pick here, you know, despite some nerfs and changes, still going to be a very common one here from the LCK region. Gumayusi going to pick this one up, and it's great for those early skirmishes and brawl, so not surprised to see this at all. And Vi, my favorite arcane champion, you know. I know what everyone's spamming in the chat, but yeah, very exciting to see this one. We did see this actually played in our region. Not successfully, but it is not the first time we've seen this, and it is very strong with the kind of skirmishing that T1 is looking for to control this early game, snowball this lead that they're looking to grab in the first 14 minutes.
Yeah, and we are going to see Kennen. Yeah, the Kennen comes out here, and, you know, it's going to be pretty nice in that lane against the Gwen. Just has the range advantage, and they did go down to Gambit in the finals over there in the VCS, but this is one of the champions that he looked really good on.
So, yeah, Hazmed's Kennen is definitely, it's not his most played from playoffs, but it is his most iconic champion in my reviews of VODs from him. And he's very good at setting up team fights his way. As was mentioned earlier on the desk, both of these teams extremely bloody in their play style, love to be aggressive early. And I do think this game will very likely be decided in the first 15 minutes and possibly even decided by the first Rift Herald fight, especially when you consider how Feast or Famine T1's composition is going to be. Yes, they do have some insurances with Gwen in late game team fights, but if you get to a late game where you are not stomping with this composition, you are going to find yourself falling very far behind.
Yeah, it's a very T1-esque kind of composition. Maybe not something we've seen a lot, but definitely plays to their play style. They love to get in your face very confidently, take away the kill, and then take away the game very early on. If you guys, you're used to watching the LCK, you think, some of these teams are a little bit more laid back. I think T1, I'm not sure what got into them. They're just so confident and incredible in their mechanics to the point where it's like taking candy away from a baby at times.
It really is, and it's unfortunate that Saigon Buffalo has such a tall task in their first time returning as a region here for the VCS. It's been nearly 3 years, as was mentioned earlier, since the Vietnamese region has actually been able to play on the international stage, and they're playing against a 20-0 win streak T1 here. So very David and Goliath-esque here, the matchup we are watching. But as was mentioned, if Saigon Buffalo can get an early lead or at least stave off T1's early pressure, there's a lot of great potential team fighting later on. And it is crazy that we are seeing Wukong this early in the tournament. As, hey guys, we're actually here at the LEC studio. It's really awesome to be here.
Yeah, first time, I think, for both of us, right? Yeah. Here at the Berlin, the LEC studio, just awesome to be involved. And, of course, we did fly here from Korea, but love to be part of the team that is over here at the LEC studio, and we will be covering the games from here. But, yeah, I'm just really excited to get into this one. And as you mentioned, David and Goliath, it's pretty apparent to everybody watching this that T1 definitely one of the favorites for the tournament, but I'm excited to see what Saigon Buffalo can show us tonight.
All right, 2v2 here, set up in the bottom lane. You can see hiding in the brush. Respect being shown from Taki and Shogun that they could be in there. It's Alistair level 1, so definitely don't want to walk into this. Oh. Going for the splash.
Okay, he's going on in there. Immediate exhaust, but with the E leveled up here from Tristana. That's going to be one more auto, and Gubayusi goes down. Shogun and Taki take it to them. Keria with the Ignite. He will flash in and take away the kill onto Shogun. So much action already in the bottom side, and Keria will be able to walk this one out.
It's so extremely important that Keria is actually able to take Shogun out here, because if he stays in the lane, gets a massive level lead here, is able to take that CS advantage, this 2v2 lane becomes so incredibly difficult to play. But such an incredible heads-up play here from Taki, going for the flash early, gets the knock up there, expecting T1 is in the brush, and T1 were just simply not ready for it. So you can see this here, sweepers out, and it's very clear to both these teams, there's a very high chance they're in there. Taki just goes straight up for the flash knock-up here. As soon as he sees them, gets the double knock-up, and you can't compete against this damage this early on with the Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This is why this duo has been around in League of Legends forever. It's that you get the CC, and Tristana has an insane amount of burst early on. And,
made it a reflex game here, I mean, really.
Yeah, absolutely, as we're going to see some trading here in top and mid. Haven't taken too much of a look at these two lanes just yet, but as you can see, Froggy already putting on some pressure on the Faker here in the mid lane. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, guys like Froggy coming on over here, as we will have another combo here, but Taki getting a little bit chunked out.
Yeah, notice how differently things go when Taki's not getting a double knock-up, right, in a fight like this, with Lucian being able to kind of poke and do that consistent damage, with Nami, of course, being ranged as well. It's a little bit tougher to actually continue to put that pressure on here in this 2v2. Owner nearby as well. Need to be so careful. And I think there's a lot of underestimating that people are doing of the VCS region right now, because we haven't seen them in international tournaments. Their first opponent is T1. Well, we've already seen, though, small gold lead here with that first blood. Saigon Buffalo came to play early, and this is their playstyle. They are aggressive. They take extremely high risks early. And against T1, especially against T1's comp, I think you do have to play that way. Now, around the first Rift Herald, that's the kind of risky play we'll see if Saigon Buffalo commits to, because that's where T1's comp is going to start to really come online. And if they get that first Rift Herald, a gold lead is how T1 snowballs this game. So that might be where Saigon Buffalo might want to pump the brakes a little bit.
Okay, a little bit of action up in the top side. BJ looking for a bit of a dive here, but Gwen is immune immediately. BJ is taking all the turret shots and nearly gets taken out. Zeus is taken pretty low here and might have to back off the wave.
Yeah, he will get away here. Notice Owner coming up as well to protect if there was going to be a follow-up here. Flash, of course, having to be burned here for BJ with the failed dive, quote-unquote. It will, of course, force Zeus to back, but he has teleport. Meanwhile...
Oh, here we go. Guma a little bit too far up, but they're trying to trade it back. But the extra jump comes in for Shogun. And this is just going to be a double kill on the bottom side as the Saigon Buffalo duo are taking out T1.
3 kills early for Shogun. This is the Lucian Nami lane getting destroyed right now. And it's Gumayusa Carrier that get destroyed in this 2v2. And once again, it's Taki on the heads-up play here, as we'll see how this one started off. We came in a little bit late on the fight. Just going to be headbutt in. Shogun collapses in. Gumayusa's positioning here way too greedy. You see Carrier tries to Aqua Prison to stave off the pressure, but it's just too much damage too fast for Tristana at these early levels. And this is going to get much worse before it gets better.
Yeah, and it's a couple of things, you know. He really wanted that cannon. It's the first game of the tournament. Gumayusa is on a low-range AD carry. He's like, oh man, I'd really love that cannon. But he got punished for it. And as you mentioned, the Aqua Prison missing Tristana means that, yeah, he just gets taken out. So, you know, this is a duo that we have been touting in the LCK as obviously the best in the LCK, but also we've been talking about how great they are around the world as well, and now they're just getting shown up very early on in this first game.
Yeah, and it's important to remember the context of what Lucian Nami is supposed to do in a 2v2 is to get kind of guaranteed prio and give you control over early objectives. It's a very strong duo because of Nami's passive, and okay, Froggy has level 6. Not going to be useful in this matchup, of course, though, to duel. But going back to the point, the fact that Tristana is this far ahead, has 3 kills early, means that now Saigon Buffalo are going to feel very comfortable to actually try to commit to that Rift Herald fight. You know, bring their AD carry over, not going to be looking to trade plates. And T1's comp is going to struggle in the later parts if they can't get a tempo lead. And it's so difficult when your 2v2 on the bottom side has gone this far awry.
Yeah, so Owner is down here. He's not level 6, but neither is BJ, who is hanging around the area. This first Drake, being a Hextech Drake, can be pretty nice to pick up early. T1 not necessarily a team that like to collapse on the early Drakes and really make a move on it. They love to get the early Rift Heralds, as they'll have to hold that thought. We are engaging on the Owner here, but Taki and BJ will pump the brakes and just get out of here.
Yeah, so... Again, you know, we haven't seen the power of Shogun's gold just yet because he's still sitting, of course, on that Noon Quiver. And, you know, this is going to really explode and balloon very soon, but we haven't quite gotten there just yet. So Gumayusa and Carry, you can see they are essentially functionally doing what this Lucian Nami lane is supposed to do despite the 3 kills here for Shogun at the moment. But as that Rift Herald does start to spawn, it's going to be a very strong moment for Saigon Buffalo because Tristana does have this extra gold. They do have a Kennen who has Flash and Ult available. We haven't really visited the top side of the map that much this game, but the fact that they can look for that scrappy team fight with the Sylas here as well, which is such a common response to Twisted Fate, is meaning that Saigon Buffalo can take an early lead.
Here we go. This is the Destiny Gate stolen, and Guma is up the river, and he actually does have a pretty nice gap, so... a great instinctual response, I would say, here from Guma to go the correct way and escape any death.
Yeah, it was not going to stick around to try to clear that control ward. It's going to leave here right away. But the Skivs, of course, again, showing a lot of control here of the bottom side. Not quite able to take this plate out just yet. But Rift Herald is spawning. Shogun, he's going to have the fast track over there. Remember, this is a Kennen that has Slicing Maelstrom, one of the strongest ultimates in the game on Rift Herald fights. But the pressure in this lane means he can't really get there.
Take note that Faker has Ignite from the Unsealed Spellbook, also has the ultimate advantage right now, as it's going to be big for T1 to try to get the advantage around this top side. And you see that BJ and Hazmed, they will be called off. They're not going to try to collapse onto Zeus or anything like that. So Faker just, his presence is felt for sure.
Yeah, and this is so unusual for T1 to actually not be grouping for a Rift Herald this early as well. Like, T1 is the team that would fight for Rift Herald no matter what in our region for so long, regardless of circumstances, and see it ignored this early. So unusual. This time,
the bubble comes in, and Shogun, this time he goes down as Froggy now gets pretty low. Looks like there wasn't enough vision around the mid lane, as we will have him going down here, and you can hear the fans, they're allowed to cheer out now. It is awesome to hear that they are ready to go and cheer for T1 here at MSI.
Yeah. Okay, Taki once again for the engage.
Okay, going on in here, but you can see that Shogun not really confident to get on in this one, and he will just get burst down. It gets a little bit too close to the sun, and trying to force it there with Saigon Buffalo. Here comes BJ with the flash coming in. The immediate exhaust and the damage that comes out of Lucian. Nami might be enough, but not quite, as BJ will be able to take him out at the end and at least trade one back.
You could tell there was a little bit of miscommunication there for Saigon Buffaloes. Of course, the Rift Herald is taken topside while this is happening. With that engage there from Taki, because Shogun doesn't go in, BJ is nearby with blue buff half taken. So he's in the vicinity. It looks like the idea is to look for that gank a little bit earlier, to look for that 2v2 kill there. But actually, unfortunately, with a really nice reaction there from Keria and the exhaust from Guma, they can't make anything happen here on the play. He does, of course, rotate down, but at the cost of this early Rift Herald that T1 have now picked up. They've actually taken a gold lead, and a lot of the wind is now out of the sails here for Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, we'll take another look here at this mid play. Looks like Froggy, you know, he's been aggressive the entire time, and this time Owner is here to punish him.
Yeah. Really easy kill here. This is the play I'm talking about. Notice BJ is on blue buff right now. So Taki decides to go in here. Shogun is a little bit timid on it. There's a wave crashing in. And see the zoom out here. BJ is nowhere really near the vicinity. And it's a really nice turn here from Keria. Really easy clip. Now he does come down, of course, and pick up the kills. Once again, gonna go in.
Oh, and here's Owner once again. Taki, no unbreakable will this time around, and he will take his first death of the contest.
Yeah, and look, Taki, I think, starting to feel the nerves a little bit here. Had success early, you know, has himself 4 assists in the first 10 minutes of the game, and is trying to play around this Kraken Slayer, but, you know, plays like this, really costly timing, because now the Rift Herald is going to take this entire turret. It's going to be full set of plates here for T1's bot duo.
Yeah. And this is typical T1. You know, they will go even with you. They might take an early lead, but they will get the Rift Heralds either for free or for not, and then they will just take your turret by, you know, 11, 12 minutes. Get all the plates, Gumayusi gets super fed, and they love to close out games from there. At least Saigon Buffalo, with all the pressure on the bottom side of the map, they will be able to take this Hex Tech Drake, but just a bit of a consolation prize at this point. You'll note that this is the first Drake of the contest, so we're not really getting too close to the soul or anything like that for Saigon Buffalo.
You'll notice also a plate is taken here in the mid lane as well. Baker's able to pick that one up because they needed all that extra pressure, that prio that was brought towards this Drake while losing a turret. So they're able to stop the turret from going down, that last plate from going down. They get a Drake, and they still lose a plate in the mid lane. T1 is going to find gold everywhere on the map when they have an edge like this and that Rift Herald power. This is, as you said, what they're so famous for in the LCK. The late game team fighting is great too, but they usually go to that late game with a massive gold lead.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, we haven't seen too much of the early top side of the map either, just because there has been so much action on the bottom side, as that's not really going to hit Taki, but a very scary wave will push him away, and it does mean that T1 will take all of this vision. But yeah, I mean, after that early dive on the top side, didn't really get the kill onto Zeus. He has been just holding strong, going even, and taking some plates himself.
Yeah. If that tidal wave hits, it's you know, definitely a kill there. So I respect the attempt here from the Nami, in this case Keria, looking for it. As T1 is going to clear up a lot of the vision that was set up here. Saigon Buffalo really committing. I think 3 control wards were dropped here in the river, and they are clearing it all up now. T1 have full vision control so that Gumayusi can continue to push aggressively to try to grab that last plate in the last minute and a half.
Okay, Froggy space checking a little bit here, did not have vision, and now he is just trying to tank it up, but unfortunately Destiny Gate comes in, big 2-on-2 on the bottom side again, and this time Shogun and Taki will get their revenge. Another double kill into this Tristana. At least they're getting some wins down there now.
Yeah. And it's, you know, starting to really become a ballooning problem that T1 are going to have to deal with. This Tristana, who's, you know, on this patch and has subsequently been buffed and is going to be stronger in late game scaling situations against a Lucian that, you know, is very low range. It is going to be very difficult to team fight with later on. We're going to pick up some extra gold here. Complete control now This pendulum swings back to Saigon Buffalo in the bottom lane. At the cost of mid plates, of course, here.
This might be a race for first turret blood, as we do see Owner and Faker really trying to take this one down. But I think that Taki, or rather Shogun and BJ, should get the win, and they will. The first turret blood will go the way of Saigon Buffalo as a stolen by ultimate, as in goes Froggy extremely aggressively just to try to save this turret. And he will, as here comes Hosmet. He's got the angle onto Faker, as Faker will get comboed, and he's trying to get CC'd 100-0, and now with 4 members of the Buffaloes, he will be taken down.
I cannot overstate, I think, the lack of respect that T1 has shown, actually, in this game in several moments where they're looking to trade objectives. They lose the race, of course, because it's a Twisted Fate hitting a turret, right, versus Tristana on the bottom side. You're not going to win that race. You're overextended where you don't have control of topside. If Hosmet is just a little bit faster, flash slicing Maelstroms, that could be 3 kills picked up there for Saigon Buffalo. And T1 just a little bit too aggressive here, are pushed off, unable to get that bottom turret, unable to get that mid turret. And we're looking at a world, and I know T1 still have a gold lead, fans at home, but it's 400 gold. And it's T1 against the VCS's second team, right? Not even their number 1 team. A much closer game than we expected.
Okay, we're going to have culling against culling, but Kingslayer's not going to help him survive, as Froggy, once again, it seems like just a little bit out of position, and that will be his 3rd death here. T1 definitely taking advantage of that mid lane a bit here.
Yeah, Gale Force here versus no Mythic available for Froggy as well. You can see the item differences here really coming into play. That extra execute damage for Guma is going to allow him to get this kill. And this is a scrappy game. This is what we expected to see from these two teams. It's just action non-stop. Yes, Froggy is 10 to the level 8 here, but Guma gets the jump on him, does his combo here, gets the passive to proc maximum amount of times, has the Gale Force damage coming through, just knows his champion, knows his opponent's limits very well here, and pulls off the kill.
Yeah, pretty nice stuff. I think we are going to slow this one down a little bit before we do get into this Cloud Drake that is coming up just next in a minute. As you see that both the bottom lanes have now moved into the mid lane. Perhaps Guma and Kerio will feel a bit safer to not get comboed, as they have been multiple times on the bottom side. Taki is positioning very aggressively, goes into the Unbreakable Will and just gets blown up just like that. Not able to survive on the Alistar.
And I think a big part of this play is the fact that the top side is controlled so heavily. Hosmet doesn't have a place to teleport to. He's not free enough to actually try to make something happen. BJ was on the flank, as you guys were showing, or observers were showing rather, that he could have come in there to try to set up a play there with Taki, but he was just a little bit too far away, and he's trying to control an objective that hasn't yet spawned. Meanwhile, Owner gets Rift Herald. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's a big win for T1.
Zeus has been stalked through the jungle, and now he's got to go 1v2 in his Shroud, as now the Gwen ultimate is stolen. The damage not quite there. Zeus will survive as Keria gets there just barely on time, and BJ is going to get ignited down by Keria, who will pick up the kill, and now Owner is looking for a little bit more.
Meanwhile, topside Faker survives there. Hosmet even commits the flash, is unable to kill him.
And Shogun is just dead here, does not have another jump. That is going to be a killing spree now for Owner, who casually picks up the Vi and is now 3-0 in the first game of MSI.
What do you think about the Nami impact in professional play in recent times? Of course, we've seen Nami years ago in many different other matchups, but in professional play, it's usually just for controlling the 2v2 in the laning phase, but how Keria has been able to use his ultimate as a peeling tool in so many of these scenarios on the bottom side has been fantastic and has really punished some overextensions from Saigon Buffalo. This means second Drake is picked up here for T1. Rift Herald still in Owner's hands, and T1's experience here, I think patience is paying off.
Not again, Taki. Okay, he is going to get out alive here with this one, as Culling will be stolen by Froggy, but yeah, Guma has a Nami behind him, so he will be totally fine. As, yeah, you know, you were talking a little bit about nerves. I think that the positioning may be a little bit more to be wanted for Taki, I would say. He's maybe not respecting the Destiny Gate, and T1, they're a ferocious team, right? If you're out of position, they will take you down.
This is the expectation for if T1 got ahead earlier on in this game with the comp that should have been ahead, where they would be. You know, pushing this far into the jungle as Tidal Wave's going to come out.
Yeah, not going to hit him, as we do have second Rift Herald coming in, but this is a huge teleport flank coming in now from Hosmet, but he's all alone. He is going to be forced into this one early on. The slicing Maelstrom only hits Owner, as okay, Owner is actually going to go down. Faker tries to get the kill onto Kennen, but it's not going to quite work out. But Zeus is now frontlining, and he's got a bunch of needles. He's just trying to chip through that front line here. So many low health bars on the side of Saigon Buffalo, but nobody has gone down yet. as they do not have vision of this buff, this brush rather, as Hazmed will give up his life. Everybody else is on the run, as Froggy is just going to get executed, and T1 will take the fight eventually. As, yeah, it's just going to be the bubble coming in. Keria will pick up the kill, a very bloodthirsty support in his own right.
He's got his Imperial Mandate going on. He's very happy to pick up extra kills here, and this is a nice attempt here from Hazmed to try to look for the teleport flank, but notice the items here for the Kenneth at this point. You know, it's not like he's sitting on a Void Staff here. He did, of course, go for the Rocket Belt, so not like it's Night Harvester Cannon, which we have seen a few times. If he has a little bit more itemization, that flank actually might end up doing enough damage to win that fight for Saigon Buffalo. But even after the initial pick, the health bars are so low, the Tristana is so extremely low, you just can't front to back that, even with the range advantage and the concave they had outside of the choke. So look at Hazmed here on the flank. He doesn't quite have enough damage to actually out-duel here, and he's just immediately Aqua Prisoned by Keria. He can't close the gap to hit the rest of T1. Notice Gumius is still at full health here at the end of this fight. If he's able to close the gap, if he's not Aqua Prisoned, if he has more items, this teleport flank works out in a lot of different scenarios, but not in this one. And now at this point, your health bars are so low, you can't win this despite having control of the exit for the choke.
It's very important that T1 identified the teleport flank was coming in, and they position perfectly for it, right? You send your jungler in first, you deny the cannon the entry, and everybody else just spreads out and runs away, and you will be totally safe. As that's a pretty funny kill at the end there for Keria. As now we do have a nice little lead here for T1, about 4,000 gold as we hit the 20-minute mark. And the Baron has spawned. And here we go. We do have some poking coming out here, trying to force that Unbreakable Will. It will actually be forced. Skuma will get that out of Taki.
Yeah, a group up here in the jungle on the top side. A lot of vision placed here for T1. They're going to look for a basically spawning Baron at 2015. And Saigon Buffalo suss this out. They're going to rotate over. Vi ultimate available here for Froggy. T1 might have bitten off more than they can chew here. They're going to try to turn.
They're looking for the turn, and Taki is just blown up immediately. He does use that lock-in, but that's about all he's got here. As T1, they knew this was coming. They knew they were spotted, and they knew that they would eventually take down the Baron, if not yet right away.
And notice the one champion who's left standing here, the one who could have actually looked for a team fight against T1. T1 knew Hazmed had ultimate, but wasn't nearby. You have a Slicing Maelstrom in this team fight, it could look completely different, but T1 very aware of where he is on the map. The tidal wave turn again from Keria is fantastic. And T1 used this Baron to force a team fight Saigon Buffalo didn't want to take.
Not sure what's going on here. Faker with red buff just says, I've got exhaust as well because I have unsealed spellbook, and yeah, I think I'll just take the kill. Thank you very much.
And this is now Hazmed with no Slicing Maelstrom for the upcoming Drake. If Saigon Buffalo were going to look to contest that one, they don't have control over it, but that's just another tool now missing. Hazmed was trying to win that 1v1, which I think was a bit optimistic here. Notice the tidal wave from Keria. They force Saigon Buffalo into this choke point. Notice Keria's positioning on the right side here, as we're already in another fight.
Okay, well, Saigon, they try to get something going here. They have a teleport coming in, and Owner will respect it. He will actually flash away, immediately goes back in as they notice the sad Wukong all alone. And this is just the dominoes falling one by one. Taki eventually going to be dead meat as well, as he will go down 3 more kills for T1 as they push with the Baron buff.
The Red Bull Baron power play is going to be pretty stacked for this one, Valdez. We're already at 4,400 gold. With all the kills they take in that fight, plus the turrets that are standing gold T1 are going to pick up on the map, this is probably a push to end here with the momentum they have. Hazmed still no Slicing Maelstrom, a tool they so desperately need to stave off this push.
And it's only the 2 of them. I mean, so much for all those kills into the Tristana. Shogun really, he's in a little bit of a trough. His team has been picked off so many times that he has not really had a front-to-back team fight for him to do any amount of carrying in this one, unfortunately. As T1, they're not going to quite end the game. They probably could have tried to force it, but, you know, first game, it's a best of 1. They just want to get the easy win. They do have the Infernal Drake here.
And Saigon Buffalo also kited back really well, respected them there, didn't actually overextend. If they get a kill there, they 100% push to win with the damage they have. The inhibitor's down, as mentioned. Drake is up. T1 can kite back and take that too. They have full vision of it. So they're just kind of, they have control of every single piece of this map right now. As Taki's once again going to get caught by a tidal wave.
Yeah, and the slow on it is incredible, right? He does have everything, but he's not going to use anything because he knows he's just dead. As that will be a very scared Silas running to the safety of his BJ,
What's left
I
of
suppose.
this? What's left
Yeah.
of this turret? Shogun.
Yeah, he's just gonna go in. You know, let's see what he can do. Maybe a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Actually, got him below 50% health. Nice little try, but just a bit out of position. And this game has gone off the rails, and I think T1 is looking to try to close it out here in just a moment.
And now we're starting to see this game go according to expectations. The early game certainly didn't look that way. Saigon Buffalo came out very flashy. Great plays from Taki in the 2v2. Very surprising start. But T1's experience, their macro, it all shows up here. Their map awareness and vision control.
Yeah, they're just going to push in for this one. We do have the stolen by ultimate. They desperately want to take out Gumayusi, and they will do that. But everybody else survives with a very low amount of health. And actually, they do get the kill there onto Zeus. As Faker, he's like, "Come on, guys, let's get this one done." You know, like I wanna get some lunch before the rest of the day goes on. But
they actually will have to let this go. The top turret will fall here, but they won't be able to, of course, grab an inhibitor. Faker is looking for a turn if Hazmed decides to come in here. Did, of course, already use a slicing maelstrom. Turret will actually just barely survive. Bulliku's on the case of the Drake. This Infernal Drake has been up for so long. T1 have just been more interested in killing the Nexus. And now they're like, all right, well, I guess on our second attempt to do so, didn't go. We'll go ahead and grab this Infernal Drake solo. There's no vision on the map really here for Saigon Buffalo whatsoever. There's that one control ward just top of the mid lane. And we really have to track those wards or any deep wards that Saigon Buffalo could put down, because a flanking cannon is, I think, the only way that Saigon Buffalo could even hope to win one of many team fights they will need to win to come back in this game. I know I have a famous phrase I say in the LCK when games are finished, so to say, but I'm not going to say it here just yet. I suppose anything is possible, but we are looking at an 11,000 gold lead, supreme map control, so much vision. The only thing left to do is to walk down the red carpet here for T1.
Speaking of which, Faker's going down to zone one. He does have vision here of BJ. Nearly takes him out himself. Nice little combo. You see he has picked up the Magi Soul Stealer. Did have a bunch of stacks on his Dark Seal from earlier on in the game. And so, you know, just looking to stack that one up. And is having a very fun time of that. T1 without the Baron. They do have the range advantage and a pretty nice siege, but here comes the flank once again. They're trying to get onto Gumayusi, and he's going to go down. Okay, they do get the kill.
Is going to kill the Nexus, so they don't care.
That's going to be the end of that turret and that Nexus as well. Zeus just going to do it all alone. Owner comes in for the picture finish, and that will be game number 1 of MSI 2022 going into the hands of T1 very smoothly.
Very smoothly towards the mid to late game. The early game, there were certainly some question marks. The dominance we expect to see from T1 in the 2v2. Gumayusi Keria, arguably best bottom duo in the world right now, did fall a little bit far behind there, but they were still able to control that 2v2 lane despite the 3 kills on the Tristana and every objective fight with their way. Team fighting was better, vision control. And Taki, great start, but some of those catches on the Alistair really hurt the mid-game that Saigon Buffalo could have tried to snowball.
Yeah, it's very true. I think that Saigon Buffalo definitely a nice first showing here at MSI. I think that's this is T1, right? You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, and they did do a bit of that where, you know, I think the second that I saw Owner take the Rift Herald, even though it was kind of even down on the bottom side, I was like, ooh, I know what comes next. We've seen this movie many times before, Wolf, and yeah, pretty clean from the side of T1. Maybe a little bit of having fun there in the mid lane and the bottom side. Baker gives us a nice little thumbs up.
And I think I wouldn't read too much into the Wukong failing to find value in this game. I think it certainly can be a very strong champion. I think we will see it a lot this tournament. So don't set expectations on the Wukong based on this loss here. I think it is something we will see in the hands of a lot more stronger jungle players and a lot more even games going forward. So definitely keep your eyes out for that one.
Yeah, he goes over walls, and he is very impressive, especially from the jungle. So we'll definitely be seeing more of that for sure. Pretty fast first game. Wolf, anything else you wanna say before we go to break?
No, I think T1 said enough.
Yeah, I think they got it through to you guys for sure. But for this year's MSI, we asked the teams to pick 4 tracks that they think could be their team anthem and ask you guys, the fans, to vote on the winner. And here's the team anthem you selected for LJL Powerhouse Detonation Focus Me, arranged by Lisa. Listen to all the team anthems on the official LOL playlist on Spotify, and make sure to join us after the break for DFM versus Team A's.
Woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every zero-ping moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being
ready to fire, ready or not, we let it decline.
And welcome back to MSI 2022, the State Farm Analyst Desk after T1 secured the first win of the tournament. I'm once again joined by Jat and Gulborg, and for the briefest of moments, I started to believe that Mark Ruffalo was spamming Saigon Buffaloes. Shogun dumpstering lane, I think, is a defendable statement that Tristana Alistar. Look, it was an exciting start. Obviously, the CS and the gold experience wasn't necessarily hugely in the advantage of Saigon Buffaloes, but it did look good, and that Tristana was 5-2 at one point.
Yeah, I actually think that when I saw the Alistar get locked in on 4 and I see it into Lucian Nami, I'm like, you really don't want a good time, do you? The only way you win this lane is that you flash in level 1 as he did, because you're not a champion as Alistar level 1. Lucian Nami takes completely over, and Saigon Buffalo, they does exactly what's on theme for this team, which is literally just throw everything at the wall once again and just move ahead.
Yeah, I like the mindset of the Buffalo that they're willing to take risks, burning all of their cooldowns and summoner spells to level 1. Unfortunately, the wave actually gets put in a bad spot here. So once Lucian does come back to lane, he gets about 10 CS up. This play, though, this was the one that actually surprised me more. This was just very disrespectful by T1. Ignite was back up. The wave was frozen against him. They didn't have jungle hover. So the all-in is just going to kill them. But this is actually where you see why the Lucian Nami could actually be a strong matchup here. This is what they expected to happen. It's just it doesn't happen at level 1.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, they weren't really facilitated the same way we expected. Like, we thought they'd get more resources from jungling, shadowing as well, specifically going back to the play Jap was just talking about. They were down a longsword as well when they moved up. And it seemed like Saigon Buffaloes was actually the team who was applying most pressure here, while the rest of T1 were kind of chilling on the top side of the map, waiting to that mid-game spike where they really just came across with their ultimate, specifically on the Vi pick and TF, where you really just start accelerating at skirmishes.
I mean, you could feel that the moment T1 started moving around the map and started coordinating the TF and the Vi, they completely took over the game. And the game went to expectation.
Interestingly enough, yeah, I think it was a good game 1.
Yes.
I'm going to talk a lot about teams that prioritize first Herald or teams that prioritize first Dragon, and I think T1's a really interesting example of how the game could potentially be changing. They were 42-8 in game score, and they only got first Dragon in 55% of their games, which when you're considering you're winning 90% of your games, to only get first Drake that often shows there's a huge priority elsewhere. They did get first Herald on this game. They did obviously give up first blood in that matchup because I think they just overplayed their hand bottom lane. But once they got the Herald, the game was relatively close, 20-minute Baron, and they ran it home.
It goes down to the way that teams, kind of differentiates between what they prioritize ones, as you said there. But T1 is the kind of team that also likes to accelerate their laners. Yes, they get a lot of their gold through kills and these skirmishes as well, but they also get it through sheer empowerment of their laning because they have exceptional laners on all of T1. So when you finally start prioritizing Herald, you get that plating in, and you all of a sudden have a laner who's 1k ahead of their opponent. Well, they completely just take over that matchup.
I mean, they really did. Let's briefly zoom out. Can I ask production to bring up that post-game breakdown once again for me? And let's just look at the champions on the left-hand side, because game 1, I'm not going to draw gigantic conclusions, right? But the Vi early on, Lucian Nami, not hugely surprising. The Wukong, I think Wolf was saying from the caster desk, he's expecting to see more of that. I mean, what do you make of this?
I mean, Wukong was actually buffed, so I can see that maybe being a jungle pick in the future. It's not the fastest clearer. The Vi one is the one that actually had us kind of talking. I think there's a chance he just wanted to play Vi. Because it's the first stage. T1 is a runaway in this group. Even if they drop a game, they'll be completely fine. There is a nice synergy with TF Vi that we saw in this game, that once you're 6, gold card, +2 hard Vi CCs, and then later on when you can Everfrost, it is an easy kill lane, but it actually has very little pressure early on, which T1 can get away with in this matchup.
That's what I mean, and the way I kind of see the Vi pick here is kind of just like Nocturne Light, especially with TF coming through as well, in the sense that it's like, you're not stopping out Cross Division coming through, but you're jumping on the back line, and then playing it with Twisted Fate is kind of just like, when we hit level 6, we win skirmishes, and specifically on the top side as well. Like, Seos did take over on the Gwen as well, and the game even came down to him just running through bot and ending.
If Vi is Nocturne Light, does that make Wukong Diana Light? I don't need an answer to that.
Wukong is AD Diana.
Oh, there we go, okay.
And Vi is just hard CC Nocturne.
Oh, hard CC Nocturne, okay.
This is different.
I like this. I like this. I like to add these tags.
Nocturne.
I'm learning. Okay, I'm learning. Let's see if we see Nocturne a little bit later today. Now, I want to move us along to the next matchup in the group, because last year, Detonation Focus Me made history as the very first LJL team to make it to the world's group stage. Now, today, they return once more to the international stage, taking on the newcomers Ace from LATAM. Now, these teams, I think, could not be more diametrically opposed when it comes to both experience, success, tenure, because DFM have won 7 out of the 8 past LJL seasons. They are the most dominant team to come out of Japan. And I think in particular, this spring, they popped off.
They are ridiculously dominant. When I know that LJL is an international tournament, I just expect that it's going to be DFM. And their coaches talked about this a little bit. Some of their players have talked about this. They don't necessarily practice against the LJL. They play in Korean solo queue. Because of their geographical location, they can scrim LCK teams, they can scrim LPL teams, they can scrim PCS teams, so they can get a wide variety of practice to continue to enhance their level. Because normally, you have this glass ceiling in your region of how good your competition is. But what DFM has been able to do, partially because of their reputation, is bypass that glass ceiling and continue to improve.
Yeah, and I really like that the matchup that we start out with from DFM is up against LATAM here, because I was speaking to some of the LGL guys as well, and they're saying, this is actually a historical matchup between these regions who actually have a kind of friendly matchup between each other. A lot of their players go back and forth in between the teams here, and back in 2019, Esports, the LA team, that was the team that knocked out DFM. Then later, when it came down to the likes of Inf, they traded one-on-one in group stages with Detonation Focus Me as well. So quite often, there is small things that these teams will do against each other.
Yeah, and really quickly, we talked about Poppy in the pre-show. Look for Steel's Poppy. They have 100%. A huge prio on Poppy. It's hypothesized it's also a flex pick, even though they didn't play Poppy elsewhere than the jungle early on, or at least in the spring split. But that'll be something new to see.
I'm very excited to see this Poppy. I know, of course, with a lot of changes, you're coming into the tournament on the patch 12.8. That is one of the picks we're looking out for. One of the players we're looking out for, Ebby. I think, Jat, you in particular were praising his performance and the impact that he has on the international stage.
I mean, I believe he's just a world-class player. He does consistently get to showcase his skills on the world stage, too. I'm shocked he hasn't moved to a major region the past 5 years, because this guy is extremely good. He, generally speaking, very strong laning phase, has more of a bruiser type play style in team fights. Actually, no Ornn at all this split, but plus 890 gold, plus 10 CS at 10 in his laning phase. And then the whole team is also just dominant in team fights.
And if you're not familiar with Epi, he'll always throw that one thumbs up whenever he's in front of the camera. And yeah, I mean, the champions we really know him for is the likes of Gnar. Even Urgot is a champion that he'll bring out and make work as well with press the attack. So he likes to take the dominance for himself. And I fully agree with Jad when he's saying he's a world-class top laner, because he has been.
And look at the stats from his regional league. Highest damage per minute, highest CSD of 14, highest goal difference of 14. I mean, he's absolutely smashing the local competition today. He'll need to stare down a Team Ace. Now, this is an organization, I love the thumbs up, by the way. That was literally just a collection of thumbs up from Evie. Thank you for that once again. I want to turn our attention to their opponent. I actually cannot believe that's still going. We haven't seen that footage yet. Their opponent's Team Ace, the organization, entered the LLA on a 40-game win streak. Then the roster changed and adapted. They ended up winning their very first season. And Team Ace come into this with a lot to prove.
Yeah.
But obviously coming up against DFM, looking at the history, looking at the success, it is a difficult first game in the group.
Yeah, I really assume so as well. And I feel like they have different stylistic as well. Yes, there is a friendly rivalry between the teams and the players swap every now and then. But still, they have developed different styles throughout the region, where this team is way more slow-paced as well. They like to be the team that kind of takes care of the objective slowly. They're all about the turret taking. They're all about stacking up these strikes. So they have a different philosophy as the one you were mentioning as well, Jad. So I think this team will probably be a little bit more of a slower team to pay attention to.
Absolutely. And I think this was not the dominant team from the region. A lot of people were expecting, if you say 2 months ago, Rainbow 7 to be that team, because they only dropped one match in the regular season. But A's was able to kind of fight their way through the second half of the split as well into the playoffs.
Yeah, and you can see it here. Like, you take a look at the Detonation Focus Me, their stats. They're so fast-paced as well in the way they do things, right? First blood, 69% with as the first one. That's absolutely incredible in their games. They like to just go through the early games and absolutely dominate them. Once again, there is a big skill discrepancy between Detonation Focus Me and the rest of LGL, but I do expect this game to be a little bit of a mismatch, where from the side of Team Ace, they'll have to stabilize all the pressure that Detonation Focus Me excels at in the early game.
Yeah, so stylistically, like big picture, I'm actually really interested to see what type of game we see from the top teams in the world at this MSI, because we just had T1, who is a first Herald team that deprioritizes Dragon. But like, Dragon Soul is still a very real win condition. It's just, I think the top teams don't rely on Dragon stacking to win. They instead rely on gold leads and team fighting. A's is a team that I think, and I think this is actually like a good almost training wheel to winning League of Legends, is like, let's get an early advantage and let's get the security of Drakes. And if you're that much better than your opponent, your Dragon Soul can be a win condition. So that's actually what A's does a lot of times. 63% of first Dragon, which was first in their region, and only 49% of the time did they get the first Herald, whereas DFM, 76% of the time they get first Herald. And we just talked about how dominant they are. Like, if they wanted to get first Dragon, they would be getting first Dragon 80% of games.
100%.
But they only do it in 45% of games. right? So literally, they're just, instead of investing resources and getting the first Dragon, which gives very small combat power, they're getting a gold lead, getting Herald, and usually using it for Evie so he can take over the game.
So we had quick
So
stats. We got Jet here with the stats.
Oh, Jet stats originated
Jet
there,
stats
by the
was
way.
before.
Jet
Quick
stats
stats
did it
was a
first. Also,
Okay,
just history lesson for the young man.
I opened the can of worms. I was
Jet
not prepared
stats.
for.
Jet stats has always been meaningful, impactful, valuable, and I needed to undercut him. So I made the mockumentary of Jack stats, as you were, which is where quick stats comes from. But I do think I want to expand a little bit just on this, not only stylistic mismatch. I do think that again, when you look at experience, when you look at presence on the international stage, the fact they're playing in front of the arena, the crowds, etc. I think Detonation Focus Me will be the favorites in this game, right? A lot of things point towards that. Then add on to the fact what we just saw Saigon Buffaloes do in the early game, coming up against T1. T1 picked up the Herald. They managed to use the gold. They managed to accelerate the game in the mid game. So all of these things added up together, Team Ace really have to surprise or really have to change things up from what they did locally to what they're going to do now at MSI.
That's the thing. They're the outlier in this group. Every team in this group with T1, with Saigon Buffaloes, and Detonation Focus Me in their region is known for a fast-paced early game. Whereas the team from Ace now is the only one who kind of takes it a little bit slower. And I think if you want to hone in on a little bit of how they actually do it, is that you need your AD carry ahead, right? If you fall behind in the pressure, you don't really have too much to play for. You have 5-Kid on the roster, and funnily enough, 5-Kid on Team Ace used to play with the support of Harb that's now Detonation Focus Me. So there's some rivalry in the bot lane as well. They know each other, but once again, stylistically speaking, there's so many threats that Team Ace will have to stabilize and match up against when they play against Team Detonation Focus Me.
It's going to be very, very difficult. We just saw a glimpse there of the players. They're just about set up on stage, and I think we're going to be able to head over to the casters in just a moment if my producers will give me the thumbs up for that one. Let's find out whether or not Team Ace can surprise everybody and withstand the pressure that DFM will throw at them. It's one of the most experienced lineups at MSI, taking on those newcomers, Team Ace. Let's see what the new blood from LATAM are made of.
Thank you, Quick Chat and Jet, and of course Goldberg there on the desk. We are getting into the second match of the day. It is going to be, of course, Team Ace up against Detonation Focus Me. What are your thoughts about this one going into this one?
I think it's going to be very similar to our last game in terms of action, early game kills. Both of these teams very aggressive. And just generally speaking, Team Ace is a very aggressive team. DFM, a lot of those stats we had in terms of their early game dominance, I think comes from the fact that they are a pretty aggressive team themselves, but also, as was mentioned, an extremely dominant team in their region. So their stats always really look very good. I think this definitely does favor Detonation Focus Me. I think they have overall the stronger roster on paper, but we will see. We've seen a lot of surprises in these early MSI group stages in the past, and I think this is going to be a bloody one, as we've seen also many times in the past of the early first weeks of MSI. It gets crazy, and it's a matchup that's difficult to predict. I really do like Ace's roster that they've put together, picking up 5-Kid and Lonely from Korea, and it's a pretty strong team overall when you think about its history, and it's very unusual to see Korean imports outside of regions like North America and Europe, but seeing it here in Latin America is awesome as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see. You were talking about Lonely as well, a guy that used to play for Sandbox when they were just Sandbox Gaming back in 2020. Was there for about 5 months. I think he played one split. Mixed results, but I'm curious to see how he has developed over his time over here in the LLA and how he will mesh with this roster over here. Definitely a fun one to watch. I think this one could set the tone for the rest of the group and, see who's going to be one of the stronger teams to potentially give T1 a shot at their money a little bit later on.
Yeah, I do agree. And it's going to be so exciting to see where DFM's power level is on this international stage, because Yutapon, is a player who we talk about all the time. There he is on camera here, as a player who has so much experience, more than basically anybody but Faker in these types of international events. And he's going to be the leader who has to pull this team together. Obviously, he, Steel, and Evie have played together for so many years. They know each other very well. And the newer imports to the roster, after Arya left, Yaharong and Harp here are going to have to pick up where they left off. And I think that based on what we've seen in the LJL and the dominance they showed in their own region, they've had enough time to kind of figure it out. And I think that DFM could be somewhat of a dark horse in this group, potentially, as they have been in the past.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I do feel like we say that quite often about the same. They do so well in their own region that, we expect a lot out of them on the international stage. and maybe they can get that started off here. But it looks like we are ready to jump into pick ban. And, you know, we already saw one of the games. I'm not sure if that's really going to be what the meta is, though, for the rest of MSI.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Vi is going to be very
Viable?
common. Yeah, I was like, should I
Sorry.
say it? You said it. I
Yeah.
appreciate that you were the one who took the bullet for that one. But the bans we see here, obviously, Yaharong's LeBlanc, very strong. The Poppy that was already discussed on the desk, a very, very common pick for Steel. Steel's champion pool actually very small in terms of the champions he's played in the LJL. I mentioned the Wukong. We're going to see a lot more of it. First pick priority here for A's this early on in the draft. It's just another sign that we're going to be seeing a lot more of this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's just able to set up so much nowadays with some of the changes that he did receive. So definitely will be seeing him a lot. In terms of Steel, you know, you were already talking about him a little bit. Maybe we'll see a Hecarim, maybe we'll see a Graves. I was going to say Nocturne, as there is the big thumbs up. Thank you, Evie, for that pick.
Another one for the highlight reel.
Yeah. One thing we were talking about for DFM is actually it feels like a team that has emulated a lot from actually Damo and Kia. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, can Steel kind of emulate the Canyon Graves that we have seen many times in the past.
Yeah, and I think the Lucian could potentially be a flex pick in a draft like this, although with the Graves pick this early, you don't have a lot of CC to set there in the mid lane, but you know, we'll see what he ends up pairing it with. I think this Renata pick does lean more towards going to the bottom side here. You see the Samira is picked up early here. Samira plus Wukong is a combo you don't want to face in the mid game, especially if A's get an early lead. Immortal Shield Bow plus the Wukong knockup makes for a very fiery team fight. Combo that, of course, with the Nautilus. And A's already looking to be scrappy on you know, Drake's 2 and 3, those Rift Herald fights. Very strong team fighting composition that doesn't have the same late game oomph as a lot of other AD carries. So we'll see how this one pans out.
You know, they were talking about on the desk how Wukong is a little bit like Diana, you know, just kind of goes in, really sets up the team fight. And we saw that in game number 1 from Saigon Buffalo, a pretty similar composition, and already is going down that path. So let's see where we're going to get some more of these bans. We do have the Vex ban coming out here. Definitely something that could be popular. We already do have the Ari ban very early on from the side of DFM as well.
Yeah. And Gangplank taken away here. Don't want to be dealing with that, especially in terms of scaling problems you can run into later on in the game. Gangplank is just so strong right now. Just ask anyone about it, or ask anyone who plays top lane, regardless of elo, and they're going to tell you they've run into their fair share of Gangplanks right now in this meta on this patch. But it's definitely one way to stop DFM from having a little bit more stability towards the later parts of the game. And it can really slow, the Cannon Barrage could, you know, slow obviously what A's are building here, and can really mess up some of those mid-game team fights too. So I do like the ban. Gnar will be the answer here, as you're thinking about all the combos, all the ways you can set up for that big Samira ultimate, and Gnar is one of those great tools, so do really appreciate that ban on DFM side.
Yeah, definitely something that Gangplank can take advantage of as well. So when you see the Gangplank ban, it's like, well, let's potentially take that away in case they do want to play that here. TF will be taken off the board. We saw that first picked by T1 in game number 1. And it did make it all the way to the second phase of bans here, but they do take that away. And the Syndra is going to be the choice now for Yaharong in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a pick that he's played a lot over his career in the LCK as well. Will be the, looks like, the answer from Alone to be the Zoe here, and there's so much setup, there's so much CC in Ace's team comp. It's going to give him a lot more range as well, and it's a pretty decent matchup, obviously, into the Syndra. Flipping it over, though, will be the Rumble to come through instead, feeling like a bit of a throwback here in this one, and I like the pressure you can bring on, and you layer that damage into the ultimate coming through from Samira and all the CC you've already got in this composition.
Exactly.
This is going to get scrappy.
It's layers on layers, right? You roll out the red carpet, a good old Wukong runs down it, and Samira brings it in as well. Now, the Victor is going to be the follow-up. Definitely another champ that, you know, I guess in terms of the composition, he can throw out a Chaos Storm and say, well, you know, maybe I'll go into my Zonias, maybe I'll die, but I'll do a lot of burst damage as well. It is a hefty amount of magic damage with the Rumble and the Victor, but definitely, again, focus on just wombo comboing in some of these fights.
I personally would have rather seen the Victor pick here for DFM as kind of a late game shoring up of the damage, because yes, they do have the Graves damage later on, but Lucian is going to fall off significantly. But what they're going to do instead is actually take this Ornn pick, which is safe into a lot of flexing we could have potentially seen in this draft as well, where these picks are going to go. Very safe weak side you could take. You put your focus on mid and the bottom side of the map. The Ornn is going to make your picks a lot stronger in the late game because of his ornament upgrades later on. But the Syndra is going to set up for big damage. There's a lot of CC here for DFM between the Call of the Forge God and the Scatter of the Weak. Plus, of course, the Renata ult that's going to make this very difficult to run into. And I think that is going to be, in the mid-game, the biggest problem for Ace. Similar to Keриa's tidal waves we saw in the previous game, you want to run in with this Wukong composition. You want to look for the engage with the Nihilus, but everybody gets berserked, and then your entire team fight is ruined. You need that Victor damage follow-up. You need that ult coming through from the Rumble as well once your initial engage kind of goes awry.
Yeah, definitely can be a little bit ham-fisted from the side of Team Ace, but we've seen that work before. I think that, though, DFM have brought a healthy amount of disengage and ways to survive alongside of a great amount of scaling damage as the game goes along, at least in the Graves. So that is one thing, as it does look like the pick ban has ended. We should be getting into this game in just a moment.
Yeah, I am excited to see Rumble back. Rumble, one of those picks that seems always just kind of creep in these international tournaments, especially in the early parts. And it's a champion that can be so potent in games like this that get scrappy and where it's not clear who has a very strong advantage going into mid games. Rumble's just so good at saying, that objective is mine. I put down my ultimate and you can't get anywhere near it. So much zone control. And it's just one of my favorite champions to cast, to be honest with you, Valdez. So I'm glad he's back, at least in this game.
Yes, thank you for being honest with me, Wolf.
I would never lie to you.
Yeah. Rumble's pretty fun. I'm a big fan. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how the Victor's going to work alongside of all this hard engage. Definitely gives you a little bit of an out as the game does come along. You know, has that nice amount of scaling damage. We'll see where he can do what Alones can do. Kind of funny, some of the names on the side of Team Ace, right? We have Lonely, but we also have Alone, so I don't know. Have you ever been so lonely that you were alone for a long period of time?
He's been alone. Well, we'll see how much jungle proximity we see for these two solo winners this game.
Also, you know, 5 Kid from Korea, we actually had a bit of an issue where the word for 5 in Korean is O, right?
Yeah.
So we were like, is he O Kid? Is he 5 Kid?
And some people are like, is he Skid?
Yeah,
is
he
to be an
Skid?
S?
You know? What is his name? We have landed on 5 Kid.
Yeah.
That is what we will call him.
To contextualize also the relationship between 5 Kid and Harp, they did play together on KT Rolster's Academy team, as well as, of course, a few games of LCK, but not part of the main roster. Did end up moving away to the LLAs. An invade happens here, and this is just really annoying to deal with. This Dimitri will just move to the Wolves instead.
It's actually going to be pretty big, as we do have some nice CC onto Harp. As, yeah, with the action kind of settling here. Oh, no, they're still going in. They're still actually getting onto that one. But the spike comes in. Dimitri's level 2, and now Steel and Evie in a bit of trouble. Not able to land that smite, as he will have to smite on the blue up, trying to survive here. Gets that dash away once again, and will flash to get to safety. Do Ace have the damage to actually take anyone out? Looks like the answer will actually be no.
No, but the advantages gained here are pretty real, because Steel obviously had to smite there, is very low, is going to have to now go back and have a very delayed start to his jungle. Dimitri hits level 2 faster, he's going to have a free blue buff here uncontested now. And, you know, the health that was taken, the damage that Evie had taken there and sustained is going to make that early level 1 of the laning phase very frustrating. You can see Lonely already hits 2 faster. And Dimitri going to go ahead and start this Gromp. Has a really, really nice lead. I mean, notice where Steel is right now. He's actually gone over to the right side of the jungle. Is several camps behind. And DFM didn't have to play this aggressively, but really wanted to actually stop this Wukong in its tracks. The clear that Wukong obviously has can be very frustrating to play against. It can be so strong in the mid game, but it actually backfires. And now, in fact, Wukong has a massive advantage, which is exactly the opposite of what was intended here for DFM.
Yeah, you can see Steel finally kills a camp. It is the blue buff, as he wasn't able to do anything in his own red buff jungle. And he will be a very sad Graves. Now, Graves will be faster at clearing, but that early start is going to be very nice for Dimitri, as you did mention. Yeah, I'm just kind of going to be doing this now for the next long while, and we might not see Steel for a very long while, whereas Dimitri definitely will have some opportunities to get stuff done. I mean, at least in the bottom lane, I'd say. There's not a huge amount of gank assist with the Victor, with the Rumble. But we will have to see if he can make any plays down towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, you know, post 6 obviously going to be a lot stronger. Is Heavy just going to get the knock up here to push Lonely back? The aggressive trading there.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out something that we've seen a small trend so far is that with the nerfs to some of our more traditional and more common AD carries like late game scaling, Jinx, and Aphelios, we have seen more early to mid game focused AD carries from everyone basically so far. Obviously, Tristana can be strong in the early game and in the late parts. Just hold that thought.
Alone, he's on in the smoke cloud. He is not going to be able to get out of this one. The flash comes in. One more auto, and Yaharong will take him out. Not the cleanest kill, but they get the job done. As you can see, that steal actually is active early on in this game.
Yeah, very impressive, or important rather, start here for DFM after the jungle went so awry. It's just, I don't think a trade you want to take Dimitri is very far away. And this is the problem, of course, once you miss your engage like that, you're going to take a lot of that Lucian damage back. And Steel's up here.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, we don't have any flash now, and Steel is just making so much work happen. Not sure he's not going to be able to get this kill, though, as Evie not really able to set up for that one. We will have, the grass will come in there, and 5kid will go down and straight. Gets a little bit too close to the sun, and Udapon will easily scoop another kill. That's 2 kills now for the bottom lane of DFM.
And this is what I was talking about. You don't want to trade like that in this lane. If you don't actually have enough damage to secure the kill, the Lucian will, with his passive, trade back so much damage in the early game. He's hitting you repeatedly, and then suddenly, DFM's bot duo has kill pressure to push back onto you, and you can see that they just kind of got destroyed there. Before 5kid has his ultimate available, you're not going to be able to turn around like this. So going back to, of course, this earlier moment here, the vision around the bottom side of the map here is just Alone has nothing. They pinged it, but he has no idea. I mean, he's clearly just focused on the laning here. Yaharong's low mana, trying to get advantage there. And as you mentioned, it wasn't the cleanest kill here for Yaharong, but he gets it done in the end. And just notice how much abuse you're going to take with Samira Nautilus in a lane like this when you don't have the ability to hook, you don't have all-in pressure, you just die straight up.
Yeah, great play from Harp, just waits out the block. He's able to get the handshake in, and just very well played mechanically. They're able to get the 2v2, which is very nice to see. As
Evie is struggling up here after the early game. That's just how this matchup is going to go.
Yeah, note also that he went for Grasp here in this lane. A couple of technically melee champions, he should be able to proc it quite a lot, but it does mean that he doesn't have really like the Ignite that he can switch to with that Unseal spellbook we see very often. He doesn't have a smite for later on, stuff like that. So yeah, he's not able to help himself out a little bit in some of these skirmishes.
Honestly, even with the exhaust he could pick up against this composition could be so great into the Samira, into the Wukong. So a bit of a surprising pick. But either way, he's struggling in this laning phase. Isn't going to be able to get as much value out of it with how things have gone so far. And, Rift Herald is going to be the first team fight focused objective here for these two teams. Samira obviously going to be so strong in the early levels with the Wukong if they can hit 6 before that, and they're on track to do so. Tense moment here as the vision is shown. You can see there's just not a whole lot of it.
Yeah. Seemed like DFM pretty aware of what was going on down here in the bottom side. And so they will just back away from it. Don't want to get caught out. Seal has been very active in this game. I've been loving what he's been able to hold in the early game. As now Straight is taking a huge amount of free damage, and he's just going to die. Now 5kid doesn't have any way to save himself. So he already used that block, and that's just a double kill into the hands of Udapon. They are now stomping this bottom lane.
And this is, again, somewhat unforced errors here, unfortunately, for the bot duo for A's, and they've given so much power to Udapon now on a pick that is extremely powerful when fed like this, and it's not going to be, basically the laning phase is over for 5kid now. He is just never going to have kill pressure. He is just always going to be under threat. This is going to be a free dragon that comes as a bonus to these kills here on the bottom side. I think just a lack of respect to how much damage Udapon can put on with this Lucian pick in the early game is really the name of the game here. A's just disrespecting it quite a bit. As in terms of the top prio here, it is going to make it a little bit tougher for DFM to rotate over to take Rift Herald priority. They did take the Drake, but A's still, with the timing of the back here for Alone in the mid lane and their lack of control bottom side, just don't have enough control to start this one up early. There's a ward on this, so this is not a secret, and knows the rotations coming over. You see Harp on his way over here.
Yeah. I mean, teleport's coming out, like, they know this 100%. I think Dimitri's just hoping that maybe he can sneak this one away. But it's not really going to happen, as Lonely, you know, he does have some prio from the top side, so maybe he's banking on that as well. But as a team, you can see now DFM in position, ready to fight over this one. Dimitri all alone here, does have the flash, and he is just going to hop over the wall. But a little bit of a thank you for the leash, says DFM. You know, they will just eventually get the kill onto this one. Looks like the Smite not quite ready for steal, but it doesn't matter because they just take it away.
Yeah, and I think for A's, this is a moment where, you know, we as casters, we have the bird's eye view, we can see everything. It feels almost foolish to try to start this Rift Herald. But what other choices do they really have in a situation like this where they have some top prio, they want to try to utilize that? The bottom lane is over. Like, you didn't even have level 6 for this fight because 5kid was removed. He's not going to be able to Inferno trigger here and look for that powerful team fight with Wukong. So they do have to give this up when it's contested from DFM. And if DFM was a little bit slow on the drop, maybe you steal this way, maybe you get lucky. But, you know, obviously, from what we can see and what we know, it was not a game state where they could realistically take the Herald, but they tried to do something here with the steps that they have. Take risks when you're behind. You've got to do something with this top prio, but the lead that Lonely has is going to diminish here over time, and they're just not able to, unfortunately, utilize it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you can say is that 5kid was able to get some of that farm down on the bottom side, but he's Samira, you know, he was alone, he got a lot of solo XP while that was going on. Got one plate, but still very behind in this one, as DFM now clearing out some vision already, just hanging around the mid lane. It almost feels like they want to end this laning phase right now with the Rift Herald and say, okay, let's try to get a bunch of plates, you know, but not going to drop it down just yet in the mid lane, just trying to put on as much map pressure first.
Yeah, DFM has had so much control of vision. We talked about the 2 wards they had around the Dragon earlier. A's just didn't have any vision control there whatsoever. They were kind of walking through the river in the dark, and now DFM is just continuing to try to push deep wards through. They don't want there to be any mystery about where the support is, where the jungler is, while they're trying to push those advantages and get that Rift Herald drop for maximum value. Because as you mentioned, you could put it mid lane, you could put it bottom lane. You really have both options. Yudapon's in a position where he doesn't really need any help or extra gold because he's 3-0-1, and you know, he's just going to take this opportunity to take a free back. And DFM are just kind of coasting with this lead against a team composition of A's. Had they found success in this early game, had they not had that poor 2v2 twice on the bottom side of the map, they could be looking to contest vision and look for these objectives themselves. Now they just kind of have to sit back and hope for that, you know, Rumble scaling later team fights, wait for that Victor to come online, because it's not going to be the scrappy Inferno trigger Wukong ult fights in the mid game that they were hoping for.
Yeah, we did get that Massacre Mythic purchase out here from Udapon. He did get the Gale Force at 11 minutes into the game. So all of those kills and all that gold just being piled into him to pick up that early Mythic. Really enjoying himself in this one. As Dimitri, you can see he's looking for stuff. I mean, this is what the Wukong wants to do. But as I mentioned before, I mean, Yaharong Syndra, he can just take this at range. He never has to be in danger. He doesn't have to face check unless he has lane control. And he's never going to put himself into a position where a Victor with really no gank assist is ever going to be able to take him down.
So I want to point out something too here, Valdez, as in terms of Steel's build, we see this actually quite often in Korea, the Umbral Glaive start for Graves, and this is very common when your team has a lead, because you have the lethality stats, of course, that it gives you, and you can pick people off, you could be oppressive, you could be so aggressive around early team fights. It also means you get more vision control, and it makes it so difficult for A's who have no map control whatsoever to play the game or take any sort of objectives, or even look to control their own jungle.
Yeah. And this is a little bit of what we were expecting, you know, the follow-up to that early lead that DFM were able to pick up. They are going to drop it down to the bottom side just to make sure they get the first turret blood, and they will hand all of that gold over to Udapon as well. Very delicious.
And it also sets up for this Drake. The timing of this is perfect. Drake spawns in 15 seconds. It is going to be that Mountain Drake to be the second for them. They have complete prio. Notice the deep warding here, several control wards. And now they're just going to start putting the pressure on in the mid lane to guarantee prio here, taking more jungle camps away from Dimitri. Alone way far forward here.
Yeah, Scout of the Week misses, so he will survive. But, you know, it's one of those games where, yes, you're the victor, you can wave clear, but DFM are just going to look to put on as much pressure onto these turret plates early on as possible. They will take a second one, and they're grouped up for the Dragon, as you were talking about, looking to stack those Drakes.
Yeah, and you know that there's no flank coming because you killed the bottom turret. You have full control there. You have 2 control wards bottom of the pit, and to the left of the Drake pit, you were just there. You know everything. There's no unknowns here for DFM. And when you have a lead like this with a composition like what they're running, you can try to just continually fight and snowball with your Lucian pick, or you could just control the map and take every objective and force A's out of the game by kind of out-grinding the important objectives around the map, and that's going to be the safer way that DFM play this out.
Yeah, we do see Lonely. He picks up 2 plates in the top side. Heavy, you know, he's just hanging out. You know, he's enjoying his time. He's like, yeah, my team's doing really well. I'm Ornn. Let me just sit here and get some levels and try to survive. Doesn't matter that I'm that far behind. Whatever. You know, my team will be able to carry me through this one, and then I will give them items later on.
Yeah, exactly.
And just hang out.
Evie is basically a second shopkeeper who works for DFM in this game, and he is a long-range engage tool.
He's much more friendly than Boris, I find, actually.
Yeah.
Ornn is he's a really nice guy.
He's
very
friendly.
happy he's with us, yeah.
This could be, you know, this is again where the power of the Umbral Glaive comes in through here for Steel. He could push far forward like this and start to threaten dives on the turret. And they have, because of this Syndra pick, so much ability to actually, from long range, just look for an explosive pick if there's not some respect. And if A's respects you, you get a turret.
Oh, no. Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this, Lonely. He does have the ult coming in down onto Lonely. Lonely did already flash. The damage should be there, but not quite, actually. Evie not able to get that kill down as now the Wukong comes in. Dimitri able to take out one. The Berserk comes in, though, and they will be able to turn it onto Alone. He was a little bit out of position by himself in the river, so at least DFM are able to trade one back.
And they do trade one back, but again, it's on to the champion that is going to be fine, you know, in every case here. This is a bit overextended from Yaharong.
Yeah, nice little juke there from Dimitri as well, able to get out of the Scout of the Week. As now the depth chart does come in. Yaharong just had no idea that Dimitri had stuck around, and with a teleport and the guys coming up the river, he will be punished for his maneuver.
Yeah, that was very greedy from Yaharong, but based on what he had seen, he thought that A's were having a back timing there, and he was just going to try to get extra value on the top side. The reality is that he's picked and punished, and now this is second Rift Herald going over to A's here, so they're going to get a large amount of success from this, and there wasn't anything cross-map that DFM got while all that pressure was topside to kill Yaharong.
They really just love bullying Alones here, feels like, as we will have Gravity Field come down, and Harp will just have to back out of this one.
In terms of late game scaling, there is the effect that we're going to have with these 2 massive AP late game champions, the Rumble and the Victor, who can do so much damage later on. So those are the ones you want to bully. Those are the ones you don't want to let sit back and farm. I notice that is exactly what they have been doing, because they're going to be somewhat of an insurance policy here for A's. So DFM trying to punish them here as best as possible. Unfortunately, to limited success here through the mid game. And if a Victor just gets to sit back and farm like this, in terms of damage output later on, he will outdo Syndra in every scenario. So it's really going to be about good team fight setups here. This is Lonely, of course, the catch onto him, so to speak, but the turnaround was really nice. They just don't quite have enough damage here.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it, Lonely is pretty far ahead. He's got those 2 extra levels, so he's very survivable, actually. And, you know, the Lethality Graves, he missed his end of the line. There's a lot of damage that he just wasn't able to put into Lonely. So with the flash, he's able to survive for so long. And it's not exactly what you would expect when he literally face checks the brush.
And yeah, and knows the vision here as well. Yaharong does check once here on bottom brush with this ward, but doesn't catch Dimitri. And as you mentioned, the sidestep is good. Yaharong is punished, leads to second Rift Herald. These are the types of small mistakes that could actually cost you a game like this, because your composition's late game isn't as clean per se. Like, yes, you have the ornaments, but will that actually make a Syndra as strong as a Victor? No, not actually. Especially when she's got, you know, the Everfrost build that she's going with here. That upgrade isn't going to be as significant, whereas Alone has Illudence. It is going to be building some magic pen later on, so there are serious concerns here for DFM. The lead is big, but it's not we're not a secure DFM right now.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, if you consider that eventually we might see a couple of Zhonyas, we have already a collector here for the Lucian, who is very far ahead, so I can understand it. But you also have the Graves that's going lethality, so, you know, some of these builds not really going to scale too well, and we will have to see if A's can take advantage of that. You see, they are setting up here for the Cloud Drake. And this is going to be a curious fight because A's still behind in this one.
Yeah, they still are. And this is
they take a fight?
If they win this fight, this is a massive turning point for them because all of that extra gold will really empower these scaling AP champions. I think use your Rift Tail to try to set up a fight, but you don't need to force anything here. DFM, they cannot just simply give this up, though. They need to continue that momentum, set up for Soul Point here with this Cloud Drake. This is going to be, I mean, this game is really teetering on the edge. And if A's win this fight convincingly, DFM are in big trouble.
You can see the TP's coming in right in front of all of A's. So Evie says hello on the Ornn. He's looking to get on in here with his chem tank. As Shirley's now popped. That's a couple of items now that are going to be going down, and nobody will commit to the fight just yet.
Yep, and Evie's ultimate here is so critical when they do want to engage in those positioning here. It's a nice spread for A's.
Red carpet is down. They're trying to make room, and the smite comes down from the side of Dimitri. He's able to get that one, and DFM saying, nope. We're not going to commit over the Rumble Equalizer. You can have the one Cloud Dream.
Yeah, that was a really patient game from both teams here. DFM going to try to turn this into a turret because they were grouped up for an objective they didn't fight for. But Alone has great wave clear here. Teammates are on the way back, and I don't know if they're actually going to be able to fully commit to this turret. Remember also, Lonely, it does have a flank angle here. They get the turret and back out immediately. Not going to look for anything further. But again, DFM, the crisis management of that Rift Herald drop and still contesting the Drake was good, but weren't able to set up for a fight, and you could start to see the composition waning significantly here, you know, as we press the 20-minute mark. And it's not a one game by any means. The 2,000 gold lead isn't going to be as significant in 5-10 minutes from now as it is now.
So you see Ace pretty confidently just pushing up through mid. Taking a look at some of the items, we actually do have Yaharong building towards that Void Staff. So far, we have a couple of Merc Treads, but nobody else is building any kind of magic resist. And, you know, I suppose Straight will be having some of that magic resist as the game does come along. But already with the Sork Pen boots, I wouldn't have even minded going for something like a Shadow Flame, something that could do a little bit more upfront damage, especially at this point in the game.
Yeah, the Dark Seal as well feels pretty optimistic. I mean, you're trying to get the most gold-efficient AP as you can right now if you're the Syndra here because, you know, you're not in a position where the leads that your team had early on a Lucian bottom haven't translated to you being able to get ahead. They've tried several times to kill Alone. He has died twice, but it didn't lead to Syndra picking up a lot of gold, being very impressive on the map. So even with the Umbral Glaive and the deep vision that DFM has set up, I feel like A's has really weathered the storm extremely well this game. You can see the gold lead here has stayed relatively the same for DFM across this game. They need to use this to get more permanent advantages, like a Baron if they could fight for that, or a Soul Point. They failed to do that last time. They give a second Cloud Drake over to A's here, and then we're really starting to worry for DFM. We're like, okay, there's a possibility this game could go awry. Now we're starting to almost predict it if things don't change soon.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see Evie coming around the back, maybe thinking about setting something up onto Lonely. As the teleport will come in here and Lonely will be knocked up. That might just be enough to set up the kill as the red carpet does come down and even a flash comes out of Lonely, but that is not going to be enough. So nice kill set up there from DFM.
Yeah, I think a bit of a puzzling flash there. Really nice set play knowing that Yaharong is going to be able to follow up CC here with the teleport that he has available. Really nice grab here. And these are the types of plays DFM have to be looking for. They have to be punishing. They cannot let Lonely just sit in the side lane and farm. He's got his Shadow Flame online. He is a force to be reckoned with in a 5v5. That's not where you want to face the Rumble when he's behind, you know, the front line and he's just setting up that damage. You want to isolate him, take him out, kill him, prevent him from farming. And they're successful at doing that this time.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. As you see DFM, you know, they weren't worried about any kind of Baron rush from the side of A's. Still too early on. You have a Samira on their side, and it's not quite enough damage to rush it down or anything like that, especially from behind in the gold where they're at here. As see both teams still hanging around. I mean, they both know that they got to set up for this Baron. They got to do something around this. But, yeah, I mean, the clock is ticking.
Lonely lost his flash in that last exchange. It's not too significant, but I appreciate that in this kind of game of chicken around Baron right now where DFM have vision. He just immediately straight up walks bottom lane and is starting the side lane. And you can see some good macro plays here from this Korean top laner coming through. He's trying to find cross-map plays. He knows he's calling DFM's bluff, basically. I have teleport. I've got my ultimate. I can come back in. Now DFM are actually going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and you consider this team, they have excellent turn. You have the Berserk,
no vision.
You have the Ornhorn, you have the Syndra with the Scout of the Week. They have so many ways with their lead to turn onto this one, but A's, they don't have vision. They're not comfortable to go in. They don't see it happening on time, and that will just be the free Baron given over to DFM.
You can see they were definitely aware of it, but there's just no recourse when you don't have vision. And like you said, the turn is so amazing. It's lethality Graves. The items advantage that DFM still currently hold is still relevant right now. And so, you know, they do push that bottom wave out, but don't get any permanent damage. Not able to take out an inner turret, start to threaten inhibitors. And had they been able to get vision or wrestle for control there, he did have the teleport. It doesn't happen. Now, DFM need to use this Baron to get permanent damage themselves, try to take out an inhibitor, and further control their map, or further their control of the map, I should say.
Curious to see what DFM will do with this buff. Yaharong finally going to get his revenge up on the top side of the map. Not going to die this time. Will, in fact, take out the turret with his own Baron buff. That is the Red Bull Baron power play, by the way, that DFM are utilizing here in this one. And A's, they say, well, there's going to be a Constellation Cloud Drake. Let's take that one. But it feels like the bleeding has finally began to set in here as DFM are really laying into them and taking as much of the map as possible.
Yeah, Notice alone is pushing bottom, and so every time DFM group up to try to take these turrets out, they haven't been able to actually really do it very quickly, and so there are trade-offs here, you know? Again, that late-game victory is becoming more and more relevant. Every second he gets to spend in the side lane, they will get this turret, but it comes at a price.
Yeah, second turret does come down here, and DFM at a very strong point in the game. You know, the Syzygy even completed here for Steel, the upgrade of the Eclipse. Just a very strong Graves in this one and can really chunk anybody on the side of Team A's. Nobody's really built too much armor. You see a couple of plated steel caps, and that's about it. You know, Nautilus is taking a couple of pieces, but everybody has to get damage, everybody else, I should say. And so we're foregoing Zhonya, stuff like this, but that just means that Yutapon and Seal are going to just be chunking people out.
They absolutely will. Hey, look at the position here for Evie is so good.
The Flash Berserk gonna get 3 of them, and Evie is just tanking everything up. Everybody else on the side of Team A is just trying to survive as they will turn this one onto Lonely. He is going to go down, and the culling is safe for now. And there's the chunk damage that comes in. Nearly everybody on the side of Team A's will be taken out. That is, in fact, going to be the ace and the teleport into the mid lane as DFM will look to take down game number 1 for them.
I really like the pivot in the draft here for A's, trying to get some late game scaling. They knew their win condition. They were avoiding these types of fights, but eventually you will have to face the music. Setup here is very poor going to this fight. Evie has a nice angle, is able to get those knockups through. 1-1 team fight and a wipe at this stage of the game with the items that DFM have, and as you say, it's a teleport to mid to end the game.
That's just going to do it with the Baron. It should be enough. We do have Dimitri trying to make one final play, but a little bit sad at the end there. Straight says, well, how about me? Maybe I can get something going, but it is not going to happen. Big thumbs up from Evie. As Detonate's Focus Me will take down their first game here in Group A, now sitting at 1-0.
There were some shaky moments through the mid-game for DFM where it looked like, okay, they're not utilizing their lead as well as they could have, but the early game was oppressive. Remember, this is with a really rough start for Steel in the jungle, and they still were able to, through the 2v2s in the bottom side of the map, this Lucian pick, once again, really rearing its head in what can lead to such a nice tempo advantage. We saw the Emerald Glaives come out, their vision control was great, and despite some great farming there for those champions, the Rumble and the Victor, that were hoping to go to a 35-minute, 40-minute game maybe and be relevant later, eventually they did have to face the music. They did have to look for that team fight. And they were caught out of position completely there, and the game ends. DFM definitely looking to be the stronger team here. I think it was pretty clear, pretty cut and dry in terms of their understanding of how to control from an early lead.
Yeah, pretty good showing from them. I think, you know, perhaps a little bit sleepy to start it off, but a very strong finish, as you did put it. So pretty good to see from Detonation Focus Me as well. So pretty fun game number 2. Of course, not going to be the end of what we do have for our casting. A very exciting follow-up game that we will be having here. Wolf, what do you think about G2 versus Order?
I am pretty excited for it. I think most people are favoring G2 going into that one, but I'm really excited for it. I finally get to cast G2 for the first time, so that's big hype for me. Before we jump to that, I guess there's another time where I'm like, okay, another Wukong loss. People may be judging it. They're like, oh, Wukong 0-2 so far. Still think is very strong. Let's still not judge it just yet. I'm gonna continue saying that until it starts winning, okay?
Yeah, you might be waiting a bit, but we'll have to wait and see. Guys, we're turning our attention towards Group C as the MSI 2019 champions G2 Esports take to the stage alongside LCO newcomers Order. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Worst out of me comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me. I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Cause ever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all part. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all part. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where DFM continue their strong showing on the international stage, taking down the LLA's Team Ace. I think the game went pretty much to expectation. The early game from DFM, definitely very dominant, but I think sneaking away their Baron, I think just showing a greater understanding of the rifts.
It's kind of just DFM, you know, if you allow them to take these chances, they will just take them. Worst case scenarios will be that they'll just back off. And yeah, I think you're completely right when saying that this game did go as to expectations. Once again, Team Ace have a very slow play style, and their lanes were never really facilitated. And when your bot lane just gets run over by Utapon, who had a stellar performance on Delusion, it's really difficult to play the game.
Jet, I'm trying to think. We were trying to, you're really trying to help us understand teams that play for Herald or play for Dragon, and DFM just get everything.
They just got both. So if you are really good compared to the other team, especially with like an early game team composition, you can just get both.
Right.
And it's way better to get both, obviously. It's like cake, eating it. Both good.
And First Blood, and First Tower.
Surprisingly sweaty game for DFM, though. Like, we'll look at this. They got first Drake, first Herald. They got a Baron at, what, like 24 minutes. They won at like 27. So you think they stomped them. I think they were actually very close to losing this game.
Okay, give me a second before we get to that. Let's quickly announce the OP player of the game. It was DFM's veteran Utapon playing that Lucian. I think from the very early plays in terms of both picking up the kills and then moving that pressure around, it felt to me like the game was kind of over by 12 minutes, and that's when we're going to start building some of the sweatiness.
You know, the average of Detonation focused me of getting ahead with 3k gold by 14. They were 3k ahead by 14 minutes once again, and a large amount of that lead came from this bot lane. And I think the fact that the bot lane was getting ahead against 5kid, who in the LLA playoffs had been one of the reasons they were dominant, really just put this Team Ace even further behind. You know, he's so used 5kid to be playing the Sire, but Utapon and Delusion just completely shut him down, and he never really got to play the game.
Absolutely. Just such a great performance by DFM's bottom lane. And then I also think, even though you don't see it in combat power, the Umbral Blade of Graves jungle gave them incredible vision control, which is why they were able to sneak that Baron.
They were indeed. Now, of course, there was that Dragon, I think the second or third, and when we bring up the PGB, the post-game breakdown, I do want to ask Jet, like, just how much of a chance you gave Team A's, because they were able to pick up, I think it was the third Dragon, they stalled things out, and that's exactly what the team comp wanted.
I mean, the Baron sneak is where the game turned, because I think A's, you saw actually the third Dragon fight is where you realized it was going to be close, because DFM couldn't actually get position and they couldn't retake ground, and then as fourth Dragon was coming up, A's over-prioritized and DFM got it. But what I want to point the attention to, Wolf was talking about this on the desk, and the Wukong, I actually don't want to see teams pick Graves and Lucian into Wukong. I think if this game got late, that would have been extremely dangerous, because Wukong can invisibly get on top of them and then has a high amount of armor to be able to take them down. They snowballed the game and they were able to get away with it, but that's I think, one of the reasons we're seeing more Wukong.
I'll give you the other end of the coin. Don't first pick Wukong if you won't have lanes that can get ahead by themselves, because Wukong needs that level 6 as well to really get through with it. And, you know, 5kid down towards the bottom lane, they once again, they just got completely stumped. But I also think the other side of the coin in that team composition was that the Samira pick was good. It was into the Yawn, you know, coming through that can block the ultimate. We saw it at the Drake fight. I think it was the third Drake where they finally stopped the Drake fighting. And at that point, I actually felt like, you know what, Team Ace, maybe despite being 3k gold down, they will be able to hold on and take it in the later stages of the team fight. But to bring it back to Jet's point as well, DFM, they were too clever. They just said, we dropped the Drakes, now we just play the map, and now you're losing.
DFM just straight up outplayed them. Like, I think the draft advantage was actually in the favor of Team A's pretty heavily if we're getting to 5v5 team fights, but the lanes were the first thing that went heavily in DFM's favor. And then also just better map play post 20 minutes.
I mean,
it ended up being like, credit to DFM, they played well.
Hop in particular on that Renata, every single handshake was impactful. Every single one, timing it particularly well, comboing with the team. And I mean, that's why that laning phase went the way that it did. I briefly want to talk about the fact that 2 out of the 10 champions we saw in Game 2 appeared in Game 1, the Wukong and Lucian, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty significant differences. I do think the fact that we're seeing that Wukong 2 games in a row, Wolf was talking about, you were mentioning it, like Wukong, Wolf's a little bit like, wait for better players to play it. I think it's the summer.
You know where I heard that before? I was at Worlds Play-ins watching a Mumu get picked again and again and again and again in the support role. So you can give me this, but I'll be looking at the gameplay for now and then do...
I'm interested to see whether this is going to be scrim bubbles or whether this is going to be the group stage meta. It's way too early to tell, but I do think, you know, the fact that we are seeing significant difference between games, so now we're going to move on to a different group as well. It will be interesting to track how that plays out. We are a couple minutes delayed as we're getting set up for the next group. It's going to be G2 taking on Order. They are back at MSI after 3 years, and of course they won in 2019 with Caps and Yankos still at the helm. Let's start to talk a little bit about G2. It's a brand new look for them, a rebuild after a failed 2021. Broken Blade, Flackett, and Targamas have now joined the veterans and the old names of Yankos and Caps.
Yeah, I think it also just gives them a new style. They still have the same versatility, new players. You know, they came in with a very topside heavy focus in the regular season. Moving on towards the playoffs, the players finally started gelling together. They also started playing easier teamfight composition, but I think that really facilitated the style that Flackett has, which is be a hyper carry in the late game. It allowed Targamas to excel in what he's best at, making moves on the map. So I think the triple men of just Targamas, Yankos, and Caps linking up on the map, creating pressure, was really what made this team so difficult to play against.
I think as well the development from G2, and this will be a story you'll hear a lot with, especially with EG as well as Order and G2. All three teams, surprisingly, all three teams fourth in their region, all three teams making that lower bracket run. And when we see those Ornn clips, you know, in this replay package, I do think Broken Blade is a player that surprised me the most when we went from regular season to playoffs. He was that carry, the damage dealer, and then he started playing those team fighting champs in playoffs.
Yeah, Broken Blade impressed me a lot, and I think it's one of the big things that led to their change in playstyle and approach in playoffs. And this is going to be a story for all of the teams in this group, as we've already mentioned, since they all did struggle in the regular season. For G2, that was an 11-7 record, which was good enough for 4th place. Then they lost a best-of-5 to get knocked down in the loser's bracket. Then they didn't just start playing better, but they almost just changed the way they played the game.
Revamped themselves completely.
They threw out the book. Part of that is Ornn. Broken Blade's always been a strong laner, but this was a champion that could be a strong laner, ends up being a strong team fighter. I mean, every time you describe Ornn, he actually sounds really good.
At this level of play, he is.
Yeah, but if Broken Blade can do well in lane with it, then you can actually let Caps and Yankos run the show, play more of a team fighting style. And this is one of the most interesting teams to me at MSI here, because I'm going to be doing this thing where I'm tracking like first Dragon teams or first Herald teams. And I think this is an overgeneralization, but the teams that play on slim margins go for first Herald. It's more punishing, because if you get a 2,000 gold lead, lose a fight at 20 minutes, suddenly you're down 2 Drakes, and the gold is even, and the Dragon Soul is no longer a win condition. G2 was prioritizing first Herald in the regular season, but then actually just switched to team fighting Drake control. So it's actually more mistake allowable in that sense, but you can just rely on strong team fighting and Yankos initiating, pulling the trigger on stuff like Jarvan and Ornn. That's a great picture, and I think that's how he felt when he won the title. But
yeah,
what do you think
100%. And it also goes down to the fact that a lot of teams in EU, at least with LEC, was really trying to make the Twisted Fate work, and they tried to play the open map. And yeah, I mean, you saw it. It really didn't work out.
Now, let's move on to their opponents, because again, Order find themselves in a position where they are once again the underdogs in the group. I think last year, Pentanet surprised a little bit with their performance, but between last year and this year, I think it is fair to say that the LCO has been gutted, shall we say. A number of players going over both to LCS, to ERLs. I mean, ERLs, Order, and the LCO's performance, Jack, like, what are your expectations when we see them in this group?
Yeah, we asked the question during the pre-show of, like, can they do what Pentanet did, which was make it to the Rumble stage? I think that would be unrealistic to expect that yearly, when a lot of the best players from this region will go to NA Academy or will go to the ERLs. But that doesn't mean that they don't have a chance. This team in particular did have a very scrappy run through the playoffs. Look to Kevy, their jungler, to try and play carry junglers. I hope we see Eve. Likely we'll just see Eve in the ban pool, because they actually said they have not lost a scrim or a game with Eve this year. But we'll see if G2 respects.
And this is also a region that had Cillian as the in playoffs at the third most pick and ban champion, because it's like, well, we're fighting, we get to revive you, you can fight even longer, this is great. So this is a team that gets very scrappy, and a region that gets very scrappy, specifically around these objectives that we've already talked about. They are more a Drake reliant team than a Herald reliant.
Well, I'm very excited that G2 has experience against scrappy teams, because Hylissang Zilean was played like it was freaking Pyke.
Is in the mid lane this time.
I'm aware of that, but it's the experience. I do want to touch on the fact, as you can see, Order setting up on stage in Busan. One of the players that does stand out when you do think of Order, when you think of the LCO's BioPanther, this is a guy that's made it to, you know, Worlds with 3 different teams. While he's not, let's say, the danger player for the squad, the captain, the most experienced, he's definitely an impactful voice, and this is a guy that once again is making it to an international stage at MSI.
Yeah, impressive that he's made it back so many times with 3 different teams. But for this tournament, I'm expecting him to be tank man.
Right.
Ornn, Sion, if they need... So listen, there's like all these fancy ways you can play League of Legends, right? Like, let's split push, let's play Twisted Fate, let's make sure we're like doing these cool turret dives. Or you play 2 lanes, which very quickly becomes 1 lane. You take your tank through the mid lane, you put him in the bush, and you move.
It's called KISS, right? Have you heard the analogy? Vedis taught him KISS.
What?
Keep it simple.
Stupid.
Fault was stupid.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean,
Keep it simple, son.
Simplify the game plan, simplify the approach, right?
And this is kind of what I think Order can do. Unfortunately, it's kind of what G2 did in the playoffs as well.
So that's the thing, right? The way I look at Order is the fact that they do the same as G2. But G2 does it better. And I think for Order, they'll really have a tough task, you know, moving forward, coming up here as well. Because once again, they're really aggressive on the objectives on both teams. And I think on the rotation perspective as well, Order is a little lackluster in terms of what they usually do. But I mean, we can see the stats behind us as well, okay?
Yeah.
And I love the fact you take a look, okay, first straight for G2 Esports in soul percentage. The same goes for Order. You take a look at the Herald, they're both 4th. And the thing is, these teams were really similar in regular season as well, in the fact that these stats weren't looking like that. In regular season, Order and G2 had the 3rd first streak, and their soul percentage was 23%. This time around, G2 opted with 23%, which is absolutely incredible. So once again, Herald, less of a priority. I'm expecting a lot of bot side priority around this streak.
Yeah, and let's remember the way this group is structured as well, because there are only 3 teams in it. G2 is going to play Order 4 times, right?
I love this.
Like,
I love this.
Okay, I did this during rehearsal, but like, I like a visual representation of like a 20-80 matchup, right? It's not that Order can't beat G2, but like I am very bad at flipping this. Like Pentanet flipped this really well last year.
Oh,
like
no, okay.
They were able.
So they're gonna lose to G2 the first time.
Just because you can do it once doesn't mean you're gonna be able to do it again. So like,
yeah, but you got to do it once.
And Jed here is saying they can't even do it once.
Nope. Doesn't. So that's 2. There's 4 games played. The 3rd one, right? You need to do
they
one
play
more.
4 times.
You need to do one more to represent all 4. There you go. So the prediction here, according to the ball, is 1 and 3.
They're gonna win one of these games. It doesn't need to be this one.
I do need to expand on this a moment. We do have a small delay as the teams are setting up on stage. Well, no, you can't. Well, when we get to Order versus EG, we'll do it again. What I will ask is, a production are going to be working on just pulling up the group standings or the group's graphics for us for a moment, because I do want to expand this out for a touch and just talk about the fact that in this group, NA, EU, LCO, right, all English broadcast regions, all ones that we're very familiar with, we'll spend a lot of time not only talking about and seeing, but all 3 teams also very happy with the draw. So while we anticipate that Order will place 3rd, they can be the difference maker. They can surprise, and you cannot write them off. You know, you cannot underestimate them.
I mean, even in a best-of-1 scenario, I think you take a team like EG as well, for example. Even the early game sometimes can be a bit sloppy, the late game very good, but the same can be said for G2 as well in playoffs when they're going up against the likes of Vitality. You know, they were so close to dropping games. We saw it against Misfits as well in the regular season. Best-of-1s really does matter a lot in terms of making, you know, really finding your footing on the day. And for Order specifically, you're really counting on both your own skill, but also on your luck as well coming into these games a little bit, because it's no surprise that this is the team that kind of is on the back foot, and this is the team that will have to step up. I think at times and at their best, they do have tools to it, like when they sometimes play for Puma. He plays a lot of Vayne. You have Celine in the mid lane. Like when you have a lot of these things that can go well for you, maybe you have these chances that can come through, but I have to reiterate, once again, they are the underdog, G2 are the favorites, and it is going to be a difficult game.
I mean, Caps Yankos, they won MSI in 2019.
Yes.
Do you guys subscribe to the Caps crowd buff?
Yes.
I think it's a real thing.
I think so too. I think so too. When you look at playoffs, when you think of the finals weekend in particular, the 3-0, and Claps returning to stage after challenging last year, shall we say, you know, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Caps and Jensen are different players, but I think they share one trait where it's...
They're Danish.
Okay, they share multiple traits, but the one I'm going to talk about is as such. It's that I think because they've played for so long, they need motivators to hit peak performance. If you apply too much stress, that can be bad. But most of the time, like, I don't think you'll find someone who's like, oh yeah, Caps, this guy's really focused in scrims. Like, no one has ever said that about Caps or Jensen. So it's when he's playing in front of a crowd, I think it brings a higher level of focus for him where you're able to see him play to his peak. And that's part of, I think, why G2 was able to make that 12-0 losers bracket run as soon as they were back in front of a crowd. And again, you're returning to MSI stage. It's the highest visibility with the crowd that he would have experienced since the last MSI, really. So, and Worlds back in 2019. So I think I'm expecting really big things out of Caps this tournament.
And I guess even like viewers will probably be like, oh, what about Flackett and Takamas then? They came from the RLs. They probably doesn't have that too much of experience. But don't forget, Takamas came from K-Corp, right? They've played in front of multiple crowds as well, who's really been there as well. Same for Flackett as well. He played in the LVP, multiple fans and big crowds as well. And honestly, from the side of LCO, they haven't had too many events. They've played online. They actually haven't been on this footing before. For them, for some of these players, that will be the first time they're playing in front of a crowd. And you have to rely on experience like BioPanther as well, who is the veteran, who's been to Worlds multiple times. Because don't forget, 4 of these players from Order have never been to an international.
And of course, some of the things that'll then be the inverse of that, right? While we anticipate some of these experienced players, the seasoned ones, the ones with a lot of titles under their belt, to kind of step up, now the pressure is going to be on these younger players, these newer players. Targamas, yes, I acknowledge the fact, right? But when you look at an LCK, a Korean fan base, and G2 is sitting there who have a pretty good record against LCK teams in recent years, you know, especially looking back to Caps Perks era, that does, you know, play a small factor. We're going to have to see what they're doing. The players are just starting to set up, so hopefully we should get to draft soon. But again, at least for Order, the underdogs, the unexpected, I mean, how can they surprise? How much of a thorn in their side can they be?
It's possible. I think they can be a small thorn.
Yes.
I also don't think that G2 will be struggling to move on from this group.
Yes.
The top 2 of 3 make it through. So a lot of this is just about getting settled and learning the meta for when they move into the Rumble stage. I got a fun fact, though.
Shoot.
G2's all-time record at international events. Do you know what this is?
No.
GB? 57-57. This can give them the winning record at international events. They started bad. Remember the first MSI?
Oh,
that was the
I do
vacation.
indeed. I remember it particularly. Yep.
I was a fan just trashing them on social media back then. So I remember.
I will say
That's
as well,
what you do.
This is an organization that does go to Game 5s very regularly.
Yeah.
I also want to mention one thing. We've not talked a huge amount about EG, who G2 will be playing in the next game, right? They're playing back-to-back. In particular, JoJo versus Caps. That is not only a matchup that I'm excited to see 4 times, I cannot wait to see the social media game from both organizations and players, because there has already been spicy trash talk, and the fact that JoJo gets to watch Caps now, has already watched a couple games, and now gets to prep for what G2 are doing in the next match, it is also very interesting to try to ideate how do these teams adapt to the fact they're playing multiple games in a day.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well that for G2, they're one of the teams that will be having this back-to-back as well. Go on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting the cue. We're almost ready. Okay. We're almost ready. We have a little bit of time for some final thoughts, and I'm going to ask for a prediction here as well.
Okay, first off, social media games. This is really unfair.
Yeah.
It is noon in Berlin right now.
Yes.
It's 3 a.m. Pacific time in LA, and it's 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. for Melbourne, like in Australia.
Same
so,
EU
like,
high while NA is sleeping.
I'm just saying, Order and G2 have like a massive social media advantage based on the timing of the event.
The excuses here already.
Yeah.
Just pulling out the QQ here because we have some EU time
It's an upvote, downvote system. Like if people are awake, then all you're going to see is positive Europe stuff.
Gentlemen, I would like to get some predictions here. Let's talk about who's going to win this game and why. Jack, you get to go first.
I think G2 is going to win.
You're so
think
biased.
They're going to. I think they're going to actually fight every dragon, and I think they're going to win those fights and probably win in under 30 minutes.
I agree, and I think the only reason where Order really come ahead is where they get a lead, where the bot lane fumbles a little bit, and because of this, they can start sacking these objectives around the Drake, but I just don't see G2 falter like that.
All right, well, I hear that we are just a couple moments away from draft. We'll see if Order from Down Under can tear G2 asunder, but one need not wonder if the EU champions have the hunger.
That was a blunder.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys on the desk, for that wonderful one. We are getting into this one. I would agree. I think that G2 have the massive advantage. Poor NA. Always seemingly sleeping or, otherwise. We'll see if they wake up a little bit later on in this tournament. But, yeah, what are your expectations coming into this one? I asked you a little bit before, but
I think
what are your thoughts?
The frustration for every time we have one of these LCO teams coming in is that I think their biggest strength in a group stage like this is that they play very differently to most of the major regions, right? They have their own style, they have their own picks, and that can catch a team off guard in the best of one, maybe once, as the Jet, water bottle prophecy may tell the tale of this team. Because you could play the Zed we saw last year, right? You could have those fun games. You could play Misfortune when no one else is playing it. But then you may find yourself in a position where after you've done that once or twice in a round robin with only 3 teams, you become very predictable, and those surprises no longer really have high value. And that is my concern for Order going into this extended round robin with a 3-team group.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but, you know, again, anything, I suppose, is possible. I really liked their point talking about, you know, a bit of stage experience, right? I think that Order is going to have to come in here and, I mean, everybody's getting on a flight over to Busan, both these teams are at least, and I think that G2, they've been on a stage like this many times before. I think they have the more veteran lineup. They definitely do on paper. And I think they should be able to handle it, especially in game number 1, a bit better. And I wouldn't be even surprised if we get another, you know, 25-minute game, just like they were saying. We've already had a couple of quick ones. And we'll see if it gets mixed up a little bit, but definitely seeming to be the overall thoughts from all of us here on the desk.
I do like something that was discussed on the desk as well about the biggest winner of this match, actually, I think, is EG, because they will be able to see what these 2 teams read on the meta is. They're kind of like the 3rd team in this best of 1, in fact. So that's very cool for them. And I think G2, like you said, the stage experience that especially Caps has, and Jankos as well, is going to really play big into this one. BioPanther has his own experience, of course. He's played in international events across 3 different teams right now. So, you know, in a lot of ways, he's kind of the leader for this squad. As we are finally now getting into pick and bans here. Let's see where the Lucian priority is this game around, because we've seen it so heavily picked up early on in the draft.
Or how about that Wukong that you guys have been going back and forth on a little bit? Maybe Jankos might want to pick that one up if it doesn't get first picked this time around. Very curious to see where that pick will go as the day comes along. There's the Lucian Prio. Does get banned away on blue side even, so Order not looking to first pick that one.
Yeah, and we see also Kevy's Graves is taken away. He's played a ton of Hecarim, but definitely fallen out of the meta big time, and we've seen Graves so popular today already is going to be removed. Ari, permaban, no Twisted Fate, no LeBlanc has also been a consistent theme here. See what the first pick priority is going to be for Order, as the Diana is also taken away. Another one of Kevy's favorite picks here in the meta.
As, yeah, Kale, not going to be the pick. Aphelios, one of the remnants of the old AD carry meta, might be seeing him for the first time today. Nope, it's just going to be Karthus first pick. Okay, yeah, totally normal.
This is the curveball style that you know, I was saying Order in their first few games will be able to toss these curveballs. It's very face-up in this draft, though, so G2 will have a lot of time to react to this, of course. But I think this style of drafting is something to expect for their games today, as we'll see what the response is going to be here. I don't think G2 expected the first pick, Karthus. Looks like they're going to try to lock jungle up early.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like the jungle pool is very healthy. You could go Lee Sin, you can go even Wukong, right? The Viego is going to be the pick here, and you're going to want to put some pressure onto that Karthus pick, as Elise is going to be hovered here, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think I was actually locked in. It looked like it was for a second there on our UI. I was like, oh, support Elise, I guess maybe. That'll be interesting. But no, will be the Aphelios coming through, and they're going to give the Elise hover back. Now, this is the Evelyn pick that was being discussed on the desk. You know, looking back at the stats, was banned almost every single game that Order played against, because Kevy's Evelyn is so good. You very rarely get the opportunity to, in fact, see it. But I don't think it's going to be locked in this case. The Misfortune is Puma's most picked in playoffs, and he will lock that one again. This is, again, if you watch LCO, these are the kind of things you expect to see. I'll pair it with the Leona here, it looks like. With the Aphelios coming across here, we are going to, for the first time today, see a late-game scaling AD carry in front-to-back team fights at work. So this game already is very different in terms of how it's going to look. We might actually have a game that crests the 30-minute mark here.
Imagine that. Don't get your hopes up, though. We'll have to wait and see on that one, Wolf. As just removing about 7 items from Caps' desk as he can get into the game. Bard did receive...
We're just troll hovering right
He did receive some buffs, but yeah, not going to happen. Braum is going to be coming in here. Obviously can throw the door up, block a lot of the damage from the Misfortune, especially if the Aphelios gets into a rough spot. So yeah, very safe, very scaling, just trying to get through the early game, not trying to skirmish too much in that lane. And yeah, I don't mind it from G2. Must feel like the favorites themselves.
So because Karthus has a great clear time, obviously, and can be very powerful in terms of scaling, his impact globally is very important. The said ban here, not a shocker.
Yeah.
But going to on that kind of note is, if Caps gets a champion that can have set up CC for Viego, whatever Kasei ends up playing here in the mid lane is going to be so difficult to play, because in the early parts of it, he will not have Kevy's help, you know, and when you have a Viego who can set up a stun for a mid laner who can then CC chain that together, Caps will have so much agency, whereas later on, obviously, the Karthus who's going to farm the jungle very well will have a strong impact. So I think the focus on the mid lane could have been an option here for Order in the second ban phase, but they take the Gangplank away instead.
Yeah, something to note with the Karthus, you really love him as the only AP kind of carry on your team. So I love the bans here from the side of G2. They want to take a lot of, you know, we already see the Graves taken away. We already see the Lucian. It's a lot of these high tier 80 picks already taken off the board. They're going to go ahead and take away 2 more from Kasei with the Aurelia and the Zed. And that means he might need to dig a little bit deeper into his champion pool, something AD, to help Karthus just be able to be the only magic damage dealer on his team.
It's a really good call. And Zoe is some of that CC I was talking about, the setup for Viego, the burst damage she has and the pick potential against a jungler that is not very survivable, against a Misfortune that, you know, is not going to be helped with the composition just yet at surviving and avoiding these bubbles. You know, the Leona feels a bit of a kind of an awkward pick with the composition they've put together so far. Very strong for 2v2s, but in terms of moving around the map, can be very difficult. And I really like the Zoe pick for it. And there's the AD option they're going to go here with the Yone in the mid lane for Kasei.
Yeah, you know, we were asked what statues we wanted to put here on the desk for our first cast, the LEC studio. We went with Yasuo. You know, maybe we should have looked at that Yone, but that's neither here nor there. As we are going to see Nasus hovered at the end here, but you know, it has been chosen, I believe, by this team at least once in the support role.
Lots of fun hovers in this first game between these two.
Yes.
The Aatrox actually goes so well with this draft, though, I think, for Order here, because they can win mid-game fights so extremely well. If they can control that part of the game, then the late-game Karthus comes through. He's going to have that ultimate that's going to hit the entire team. Scrappy fights around Rift Herald, second, third Drake fights, where Order can really hit big spikes. The Fiora response here for Broken Blade, definitely a really exciting one, because it does give G2 opportunities to slow the game down in the later parts. The side laning he can put off is going to be so frustrating to deal with here. And getting into if he runs into the Karthus just can't compete. He doesn't have any tank stats really, so he can't really make an impact to help out. Whereas Jankos has so much agency in both top and mid lanes here with the Zoe and the Fiora. So the early game is going to be so difficult here for Order outside of 5v5 team fights. But in the laning phase, I think G2 has such a massive advantage.
I would totally agree. I'm very glad that you put a lot of focus onto that jungle matchup, because, you know, it was very face up from Order. They're like, no, we're just going to, you know, Kevy's just going to farm. He's just going to sit there on the Karthus and hopefully he can make the late game. And then they're like, well, Jankos, maybe he just gets to rule the Rift on the Viego and we don't get to see any of that scaling at all. So very curious to see how this game is going to come through with that in mind.
Yeah, I definitely favor G2's draft here, but explosive team fights and some of those mid-game skirmishes is going to be the name of the game for Order. It's going to be how they have to win this, and it's going to be about execution. Again, nerves clearly don't seem to be an issue for Order with those hovers we were seeing. It feels like definitely channeling a little bit of the energy we saw from Pentanet GG last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to get into it, right? You just want to be a little bit just having fun, you know, relaxed. You want to try to get into it in that manner. As let's see how this one is going to go. I think this is a very exciting matchup. Will we see an early upset? How good are G2 really? Can they prove it here in this first game?
I don't think there are any nerves, you know. I'm feeling like personally, you know, the narrative we do sometimes as casters, we're like, oh, it's their first international event. Like, they could be nervous. There's a crowd. No, I don't think so. I'm just not feeling that right now. All right. Well, this is going to be a fun one. Whenever you get the Yone game, you know, a little bit of Aatrox, it does feel like the potential for things to go very wrong for G2 is high if things start off very well for Order, and if they end up winning that first Rift Herald fight, for example, that's one way that this game goes off the rails. But we will have to wait and see. Like, I don't want to predict how this game is going to go because the volatility of Order's comp is very high. Let's just say.
No, that's that's very true, very apparent, and you know, no Alistair this time around, no flash onto the two of them. I think this bottom lane can be very relaxed and perhaps even a little bit sleepy. We'll have to wait and see if I think Flagon and Targamas want to put on any pressure at all. Otherwise, maybe not. But guys, don't forget to grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote so you can strut when you flash in and turn a fight. Definitely a very nice emote. Big fan myself.
Yep. Karthus is one of those jungle picks that in pro play does kind of come up every now and then, but it's usually not from your tournament favorite teams. It's also one of those solo queue champions that if you want to ride through solo queue, a lot of famous streamers like to play this pick. Not one that you see in a match like this very often, and one that I don't think we'll necessarily see from Kevi going forward in this group. They did it very face-up, and we've talked about the strengths of it. Obviously, it's clear time is the one that you're going to see. If you look at the CS numbers between Kevi and Jankos, he's going to have an advantage throughout all of this early game, and that's just the point of Karthus. He clears insanely fast. We watch it. But he isn't going to be a gank powerhouse in the early parts, and that's where things can go very awry in these solo lanes. So I think that is going to be the focal point for Jankos, is abuse Kasei, abuse BioPanther, if possible, look for those ganks.
Bubble, comes in. He's totally fine. Exhaust being held right now by Caps. Just kind of laughing at Kasei. And as you mentioned, you know, Yanku's still dealing with his own jungle here. It's going to take him a while to catch up. And this is going to be the name of the game. But I think after, you know, one clear at least, maybe 1.5, 2 clears, you should begin to get a bit active on this map. Really loved the holding of the Fiora counter pick as well for Broken Blade up in the top side. Maybe even expecting the Aatrox to come in, just looking for even more of that 80 damage on the side of Order with the composition with the Karthus. And should be having a pretty fun time on this one, although we do see Kevi just hovering around the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to battle very well into the Fiora, but the slow he'll be able to put down is actually massive into Fiora. And when Fiora's alone here without Jankos' help, I think there is some kill potential here. There's the slow.
Yeah, he'll just dash away, and actually just going to repost that one. So Broken Blade, I believe, took about negative damage from that trade, and now he's going in on BioPanther. Really able to get that weak spot as Kevi's still hanging around. Nice knock-up to really shore up the trade, otherwise not would have looked too good for the side of Order, and Kevi comes up here and helps push to get BioPanther out of this lane.
Broken Blade knows exactly what he's doing, though. He's trying to keep Kevi here for longer, take away his farming time, and he knows that if he can bait a few more of these fights or a few more of these engages from the Aatrox, they can actually then turn it, because Jankos is pathing towards the top side here. Order realizes rather, don't stay too long, back away. But that was really well played from Broken Blade. He could just catch the wave there under turret at no cost to him. And notice that even though it is a 0-0 game here, G2 have a massive hope. And this is a lot based on the CS numbers in the solo lanes.
So now, level 3 Braum, Targamas, he is here. With Kevi coming in from the top side to the bottom side, you should expect him to just come into his own jungle as the wall is going to spot him out. Kevi throws the thumbs up, kind of almost expecting it himself. And he should be fine, although he will lose some of these chickens.
Yeah, be unfortunate for Kevi here. And they're really making Kevi's life frustrating right now. He had a nice lead early, as you always do, and he still holds that CS advantage, but some of his jungle is being taken away. And it's the jungle matchup we talked about that's so difficult to play for the Karthus when there's so much explosive power in the Viego early. And solo laners can't really try to push advantages here because of that jungle threat from Jankos. They can't track where he is. And I think that's reflected in the CS numbers you see in both solo lanes. Like, Broken Blade is more than double the CS of BioPanther. Another great riposte from him.
Uh-oh. Bit of damage coming in, and that's the smite on top of it. First blood. Caps able to close the door early in this matchup.
And that's going to be a whole wave that's crashed into this turret as well. Really unfortunate for Kisei, is going to lose out. Does have the teleport. We often see Yone's take Ignite in a lot of different matchups to have that kill pressure. Luckily for him, he has the teleport, so won't lose too much of this, but it is pretty significant. G2 in these solo lanes, so much power.
Yeah, Broken Blade, he's got level 6 here. He has even a nice amount of poke damage on a BioPanther already. It's just another lane that we knew was not going to be fun here for the side of Order.
Yeah, it's not fun, and you know, the power of the Viego into the Karthus means that you can push your advantage so extremely hard in these solo lanes. Even the bottom side here, a bit of trouble for Puma and Corporal. We'll take a look at this kill from Caps once again. Has the Chilling Smite picked up here, but he just gets over the minions, hits the Trouble Bubble, and despite the dash attempt here, Kisei cannot get away.
Yeah, it's just level 6 hit first, you know. I think you have to identify that in Caps. I think he's looking at another kill here, but the minions are coming in and didn't quite have the cooldown on his Q ready just yet. He is still level 7, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need the kill. He's already done so much damage in this lane. As you see, Corporal will just hop away with the plant. You feel the dominoes already beginning to fall a bit here.
If Kevi was playing a jungler that has the ability to kind of assist and help out in these moments, Caps wouldn't be able to play like that.
That's a nice trade, actually, as the ult comes out from Broken Blade, but it's a bit too little too late. BioPanther is able to outplay that, the riposte. I think a little bit ill-timed,
yeah, a little bit,
it led to his death.
A little bit ill-timed. Kevi has level 6 as well here. This was definitely a setup play for BioPanther. He's able to hit those knockups, and this is going to turn the tide a little bit here on the top side of the map. Finally, a little bit of breathing room for BioPanther. Getting that kill on a Broken Blade, does not have teleport. Wave going to crash through. And now, you know, it opens up the map a little bit here for Order. And the longer this, you know, the closer we get to that first fight on Rift Herald is when Order are really going to start to actually look for this team comp's real power in Yone ult, in the Aatrox power in mid-game, obviously the ultimate that you can see from the Misfortune. All of these, you know, are extremely powerful on first Herald fight. Let's watch this fight again. Riposte early here, so still gets caught by the pull and is taken out.
Gets caught by the pull and a follow-up knockup. It's just kind of a disaster in the 1v1 trade. And BioPanther's like, yeah, I still have World Ender, so you are dead, mate.
No commitment here from the bottom side of the map here for Order on Rift Herald, which is a bit puzzling considering I think this is one of the moments where Order's composition is at its strongest to fight for objective, and they just simply give it up.
Yeah, I mean, Requiem not really going to be utilized here. You know, they don't throw it out because they're not willing to fight. And at the same time, you know, this dragon is eventually going to come up. But I think by that time, G2 can just wait and push with the Rift Herald and take another dragon. So not only are they winning in lanes, they're taking all the objectives. And it's a bit of dominance already here from the side of G2.
It really frankly is, and Yanko's just going to get collapsed on.
He is way too deep in here as he tries to hard break and flash away. Is it enough? No, the Requiem will come in, and it will be enough as they hand that kill over to Kevi on the Karthus.
But it's not without cost. You know, the bottom side of the map here, Flocket is going to get a plate, I believe, down there. And, you know, this is an important pick. Is okay, here we go.
Flash comes in, and that might just be enough. He is going to put that ultimate into the back of Caps and take him down in the 1v1, picks up his revenge.
I feel like as we start to like pull the paper out to write the obituary of Order because the lanes are going poorly, G2 is dominant, they have this Rift Herald, then suddenly they strike back. Ultimate will be dropped here from Puma, the bullet time to clear the wave. But this means that G2 can't use this timing to actually instantly drop Rift Herald, give all those plates over to Flocket on the bottom side.
Nice block there from Corporal. Need to get that back for Puma. C needs some items to help out in that bottom lane that he is 10 CS down on. But yeah, it's nice to see some fight here out of Order. And some of those individual 1v1s are looking good. G2, you know, slipping up a little bit, and even this, you know, Yanko's just on vision, not respecting the potential for them to collapse onto it.
Yeah, I think the idea here for Jankos is the wave is going to crash into turret. So, you know, if they actually commit here, it will come at a cost. So he just doesn't expect it. He doesn't think it's likely they will actually end up going for this. But they in fact do. And as I mentioned, the cost is that the wave will crash into turret, and this is not a free pick for Order by any means. But I think that was the expectation. Jankos is like, okay, well, you really are going to give that up to kill me, and they did. And then Caps is caught here by a really nice ult from Kasei. So just some small errors in the lanes that end up being kills picked up. But still, CS numbers massively advantage here for G2. They have controlled these lanes, and they're still in a pretty nice spot. The first Drake goes over to them. They have control of the Drake pit for second Drake as it spawns here. And momentum is definitely in their favor.
Yeah, keep in mind they still have the Rift Herald, so again, they could use it to just help out in getting this Drake. Might not even need to. But we will have to see where they do decide to put it down. Jankos is down on the bottom side of the map right now. So looking likely that he can just throw it into that turret that's already taken a couple of plates worth of damage and just get that in. We do have the Everfrost complete now for Caps, so he should be a lot safer in terms of, you know, not taking a turret shot and then just dying 1v1. So that is a nice little benefit to him. Here's going to be the Rift Herald value. They give a lot of that over to Flaggett, as he is going to be just loving it here on the Aphelios.
Yeah.
Not a lot of action for him so far, but he's very far ahead.
Yeah, he really is. And it's going to be, it looks like, potentially an extra charge here. They're going to commit the bullet time to prevent that. Well, that's an ultimate down here. And with this wave push, the 4 wards that G2 had as well, so there's no wraparound, there's no flank potential here. They really thought of everything. There's just not a lot of opportunities for Order to punish this.
We got Kevy coming in from behind. Broken Blade trying to get on in here to BioPanther, as he is trying to hit those weak spots. He's got the healing, but he will be forced to flash over the wall anyway. And of course, with Kevy on the top side, G2 say thank you for the drink.
I really appreciate how Order tried to play this, because they know there's absolutely no way that they can make a Drake play here with the bottom push, with all the warding and the positioning there of Jankos. So they decided to send Kevy topside here, but Broken Blade flashes over the big wall. He's totally fine. Fiora is very mobile in these types of situations. They're going to commit even harder here on topside, but the wraparound is real. This actually could be punished by G2. You see the rotation up from Targamas right now. And I think Order realized, okay, this is all we're going to get. A few plates do go down, though.
Yeah, getting some value here for BioPanther. Again, a very experienced player in this roster. He was able to win in the 1v1 on this very difficult matchup, so allowing him to potentially be a win condition as the game goes along a little bit here in the mid-game should be pretty fun to see if they can make that happen. As you see Order, you know, they're still waiting for their first couple of items. The Yone here, Kasei. We also have BioPanther. The two of them not on a mythic just yet. So I think, as you're mentioning, you know, don't even fight over that second Drake. Just wait for the next one. Wait for the next big objective fight, and then we'll be ready to go.
And the thing about this comp is that these solo laners are so strong in skirmishes around these Drakes, but when they are this far behind because of the jungle matchup, they just don't want to take those fights, even though their comp is based upon them doing so. So, like, Order is kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place here. And the 2,000 gold lead, I think, hold on.
Jankos there, he's going very, very deep, has to heartbreak out of there. As you see, Order's trying to get in, but Corporal takes a big hit from the side of G2. As the Zoe hits him with the paddle star. Now Caps is looking for a bit more. Wants to get that execution onto Kasei, and he will be able to pick that one up just in time for the second Rift Herald. G2 with a big team fight win.
Yeah, it's massive here. A lot of extra gold going in their pockets. They had the choke point controlled. And like I said, you know, Order want to be able to take these fights around the Aatrox, around the Yone ult, but they just cannot do so when they have no vision, no control over the map. These waves in these soul lanes are losing Order this game very rapidly. It's interesting also to see Puma is going for the Kraken Slayer build here. It's more common in our region to see the Eclipse, as Corporal once again going to take a huge chunk of damage. Broken Blade, once again, just has a turret to hide under, so he feels very confident.
I don't know what Broken Blade said to Kevy, but, like, this is just not fair at this point. This is like the third or fourth time he's come to gank this lane, but the ultimate is going to be procced here from Broken Blade. He's just surviving, just trying to delay as much time as possible. And yes, Order will pick up the kill.
However,
but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade is happy to try to escape down there. This time he dies, but the end result is the same because they drop a Rift Herald. So the cross map is better for G2. Yes, you did end up getting an extra wave to crash through, and Biopanther may actually be able to take that turret out. This is going to be another Rift Herald charge here. G2 are trading up in these exchanges. Look at how healthy this bottom turret is. It was not even touched, so it takes so long, and they could just escort this Herald further down, force a bigger reaction here from Order. And this leads to more vision control in the jungle, and it's just a compounding problem here for Order. And the first pick, Karthus, I think is really the biggest problem that we kind of have to zoom in on, because it's just not
trying to get on in here. Flackett's all alone, has to flash over the wall. He's going really deep for this one. He will pick up the kill and hop straight back as Kasei able to scoop up some of those kills that you wouldn't necessarily expect. I think he's playing this Yone very mechanically solid today.
Yeah. He's going to need more than these isolated kills, though. You know, he needs to have a big ultimate in an upcoming team fight for the sole point.
Dude, Buma, he's got the Nikes on today. This is kind of crazy. He's dodging everything, and now trying to go a bit forward. Kevy looking for that extra damage, but not quite going to get him in Requiem range. That will be just a nice setup from Puma's Caps and Targamas. We're really trying to get that one going.
So Flacada is respawned now. Drake is up in 60. Kasei, flashless and ultless. These are two tools that he would so desperately want to prevent this soul point from going over to G2. Now, this is the trade-off. You get a pick onto the 80 carry, get a bit of extra gold in your pocket, which you so desperately need because you don't have your Mythic online yet. But the trade-off is now your biggest team fight tool with the Aatrox and these mid-game fights. We talked about how this comp is good at that. You don't have it. Now you don't have your jungler either.
Yeah, okay, goodbye, Karthus. You see, he is not going to elect to use the Requiem, and he will come up here in 25 seconds, but he will not be available for this Dragon fight. So I suppose he could Requiem when he does come back, but you can see that the amount of siege that G2 have as well, with just even Zoe and Aphelios from ahead, is enough to just control so much of this mid lane.
Like, look at the vision.
And they're going to take this Dragon as well for free.
It's actually quite insane, as Dragon is taken for free.
It's a lot of damage into Kasei, but it's a nice little bait, and they bit the bait there as now the Requiem comes in. Caps is also going to go down. That's a couple of kills under the belt here of Order, just like that.
It's extremely greedy from G2 to push that far into all the CC and the setup there with the Leona, obviously, and the Yone. But the vision control that's set up down here on the bottom side is actually just quite insane. You can see all the wards here for G2 on the bottom side of the map. So they feel very comfortable just pushing down bottom side and going for the Drake solo for Jankos. And these tradebacks have made the gold lead a little bit shrunken, right? Order has the kill advantage right now, and this will lead to a mid-turret take. But these champions are starting to lose their power spikes, right? They're going to fall off in the later parts of the game, and that's the bigger concern. If the Yone ults had been big to lead to Order controlling Drakes and having, if they were the ones who were holding 3 Drakes right now, we wouldn't be talking as much about how this composition scales later on. But because they're the ones who are facing Soul Point, they're on a big clock right now, and the time is ticking down very fast. As this is how Kevy died, we were kind of in a bit of a replay when this did occur. Really nice ult from Flacket there at the end to finish him off. It's just the pick potential this comp has, and when you have vision this much controlled, Caps has so much agency. Now this is a bit of an overextension here from Broken.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the vision in the enemy jungle, but they don't have vision behind the Yone, so they're like, oh, it's just him. We can take him out real quick. We have a lot of damage. We're very far ahead. And then, of course, you run straight into MF and Leona, and you begin to question your life decisions, your life choices, as we will have the Randuins here for Caps. Might help him out a little bit, actually, as the teleport is coming in. Kasei takes a lot of damage. Does go and proc that shield bow. Here comes Broken Blade. Will he actually dive the turret? Looks like the answer's no.
Kasei does not have ult because he used it to escape. So Broken Blade might feel, you know, like maybe I could actually dive this and pull this off when this wave crashes through. But we'll think better of it. Is a level down as well in this matchup. Decides to walk away. A lot of extra free side laning going over to Biopanther as well, the top side of the map here. Order are playing the macro aspects of this game well, despite the fact that the bottom side of the map has completely belonged to G2. But if it was a side laning champion that scales later, I think it would be more interesting, right? Than a 2-0 Aatrox pushing top side. But what will it mean when we reach the 25-minute mark of this game is the real question that I don't think Order have an answer to.
And you can see them grouping up now in mid, just trying to take more map control as a team. I think that's kind of what you have to do with this composition. As now they're looking to pull the trigger. Here comes the wobble combo. Targamas Targamas is just going to get 100 to 0'd. You see Angos and Flacket are like, well, nobody else is here. We're not looking to take these team fights, but just flew a little bit too close to the sun, and now 5v4. Order immediately going to get to work on this dragon.
This is the type of team fighting that Order's comp is looking for, these scrappy fights, these isolated picks, and doing it right before an objective like this is how you can win games like this.
They might just be able to do it. Huge damage over the wall, though, from Caps. Kevi is so low. Corporal trying to frontline, and a huge Flacket ultimate comes in. The AoE damage is just too large for the side of G2, but the Requiem from the grave is coming in. It's not quite going to be enough. G2 will be able to take down not only the entirety of Order, but the Baron as well, and they will even take down Fire Panther on the backside of this fight.
Really nice read here from G2. You could also see the coaching staff as well. Very relieved, I think, with the scenario. Fire Panther, not enough lifesteal to survive through this one, so he's taken out. It's an Ace plus Baron buff here. Going over to G2, Flacket is already going to go ahead and take out an inner turret. So this Baron power play, the Red Bull Baron power play here in this game is going to be pretty massive, you have to imagine. As the control here for Order feels pretty uncrackable. But Caps is able to get a trouble bubble over the wall. It's 20-minute Baron, so the damage isn't there. So the health bars are pretty low. And when Flacket comes over here and has the AoE damage, you just can't win this fight anymore. They should have pulled out early when they realized G2 had the read on this, but they felt priced into it, and that's why taking 20-minute Barons is just not something you see very often, especially when you don't have a choke point that the enemy team is funneling through. And yeah, this is the reaction, of course, here from the coaching staff of G2. Very hyped about that turn.
Yes, very true. Some concerned faces as well in that house. So, you know, understandable with the way this game has gone.
Look at the damage for Flacket. Nearly 5,000 in that team fight at 20 minutes because of the big ultimate there.
Yeah, he just infernumed the entire backline after Caps set it up with the Palace Star, and it was enough to get the job done. So now looking to push in, already have a 4,000 Red Bull Baron power play. Of course, they're looking to push in to this base and get even more of this game.
Yeah, this is one of those games that the control of the side lanes has led to so many problems for Order. And then the lead that G2 has now on the map in the Baron buff, that's 4,000 we're looking at right now, 4,200 nearly, means that like there's not one ward for Order like on the map. There's nowhere you could be. You have to sit in your base, and G2 are just going to demolish these turrets with the siege you talked about earlier.
Kevi just stepped on that bubble.
He's so far back, he'll be okay, but it's just the story of this game.
Just means it's a free turret here. They're looking for a bit more as a 3-man knockup, actually, from Targamas on that Braum. And you can see Kasei, you know, he's trying to use some of that, those early skirmishes, some of that early gold that he was able to get, but it's not quite enough. Not sure what that was from Flack. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen. But other than that, they get an inhibitor, and they should be able to pick up the Cloud Soul as well. It's very early on, 23.5 minutes into the game.
Caps has a Void Staff. He's got 8 stacks of Dark Seal in this game. His Zonias is online. He can be places that the Zoe should be allowed to get. He can hit trouble bubbles. But again, I mean, I just want to like highlight the ward coverage once again on the bottom side of the map here. It's so scary when you don't know where Caps is to even walk out to clear wards, because he will trouble bubble you, burst you down, you're dead, that's the end of the story. So when you don't know where Caps is, you're like, can I even take my red buff right now? You know, is it safe? And slowly they group up to clear those wards away. But G2 are already moving towards, you know, top side of the map. It's just so difficult for Order to win a team fight now when the burst damage that Zoe has and Aphelios has is really well and truly online. Misfortune can't keep up with that unless she has an amazing ult that's set up by Yone ult, but he just gets burst so quickly, gets slept while he's trying to set these up. Like, your opportunities are limited, Valdez.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say with so many words.
Yeah, you take the goal difference graph, and something happened there after 20 minutes. I'm sure you guys remember the Baron call, one pick into thinking they can do it, and they have a Karthus. They have a lot of damage on the Baron, but just a little bit too early and a little bit too much poke damage from the side of G2 was all it took. It was a great fight, and I think Order got a little bit too far ahead of themselves on that one. So now Kasei is committing very heavily onto a fed Fiora, or at least a Fiora at all. Not very fed, but you know,
Hullbreaker,
able to survive enough, right? She has Hullbreaker, she has a stopwatch. Yeah. You're not gonna kill her. It's not gonna happen. as Corporal will just die. And Broken Blade will be able to use that. Really nice knockup from the Aatrox. BioPanther really trying to make a case here to win this one towards the end. But with the Requiem coming out, we might get a kill here. Nope, not quite, as he will actually die before it goes off. And it's now G2 just cleaning up the pieces of the puzzle here. Flacken, really nice stopwatch. That's one to win my heart, indeed, as a stopwatch connoisseur myself. And that might just do it. Everybody on the side of order goes down, and G2 are in the base and looking to end this game.
Yeah, they've got a set of super minions coming down to the bottom side as well. Cap's just looking for more kills as they wait for the minions. So it's all over but the Cryon, unfortunately, is Corporal's gonna look for a stock setup.
Yeah.
And it will not happen.
He's trying to, he's trying to do his best, but yeah, it's gonna be the end of the game, guys. G2 with a strong showing here. Not the cleanest game, but they got it done in swift fashion. About a 27-minute game once again, as Caps with a star performance on the Zoe this time around.
And the Viego pick has always been a staple of the LEC. I think it was more popular in the LEC than other regions for a long time, and obviously it took off in the LCK in particular later on. But it was such a great response to the early Karthus pick, and those solo lanes just could not operate at all whatsoever because Karthus just can't protect those lanes. You got the Viego there, the CS advantages were real. And the kills that we did see, unfortunately, from Kasei were not at impactful moments. They were not at moments that could lead to advantages, except the Baron they attempted but then failed. And you could see the ideas behind the composition, but I think G2 just reacted so well. And they had the better draft. They outplayed them through the mid-game. Vision control was real, and this is a great sign. I think if you're EG watching this game, you were hoping you were going to maybe see some weak points, but not in this first one. I don't think G2 showed any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, generally not, outside of some of the skirmishes, some of the 1v1s, but as you very correctly mentioned, it wasn't enough. You can win a couple of 1v1s, but that's not going to win the game at the end of the day. So, yeah, the expected result has come out here, G2 with the victory over Order. And very nicely done.
Caps crowd buff seems real.
Yeah.
Really great
They're pretty
plays from him.
popular down there.
Yeah, I think it might surprise a lot of people to know this, but G2 is an extremely popular team in Korea. And I think because G2 has defeated Korean teams in international events in the past, I think that got a lot of Korean fans respect. So I guarantee you there's a lot of people in Busan right now who specifically came to watch G2 play. They're so happy they're there in Korea. And it must be awesome for Caps to be able to experience that as well, once again in Korea.
I can guarantee it. And guys, speaking of G2, we have a banger coming up in game number 4 as G2 will return to the stage for our featured matchup for the day, presented by Mercedes-Benz. NA versus EU, G2 versus Evil Geniuses. Do not miss it.
For the West, the tone of this tournament will be set with a single matchup. NA versus EU, EG versus G2. More than just pride and bragging rights ride on this Mercedes matchup.
I think we're gonna good on EU, but we'll have to see.
EG are not just the representatives of the LCS and North America, but the torchbearers of North American talent. Results here could ripple through the entirety of their league for seasons to come.
He's gonna shoot! You're kidding me! Kill number 1! Here comes kill number 2! Baron and Penta, are you insane?
G2 were the best in the West, and for one shining moment, they were the best in the world.
What peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from Europe!
Now, after a year of crushing failure, they once again chase glory on the international stage.
G2 claim their 9th title!
There is no better way to kick off MSI than with a historic rivalry of the LEC and the LCS.
Go riders, go right, gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. 너의 샤이 저리로 거무하면 조용할 거야 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 cold water. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up, take notes.
그래 너 공중에 붕 떠있는 너 이제 내 말 좀 들어봐
네가 누군지 알아 걔도 누군지 알아 빛나던 너한테 속았어 내 눈이 밝아지게 될 거라 분명 똥인지 된장인지 알게 될 거라 넌 날 속였어 뱃속부터 꿈틀거려 감입하고 왔어 완전히 밸런스 잡았어 Not to left, not to right Just right at the center with the word 네 시간 이제 끝나가 나보다 네가 더 잘하잖아 우리 사이 영원할 거라 생각했어 다 보여 걔를 흉내낸 것뿐인 너 걔가 너보다 훨씬 핫하더라고 걔가 너보다 훨씬 부시더라고 다 보여 이제 최후의 네 모습이 다 들려 이제 추악한 네 목소리 스웩은 완전 새끈 네 스웩은 완전 짜증
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
No sums on anyone.
Jinx has nothing. Zaya
Okay.
has
They're
nothing.
stuck a bit.
They're just gonna play for Baron.
No flash on. Oh, nice! Oh. Cookie. Okay, nice. Slow down, Danny. Chill. Yeah. Nice, you got one. Nice! Yes! And, top. Yes! You're top. We can go top. This top in here, guys.
Okay, guys, listen. Everyone listen.
Yeah.
Breathe now, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Guys.
Yeah, we get top in here first.
Chill.
And
Danny.
Looking at you. Get a penta.
You want another penta kill? Wow, Danny, you are the best player
Oh
in the
my
world.
god.
Danny.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
That was sounds of the game presented by Bose, the epic pentakill from EG's Danny during the spring semifinals. Maybe the most epic play in LCS history, if I'm going to be completely honest, a Baron steal into a pentakill. But I wanted to talk about here in State Farm Neighborhood Tactics that they do a lot for Danny to put him in position. If you look at some of the stats, he has the highest gold percentage of any AD carry at MSI and the highest damage percentage of any AD carry at MSI. But with that, they take fewer dragons than any team at MSI. And oftentimes they're trading dragon position to give gold to Danny. So this is from game 1 of their finals. And I'm just going to call attention to the mini-map right here. Dragon's coming up in about 35 seconds. So basically it's this wave coming out of base that you're going to want to fight over normally to take dragon. And they're in a position to do so, right? They have a strong AD carry. The gold is pretty even, but basically they have Ryze up top lane. He could go back to base, teleport to mid lane. They'd have mid prio, and they could basically just kind of take position of dragon and get in for a pretty solid second dragon take, but they don't do that at all. So I'm going to speed it up a little bit here. They actually use this mid push to move into top side, get position so that they can safely drop the Herald for Danny, which isn't too uncommon, where you're going to deprioritize your dragon setup. But after this, actually, they would technically have another chance to still set up dragon, because if I pull up the minimap one more time, you can see, right, they still actually have mid-prio. They've moved Ornn up from the bottom lane, so they could still actually move everybody down and still consider taking this Infernal Dragon. But what they actually do is they fake fogging, and then they stick around an extra beat to get Danny even more turret gold. Now, this completely makes it so there's no way they can get Dragon. As you see, 100 Thieves is able to take it. But EG really doesn't care, because if you're looking now, think of all the gold Danny just added to this inventory compared to the enemy AD carry. This is the most important objective for EG. It's the difference in Danny's wallet to the other AD carry's wallet, and how they're going to team fight against this. Because in this particular game, the 100 Thieves team comp was very poor at getting onto Jinx, but that's basically it. Just look for EG to deprioritize dragons and find tricky ways to get Danny gold. Because yes, they help him with gold, but he's very good with it.
Now the question is, how much will the meta impact this a little bit? That Jinx and Aphelios. We've seen Aphelios once today. Seen a couple other picks in that bottom lane. Samir showing up as well. Danny, the danger player, first international tournament for both him and Jojo. Are you nervous at all about EG's ability to adapt to the meta?
I mean, absolutely. Adapting to the stage even, right? Like, they're going to Korea here. Yes, they have 3 experienced international players, but they also have 2 players under 20. They got a 17-year-old mid laner and an 18-year-old AD carry who have been very good, but you're always concerned about nerves, and you're always concerned about what your meta read is going to be. I think Jinx Aphelios was great for Danny, and for the most part, it looks like that's moving away a little bit.
Yeah, but to give him, the benefit of the doubt as well coming in here, they've already been in front of that huge of a crowd. Play that best of 3 as well. They have veteran players still on the roster, and yes, the question mark of course lays on Jojo Pin and Danny as well coming into it, but it also just seems like there are already players who feeds on this attention.
Yeah.
You saw the Danny Pentacle. Yes. You heard the crowd in the background. That was just a continuously raw throughout the entire play.
Danny and EG step up in front of the crowd, they pop off, right? Before the previous game, G2 versus Order, Jad asked the question, is the Caps fan buff a thing? Yes, his Zoe
I think so.
was phenomenal. And I just want to have a little bit of fun before we get too serious, because our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, something I picked personally, is Caps versus Jojo Pune. And Trevor, you might ask, why? Of all the players in the Rift? Well, it's one simple reason, Jojo's spicy tweets. Let's pull up a quick example here, because I'm not here to bring the analysis. What I'm here to tell you is Jojo tweeting, we're going to be shitting on EU at MSI. That's correct. I love Jojo, I love EG. I'm looking forward to the banter, but what I'm really looking forward to is what this young prodigy mid laner from NA is going to do against one of the best mid laners to have ever played the game, let alone the best from Europe.
Yeah, like Baby Faker maybe. No, I would never call him Baby Faker. No one would do that to a new up-and-coming player. That would be disrespectful to Faker.
I'm out.
Jojo Pun, he's just like so much youthful arrogance, and I love seeing it. Caps is just accomplished arrogance, right? Yeah. With how he's able to approach the game. I think Caps definitely, with his Game 1 performance, getting a solo kill on Zoe, with his playoffs buff, an amazing run. Jojo definitely will have the ego to go up against Caps, but I think it's going to be a very tough match.
It's just so interesting, though, because you say the youthful arrogance. That used to be Caps instead, okay? Yes. He's just more veteran now, and he's just kind of stuck with him. I will actually say that I feel like Caps got a little more mature over the course of the years as well, not just in terms of personality, of course, but also in terms of his roles as a player. He's not the guy taking all the resources all the time. He was on the Twisted Fate, enabling the map as well. But I also feel like coming into playoffs, he dropped that style. Now he's on a style where he wants to take control in the laning phase, and we see it when we just watch him take on order, and he gets that first blood solo kill as well.
Yeah, what I will say about JoJo is, coming in from Academy as this like young mid laner, a lot of things you're expecting is this really aggressive laning phase, and then maybe he's not going to be very good at macro, but he's actually been very good in side lanes and making his way to team fights in an efficient way. He played Ryze more than any other champion, which you need to have good side laning to succeed on. So that's what I've been impressed with most from JoJo.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same. Like, I feel like people have a little bit of a misconception of what JoJo actually does, because there's the memes of, yeah, oh, look at his runes, they're always so lane aggressive and all that. But, you know, he does it as well to go on champions like the Ryze, to go on champions like the Twisted Fate, to enable these sides. My counterpoint to that, though, is that Cavs has just spent the entire playoffs of LEC completely dumbstring these champions, you know, taking care of teams who likes to play the map instead and then focus on the objective instead. So I feel like in the matchup between these two mid laners, there's also a difference in stylistic. I feel like Cavs has become a little more lane focused, where JoJo has become lane focused on the side lanes instead.
Well, we need to find out what's going to happen in draft. And you see, of course, the fact that G2, they just picked up a win against Order. What could EG have gleamed? They will be taken to the stage. And honestly, you could pick any single one of these matchups to talk about and expand on. I want to jump to the jungles very quickly because we've spoken so extensively about the mid laners. What sort of impact are we going to see Jankos versus Inspired? What I love about this is these two players have a lot of history against one another. And the last time they met in 2021 summer, Jankos went 12-4-24. Inspired 0-10-9. So just in terms of statistical difference, Jankos has always had Inspired's number, whereas Inspired was always good at playing almost everyone else in the LEC. So what difference is he going to bring to the Rift today, not only next to JoJo, but under the EG banner?
I actually thought Inspired played better in the LCS than when he won his MVP, if that sounds weird, during the playoffs.
Yes.
Right? Something I think needs to be clear to people is EG was 9-9 in the regular season. That's the worst regular season record an NA MSI representative has ever had. But Inspired did an extremely good job at facilitating the Danny Gold funnel. Right? Like, he set everything up to just shovel it into Danny.
They get a lot of experience in EU playing with Hans Sommer last year. I'm hearing that we might be just about a minute away until we get to picks and bans. I can see, of course, EG setting up on stage. I want to get predictions. We will see these teams 4 times, so we're focusing on the players for today. I'm going to come to Jat first for predictions.
LCS all-time against LEC. 34 wins, 48 losses, 41.5% win rate. I give EG a 41.5% chance to win.
But that's not a prediction.
That is the easiest way to dodge a prediction of your life.
I need a prediction.
What is that?
This game, they play 4 times.
Yes, they do.
This one, I'm going to predict G2.
Okay.
When they play at like 7 a.m. Pacific time, then I'll go EG.
I'm going to hold you to that.
No, we'll see. We'll see. I think G2 has a slight favor. They looked decent in that first game. I think they have more international experience, and I think they'll be solid.
I actually didn't think G2 looked too decent. I thought they were very sloppy, but I still have to go with my gut and say G2 from what I've seen from the playoffs runs.
Okay, let's find out whether or not G2 can do it. The stage is set for that epic matchup between NA and EU, Dracos, Vedius, and I think Mark, take it away.
Yes. Yes, we are also joined by none other than Mark C.
Hey, thanks. I'm here. I made it.
Thank you, Jack Goldberg and Tobey Maguire from Spider-Man 3. We appreciated your intro. We couldn't do this on our own because I'm like North American, born, imported to EU. He's just EU.
I'm just EU.
You're just NA. So we were balancing the desk to make sure that we have actually the most biased cast ever, because this is you point this out. You have a theory here, Mark. That I think is good.
It's a long tournament. They're going to play 4 times total. They'll both likely move on to the Rumble stage next.
Sure.
So we don't need to be serious the first time. There's going to be plenty of times for building up the narratives and the players and all this stuff. I want this to be the biased meme. I'm going to be full EG. You can go full G2 because I know you want to anyways.
No, I hate G2.
And I'll sit
You
in
don't
the
need to
middle.
pretend to be. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're in for an experience. That's what I can tell you, fans at home. I hope you all have your memes ready. Twitter is going to be full of them. Reddit is going to be popping off. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Let's talk a little bit about draft, because we've seen some pretty crazy things today already. The Wukong has kind of risen. Some people expected it. Some people were curious as to how valuable of a pick it would actually be. We didn't actually see it come out in the G2 series, the G2 game previously, but I am curious if this is something they want to bring up. What is the AD carry pool going to look like? Because we talked a lot about like Jinx being a big pick for both of these AD carries throughout the regular season and even during playoffs. And then also, like, what is the jungle priority going to be? We've been seeing all types of different junglers come out today. Jankos actually went for his tried and true Viego, which he played a lot during playoffs, but is he going to stick to that or show us something new? A lot of question marks and maybe some things we can predict when it comes to these two teams.
As well as the fact that you often get scrim bubbles at the very beginning of tournaments and things like that. So the Wukong in the first 2 games not showing up in the third could be like, well, maybe people from Group C just like didn't get exposed to it somehow, and we'll need to track if one team has a better read on the meta early on. The bot lane, though, is definitely the thing that's the most interesting for me, just because Danny on champions with agency, like Tristana, Zeri, and Jinx, have been his best champions. That's where he gets the pentakills all the time. The FLIOs he can play. We saw Flacket pop off with that at that Baron fight in just the previous game, so it looks pretty good right now for U's bot lane. I'll give him that.
Yeah, this Tristana is also something that we did see at the very beginning of the day against T1. Very effective in the bot lane 2 versus 2.
Hail of Blades Tristana, very strong.
And I wonder how aggressive bot lane's actually going to be, because typically when you think of Flacket as a player, he's not the type to actually try and kill you in the 2 versus 2. Targetbus loves to roam around the map, whereas I do know that Danny, he has struggled a couple times in the 2 versus 2 lanes. But so perhaps against Flacket, this is actually one of the matchups he'd probably fare better in.
And I think that we're kind of looking at everything in the context of bot lane, because it just draws my attention to top lane, because we have a lot of Ornn enjoyers from what we saw in playoffs in this matchup. But last game we saw Fiora Aatrox, obviously, which is a little bit out of the mold from the very stable tank top laners we got used to seeing towards the tail end of, I think, both of our playoffs. And I'm curious if it is going to be both of these teams shifting towards that more 1-3-1 style, having a carry on the top side of the map, or if we're just going to get like 5v5, front to back, tanks in the top lane, wet noodle fighting forever.
Gross. I hope this is your ego drafts. I know, like I said, it's a long tournament, guys. Have fun this time. We talked about a little bit on the desk about the Inspired and Jankos rivalry, but Broken Blade and Impact have gone back and forth with each other in North America before. So I would love to see, JoJo try and make a name against Caps. Like, all these people have a reason to try and stunt on the person across from them.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to consider before we get into this is, while we're all very excited for EG versus G2, Caps versus the water on his desk is currently the matchup that you're watching, because he did spill, and we are now waiting for the cleanup to make sure that he is all good.
Was some low-key dig at JoJo.
I was like, I didn't see it happen.
I've been informed. I'm allowed. They tell me when I'm allowed to tell you, audience, and I've been told I'm allowed.
Cups. It's a matchup as old as time.
There you go.
Cups are undefeated, I think.
See, because then you could have followed that up with that water's probably going to be the toughest mid lane matchup he fights today. Already starting off vicious banter.
You're the vicious banter. I'm supposed to be the non-biased third party.
You know what? You can gang up too if you want. You do what your heart tells you to do.
I'm not going to sell my region out, but I'm also not just going to go for the dunk. I think it's not an alley-oop situation here where we're going to try to dunk on you, Mark. We're not going to bully you live and in person. That said, we're into the draft, already seeing 2 mid lane champions taken away. Ahri obviously makes a lot of sense. Not hit since her prevalence in the playoffs. Lucian, and interestingly, the Wukong didn't show up in the previous game, but has seemed all right so far. Hard to have a strong gauge on its power yet.
This does suggest to me that Ryze could be something that EG is already looking to prioritize with support up on the desk. I know that JoJo is very enthusiastic about the Ryze champion. I would say it fits very much in towards his playstyle, and with it being up and available, I'm not sure if it would necessarily be a first pick, but something that I expect EG to prioritize early on in the draft.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They had some interesting drafts over the course of playoffs. They're a team that showed multiple styles. When they were in matchups they felt disadvantaged in, they could go for very volatile, lots of range marksmen in top, mid, jungle, bot lane. They were doing everything to try and get early advantages in Snowball. But as it got later and later, they got more confident in their team fighting. They went for more scaling team fight oriented picks, but they do have that kind of dichotomy where they can go either way, which I think G2 is a team that obviously can do that as well.
So the Ryze will be prioritized for EG for the time being. This does give G2 the window to prioritize jungle. The Jarvan is up and available. We haven't really seen it so far in at MSI, but it was something that Jankos would typically default to throughout playoffs. That, alongside the Ahri, was the mid jungle that really gave G2 a lot of early game prowess and kind of set them up for their mid game. You can see the discussions rather coming through a lot. Wow, already a pike.
Welcome to International Ego Draft. Or maybe a good pick. We don't know.
A blind pike. I mean, the expectations are this is in support, but I'm never going to doubt G2 when it comes to playing this pike in any position.
It's not even a draft. It's just an Umbral Glaive enthusiasts meeting. That's literally that's the only thing that we've seen so far.
You know what's a great item right now? 5 champs that can build Umbral Glaive. No vision. We'll have to see. I'm excited to see if that actually ends up going to the bot lane, like you said. The Ryze is the most played champion for Jojo Pyun this year so far, so that's one of his main. And the Samira for Danny. This is low-key one of his pocket picks that he was really well known for when he was coming up into the scene. Didn't get a ton of games on it in actual pro play, but it is a significant champion for him that they were using quite a bit last year before he made it to the LCS stage.
A hyper-aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2 for EG. looking to bring the pain to Flackhead and Targamas, whereas Targamas likely looking to just get out of lane.
Most likely.
His eyes will be on Jojo in the early game, and he will have to be cautious of those support roams, but the Zeri response from Flackhead is quite interesting. We have seen repeated nerfs thrown towards the champion. My expectations were that this champion was just going to fall out of pro play. Of course, she does have a few more crit modifiers now, so I'll keep an eye on what build Flackhead decides to go for as we move into the second phase of bans.
It's definitely still an ego pick a little bit, in the sense that if you've watched Danny throughout the playoffs, as you were saying, not the greatest laning performance, and so you can think you can get away with the Zeri pick through the early phase, and then the late game is still largely good for the champion, but it's the early phase that has continually been hit more and more.
And it's good to highlight the early phase because Pyke, especially in this matchup, is a feast or famine champion. You hit the hook level 1 with Hail of Blades, you win the lane outright, he gets to roam, he gets to do so much, but if you fall behind in this lane phase, it can get very difficult. The wind wall or the blade wall in the case of Samira, very good against Pyke in general, makes it very hard for Pyke to really do anything effective in the laning phase. That said, as we look ahead in the draft, Ornn, GP, the safe, stable top laners being banned away, and I think the draft is only getting spicier, boys.
I'm hoping so. We saw it, you know, the Fiora Aatrox matchup. I'm so glad that we're more in line with that right now, with the scaling top laners mostly taken out. Nocturne as well, that was something inspired Road quite a bit in playoffs. They used a lot of Nocturne comps, especially in combination with the Rise to get across the map.
I think it's interesting that both teams have removed some of the safe blind options, with Ornn being removed, Gangplank. I think it's a champion that can be blind, but you have to be very careful depending on who you're playing up against. And Impact's saying, well, you know what, we don't want to have to deal with that, especially the global pressure that it can put down. We want to make sure that our bot lane is still relatively safe. The Syndra matchup and the Anivia. Oh my! I'm gobsmacked. Caps is
I can hear people in the studio or something like laughing. Like,
okay, so I'm also a little bit shocked. I'm thinking of positive interactions here. Wall, obviously very strong. Generally, Rise, you expect to take phase rush so you can get around it pretty quickly, but it does lock him up. It makes Grave synergy is nice. You throw the wall down, it makes the buckshot easier to hit. Similarly, you can wall a Nautilus hook. Like, I'm just spitballing here, boys.
It is a decent matchup, as I understand, against the Rise, because Rise is so short range that, especially at 6, you get really easy RE auto, like pretty much instantly as soon as you want that proc. The stun is easy to follow up often, as well as Rise is running in. I'm sure Rise will take phase rush, so it can be a little annoying to try and land it later on in the game. But yeah, I think it's mostly about controlling the lane early on, and gonna scale decently well. We'll have to see if they also go for the Nasus. And we have Karthus, like, this draft just suddenly exploded in weirdness.
The Nasus is our meme hover pick. I don't know if you guys had it too. Don't worry. I just want to warn you now. It is the meme hover pick.
Someone was trying to talk to me up about Nasus.
Nasus support was, in theory, a thing, but we have yet to see it actually locked in the LEC. That said, we now have Aatrox for the top side. This time versus Gwen, so not going to take the Fiora matchup one more time. Instead, we'll take the Gwen, further adding a little bit more AP damage to this composition. And interesting, going to get another Karthus in the jungle as well. Inspired, no stranger to farming junglers. Excited to see what he can do on this one.
So, the thing about the Anivia that I like is that into short-range comps, she's incredibly effective. And you look at champions like Samira, Rise, they're gonna, you can even argue Aatrox as well, they're gonna struggle to be able to close that gap against a champion that provides so much zone control, especially in the river and around those choke points with the wall and the ultimate. The issue with G2's comp, I mean, it's a weird one where I say it's low in terms of crowd control because you have no, like, easy ways to engage fights. You have no big AoE CC abilities to kind of start things off. You're very reliant on EG kind of coming into you, which I guess they kind of have to, but they also have the option of playing through the side lanes because they have Karthus ultimate along with the Rise to be able to attack sides. They don't have to commit to these team fights if they don't want to.
And I think it's interesting because while you did talk about EG playing a lot of crazy compositions over the course of the playoffs, G2 mostly after the Fnatic series kind of played one style. They got Ornn every time they wanted. They played Hecarim to the jungle, always engage jungle, engage support, you know, playing to enable Flacket, playing to enable Caps. So it's going to be interesting to see them very much mix it up, not have nearly as much reliable CC, a lot more volatile lanes as well. This is going to be a look for G2. Not that I don't think that they can play it, but just one that we haven't seen in a lot of games.
They can't play it. I'll just lean into the NA side. They're screwed. Draft gap. GG, easy win.
All right, here we are, onto the Rift. No surprises. It might just be a fist fight at the level 1. Again, Pyke level 1. Aftershock, interestingly. Normally it's Hail of Blades, but in this matchup, as mentioned previously, it is a pretty difficult one for Pyke.
And I think we're talking about the lack of CC in frontline, some of these things. You want a little bit more ability that when you go in, because you're basically the only one going in, you can live a little bit longer with Aftershock, because you are the only setup really here for Targamas. Not going to find Danny. Good job, Danny. Yeah, good job. Stay safe.
Get in the bush, Danny! Get in the bush, Danny! Oh, he's running. Oh. Okay. All right. Danny lives another day. Is going to have to start with the Blade World level 1. Definitely not ideal, but gets to keep his life. So I'd say good trade. Good trade.
It was a bit weird what he did there, though, where he kind of like left the bush and then he kind of wanted to go back in the bush. He didn't quite click in the proper place, so he was just outside the bush. And then he realized the ward dropped a little too late, so he was forced to take that skill. So it is a little bit awkward for him, but EG getting a little bit of vision and information on the other side of the map. But it seems G2, never mind. I thought they were going to skirt around it, but they're just going to walk straight over it. So now EG will know exactly where he's starting. And the one thing that has been said in both NA and EU is Inspired, very smart jungler. He is very good at using information very, very well. It's a large part of why he got MVP in Europe during his heyday. And yeah, he just does a great job of being able to track what the enemy jungler is trying to do and kind of pathing to best optimize his route and get as much jungle camps as possible.
Jojo Pune already starting with the pig emote. I saw that one a lot. I don't know what it says, but I saw that a lot in playoffs in NA, so I imagine we're going to see it a lot here at MSI too.
I am not sure where the pig emote rose to prominence, what the story is of it, but we'll have to keep our eyes on the mid lane matchup. That's obviously one that we're excited about, but this might be the most interesting of the picks as well, just in terms of scrapping it down. Broken Blade, like you said, took the Fiora in the previous game, but got solo killed by the Aatrox and looked like he reverted that one. Impact is 10-8 in heads up. 2 more wins against him from their time in North America. Slightly better win rate for Impact, so looking good for us.
Why do you sound sad even when you say that? You like sound not convinced by your own
point. I'm coping already?
Yeah, I think you, no, I think it's a good point, and you should say it with pride. You sounded scared when you delivered it, Mark, like you're not certain if it means anything.
You know, you could have delivered it like Broken Blade out of fear, ran from North America, his rival Impact.
If you're getting solo killed by Biopanther, it's going to be bad against Impact.
Exactly. That's the type of confidence I like. Now, Jankos, level 3, making his way towards mid. Caps should hit level 3 now.
Wall. Oh, there it is. Good setup. Easy stun to follow. Jojo now going to be in trouble. Caps' wall going to stop any follow-up damage from the Graves there. And they do get the early flash out. So solid start for the side of G2.
I'm interested to see him take the wall. I was wondering if it was going to be the kind of QE only Anivia that you sometimes see people go. But with that gank, I think it makes sense to take the wall there, get the flash out, and will limit Jojo Pune's aggressiveness in the early game. It's one of those flashes where they might not actually repeat gank and find a kill because it's just going to get harder. But it does stop him from being able to shove and roam quite as easily.
It was a very common playstyle that we saw from G2 throughout their playoffs, which was that Jankos would find ways to gank mid level 2, level 3, mainly on the Jarvan. But when you have Anivia, Anivia provides that setup for you, assuming you can land the CC. So getting that flash out, very powerful. But of course, using that time, Inspired has that tempo advantage. So he will be 1 camp up on his opposition. He's going to use this brief window to drop a ward down. He knows that camps shouldn't be up and available, so perhaps he can look for a gank Broken Blade in a bit of an awkward spot right now.
Yeah, and it worked last game. Why wouldn't it work again? Broken Blade might have a new champion, but has he learned his lesson for the matchup versus Order? For now, it looks like he has. He's playing safe. Or is he? Ooh, immune very early. He's going to leave that circle and he's going to be in trouble.
Nice
That's wall of Pain coming out, forcing the flash. Traded though. And now just spam taunting.
Okay, I mean, Broken Blade played that very well. I thought that the moment he used his E and W, he was going to lose his life. He doesn't have the flash available. Inspired even committed his flash, thinking that he could get that kill, but the E cooldown, still very short if you're able to land that single auto. He lands it onto the minion, which meant that it was up and available. Targamas now on the roams. You can see Jojo's lane in a bit of an awkward position right now, and he realizes that that support is on the roam.
Yeah, nice freeze there by Caps, making it awkward. Jojo Pune, I was talking about potentially taking Phase Rush, has actually gone Unsealed Spellbook, so does have the TP to get back to lane, but I think with Graves showing on the top ward on the Krugs, he knows he can actually walk up and approach the wave and clear that out, so gets to hold his summoner thanks to that ward by Inspired.
Little things certainly adding up, but overall, Rise pretty decent CS advantage in the mid lane for now. Maybe, of course, post level 6, things get a lot easier, both trading and wave clear. We'll see how the matchup shapes up, as I'm still not entirely sure what to expect from Anivia as we get later stages of the game. I know the stuff I learned back in like Season 2 when people played this champion.
What's Anivia like these days?
Skype him in.
Here we go. Targamas hovering around mid.
Targamas, good stun. JoJoPuke now going to be locked up. Good damage coming in as well. Ignite going down. JoJoPuke going to get dropped. First blood for Caps.
So this was one of the things I was worried about for JoJoPuke coming into this tournament. G2 love to attack mid. They really love playing around Caps, and with a roaming support and an aggressive jungler, it's something that they'll often try and leverage, and it all comes back on JoJo trying to leverage his early prio. The problem with that is it sets up for an early gank. He loses his flash, the repeat gank then comes through, and G2 playing that midway very well find themselves with first blood.
And if you're a North American fan, you've seen this before, these deaths by JoJoPuke where the game can kind of get away from him. He is a really good laner, but the experience angle is something he does struggle from, and these are the kinds of plays that can work against him. Ends up shoved up, trying to get the wave in before a greedy reset, gets blown up for it, and then can he stabilize from here is the big question I think that a lot of people want to see, because while he is a great laner, the aspects of roaming and respecting ganks and warding are the areas that he can't get abused in.
And of course our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, JoJoPuke versus Caps. You can see why. It's explosive. JoJoPuke confident. Caps has a kill. You know, we're going to see. We're going to see.
And I think it's important to recognize that JoJo is still doing very well in terms of farm, his experience. He is down a level, but once he catches this next wave, he should be able to get 6. And I think that for him, the most important thing is that he recognizes this is mainly a farming. I mean, it's a bit of a weird thing because the expectations were that EG would actually be hyper-aggressive, look to try and set up dives towards the bot lane. When you're running Samira Norless, you really want to try and leverage the early strength that this duo in particular has. And then you throw a Karthus in there who's a lot more about scaling, a little bit more about buying time, but let's see if JoJo can actually get unlocked from the mid lane, see if he can look to try and set up these plays towards the bot side of the map, maybe try and punish Flacket in these early levels.
And level 6, of course, something we have to watch out for, because even with Aftershock, Pyke is still all things considered relatively squishy. JoJoPuke, pretty even trade there overall, but Caps with control of the wave for now. Again, though, level 6 we have to keep an eye on. The ulti coming in from the Karthus, as well as both Samira and Nautilus Assault, could be a huge catalyst for playmaking.
So this is the difficult part of the laning phase that I was kind of talking about in draft, where the Anivia unlocks the kind of RE combo, and it just is very hard to win a trade when that's an easy trading pattern for the Anivia side. The level 6 is the copium angle for EG here. Once the bot lane hits their 6, you get those dives off. You have the Karthus ult coming on top, Ryze teleporting down there maybe. But it is something that I think a lot of North American teams are not comfortable playing against, is Pyke and knowing those windows. I think so far Targamas has done a good job of getting out of the lane, into the mid lane without really leaving Flacket to get punished.
Just going in. Smoke screen goes down, proccing the red buff as well, forcing an early flash out from Impact. No ulti available either. Are they going to go for the dive here? Ooh, debating, but do not want to overcommit.
Nice footwork there for Impact to stay alive. Easily would have been killed if he took either the needlework from Broken Blade or the buckshot.
You're completely right, Mark. I think that if Broken Blade had actually landed and one more auto attack, that would have been a kill, but he couldn't quite get in range, which means that he couldn't get that reset on his ultimate. Meanwhile, JoJoPuke getting forced out of the mid lane matchup once again. Caps really leveraging this matchup, and we haven't seen it for a while. Makes sense why it is a good matchup for the Anivia, and Caps doing everything in his power to punish. Inspired now, hovering around the bot side of the map. They know the blue is up. I imagine G2 will just concede this for the time being as they continue to accrue advantages elsewhere on the map.
Very respectful out of G2, knowing that this is going to be going down, that it's not just going to be Inspired there, that there's other people backing them up. And this is one of the areas that EG got a lot of leads in North American playoffs, was teams would opt into a lot of fights, and EG just played them better. It wasn't necessarily like they were giga-braining everyone in playoffs. They sacked a lot of dragons, picked a lot of fights, went to weak side, and that was where they beat teams. And here, G2 respecting that kind of window where it felt like a lot of teams would have opted into a fight there, and EG would win it.
Yeah, good to not take those risks. We've seen, as you highlighted, so many of those fights go in EG's favor. A lot of those TPs coming in, the Oran Horns from downtown. This time around, it's going to be a little bit different. Albert Caps is choosing the wall to get a bit of vision. Of course, the Scuttle Crab was taken earlier by Yanko, so they know for sure that this is happening. Forward in the pit as well. Broken Blade on the flank. Early Karthus assault obviously could get canceled mid-fight, so might as well just throw down the damage early, but not too much effect yet. Fire going to try to clear this one. It looks like they might go for the 50-50, but the Herald is resetting, and Vulcan now going to be in trouble. Targamas finding the kill. Meanwhile, on the top side, Broken Blade not immune enough. EG firing back. Herald still standing. Nico stepping forward. End of the line drops. Caps just zoning away. They have no way to get past the Anivia ult at this point in the fight. Impact can maybe fish for a flank here, but G2 just brute forcing down this Herald.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, the zone control from Caps, but Impact on the flank.
For a little bit more. Targamas going wide on the hook, has to dash away from the Infernal Chains. It looks like...
I think Yanko's got that.
Yeah, Inspired isn't taking it, so... G2 got it. Now it's Herald defense duty from the side of EG, but that's a great
Here
wall.
comes
Jojo against the wall. Now they're moving in. It's a big, massive fight. Are they going to be able to make it out? Yanko's flashing over the wall. One more kill picked up. Jojo going down. Yanko's dashing away. Flacken leaping over the wall to secure the Herald. All things considered, incredibly good for the side of
G2 come out clean from that, able to trade 1-for-1 at the beginning. You would think that with your top laner dying for support, it would be a big advantage for EG, but Vulcan being the primary form of engagement, that they had no way to re-enable that fight. Hold on!
Targamas should be dead. Flash out, no. Gets the stun on the way out, forced to use the flash as well as the Phantom Undertow. Does make it out to safety.
Cheeky play there from EG, but you could see it was a very awkward fight for EG. Of course, both teams trading picks initially, attacking the flank. It's a very common strategy when you're being flanked by 1 or 2 people. Just attack that flank instead because you can create that numbers advantage. And the fight starts off pretty even, but when you lose Vulcan, you also lose a lot of your utility and engage tools. And then when you're playing against this Anivia, you can see how much zone control she has and how difficult it becomes for this relatively short-range comp to actually get involved and do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice realm warp by Jojo to find the pick on Broken Blade, but without that, you then have no way to get on top of them again. And G2's zone control was really clean, and then the re-engage just better executed by G2 to find that second cleanup kill, and then to snipe the Rift Herald as well on the pickup. They got everything they wanted.
Icing on the cake, absolutely. I think those fights are going to get harder in the future if both teams can even out the gold, as Inspired now finally has that first item on the Karthus. The ult is going to be a little bit more threatening, but again, the big pick that I think we're going to keep coming back to is the Anivia, because the amount of zone control is just so difficult to play against, whether it is the ulti or the wall. We've seen it be so effective in this game when, frankly, I didn't even think this pick would exist in Pro until Froggen came back to pro play, or a buff came through, or a rework, because when you think of control mages, you think of Azir, you think of Victor. She's like 9th on the list of control mages you think of, but in this context, she's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I went back through her patch history to see if there were any buffs.
No.
Her last change was in 11.20, and she had a base voice lines have been remastered to sound clearer.
You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. I could see playing the game with the old voice lines, you would get tilted, and Caps couldn't make any of these great plays, but now the voice lines are better. There you go.
Yeah. That was the change that they needed. That happened over a year ago. In any case, EG now standing up towards the top side of the map. And I want to reiterate that even though EG find themselves at a slight deficit right now, they do still have very clear win conditions in the form of Inspired. And when I was watching EG's games, a lot of their successes did come from their team fights later on. So I still have my eyes on players like Danny, on Inspired, and how these later team fights will actually play out.
It will be interesting to watch, of course. We now see Impact and Broken Blade. A bit of a fist fight here on the bottom side. Ignite ticking already. Impact with a clean sidestep, but not nearly enough healing to make his way out of that one. Clean pick from the side of G2.
Of course, the roaming Anivia coming in, collapsing into the bot lane, finding that kill in the side lane, you know, exerting her pressure over the rise, as expected.
This is something that Caps likes to do. Regardless of the champion that he's on, he will find ways to roam around the map. And it felt like in this situation, he was just using his strong wave clear. They had good vision control around the bot side of the map, and they were just very quick to move and find that pick. And now they're keeping the pressure up with the Herald in mid lane.
This is a big problem for EG now because Inspired can no longer cycle Jankos' camps quite as easily. There's that brief window where we saw a couple invades, but now Broken Blade's getting the push on Impact, Caps has the push on Jojo Pune, and the only thing that EG has the push on is the top lane, or what was the bot lane. And it's something that is playing very respectfully. Targamas is always finding the right windows to roam and never leaving Flackid alone to get dove at the right times.
Yeah, and I think the difficult thing here is if Samir's even or ahead, if Ryze is even or ahead, those short-range champions going up against Grave, going up against Gwen, you can win a lot of those fights, but when you start to fall behind, especially with an Anivia on top, your side lanes get so difficult, any kind of pressure in fights gets so hard because you're walking face first into a Graves that's stronger than you, it's never going to be a good time.
Yeah, and one of the things I just wanted to highlight was actually how well G2 kind of played the map in that situation, as I have to hold that point. Targamas is looking right now.
Go.
All right, he's not going to commit to anything. But what was really impressive about that, as I'm going to see if I can bring up the minimap here, what was really cool was how G2 actually rotated their top lane, or their bot lane down towards mid, and then they rotated mid towards bot, and then they sent their top lane, a Broken Blade, back to base to then catch top wave. There wasn't any waves that they were missing in that whole setup. They were able to keep all waves pushed in, they caught all their farm, and then Jankos goes back to base, resets, and gets all of his camps as well. And now you can see how quickly this gold lead has actually ballooned to 3K. That efficiency in playing around these lanes is something that during the regular season we never saw from G2, but they really did level up when it came to playoffs, and these map movements are very good to see.
There's so much in common between these two teams, narratively at least, where both teams finished 4th in the regular season, had the insane lower bracket runs. G2 is on an 13-game win streak. They had the 4 3-0s as well as winning their first matchup. EG was on an 11-game win streak, so one of those is going to get broken here after their kind of crazy lower brackets, and sadly for me, it's looking like G2 is a little favored. I appreciate you not rubbing it in too much so far, Vedius.
No, I mean, I think that so far it's been a fairly, I say even game. I don't think EG have made any egregious errors so far, and I just think G2 just been super proactive on the map.
Yeah.
And I like what I've been seeing from them so far. But again, the problem for this is that as much as I would love to be mean, I've seen what Danny has done before.
Also,
and I've seen enough Samira highlight reels.
We also, to be fair, got a lot of the int out in the order game, so I don't... Because I would have talked smack in that game if I was casting that game too, if there was like an Oath representative up here. But I would have been humbled very quickly in that early game.
The reason it's a win-win if you talk a lot of smack now is because either the comeback happens and then I get to gloat, or you're just right and then you get to gloat. So no matter what, it works either way.
Yes, it's always about us. There it is.
Now, the next Herald has spawned. I imagine that both these teams will look to try and contest. EG find themselves at a 3k gold deficit. With no major item completed on Jojo, they may just choose not to contest it for the time being. You can see the resets coming through. Gwen back in base, does have the TP if he wants to commit. But G2 for now, just kind of holding, catching that top wave, holding around mid. Will look to push that in and then control the top side river.
And this is something that EG did a lot in playoffs. Like I said, they would sack objectives when they didn't feel like they could really contest them, and they would funnel gold effectively into Danny. But with the shift in the meta, they're not necessarily the same champions. Like, Samira does have insane late-game teamfight pop-off potential, but it's a little less. It's more all-in and more dependent on your enemies making a big mistake or your team setting you up very well because you are so much shorter range, whereas a lot of the times Zeri and, like I said, Tristana and Jinx all had this kind of like ability to kite you out very effectively and then go in after you've kind of blown your stuff, whereas Samira goes in, and either it works or it doesn't. You pop your ult, you build it up, and you're like, I hope you're all dead by the end of this.
Yeah, relatively short range, doesn't really get to poke, doesn't really get to contribute a lot. When she does go in, if it is a good engage, it can be insanely effective. And, you know, nice little mechanical plays there from Danny as Targamas still continues to fish, but for now, it looks like they're not going to really fight or contest for this second Herald. Inspired getting this one for free. So at least a little bit of positive news for EG. They are currently still forced into their tower here in the mid lane, and it does mean giving up the Drake, but they can use that to at least knock down one more tower.
I think overall, EG is not going to be too upset about that trade.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those situations where G2 kind of looked at the map in its entirety and said, well, okay, we could contest this Herald and we could take that, low health mid-tier 1. Maybe we use it to take the tier 1 in top lane. In terms of map advantages, it doesn't really gain them a lot, whereas the Drake, in terms of as the game progresses, will offer a lot more value. So choosing to make that trade, but EG's also happy because, hey, maybe we can now break that mid tower down and actually regain some map control.
Yeah, and I think the other angle for G2 is we haven't seen EG have pressure recently, and so it might be hard to find a window to even use that Rift Herald after you pick it up, whereas the Dragon is one, more immediate power, and two, that kind of late game insurance policy where you're starting to stack these up now, should EG manage to stall the game out.
A lot of ifs, difficult situation, and we'll see where this Herald goes for now. As right now, G2 slowly pushing their Vision of Nine forward, starting to contest little things like the Raptor camp, but a lot more resources set up on the top side of the map. EG could look to respond on the bottom side, should be an easy turret take, maybe even without the Herald, with Vulcan and Danny on the way, but the wave not too massive. Going for the dive here, high-risk decision, but I think they want it. They're feeling it. Broken Blade dashing backwards. It's going to get knocked up. Should be easy fall up there coming in from the Samira passive. He does get knocked down. The tower will now fall as well.
Alrighty, there you go. EG on the map playing to the weak side away from the Anivia. Down, find the kill onto Broken Blade, looking good. I was laughing at the Inspired ult just coming in right at the very beginning. Karthus, I was about to say, not a great game for First Strike Karthus. We haven't found that many opportunities to use ult. I wonder if he's just going to use it for gold soon. And then he starts that dive off with it. But it did force out the Broken Blade's miss there so that the immune was gone by the time the actual CC came in. That was actually pretty big for pulling that dive off.
It certainly was. And now the blue buff being contested. Inspired recognizes, okay, I may have overstayed here just a little bit. Caps is gonna pick that one up. I believe that's his first blue buff of the game, and any person that has played Anivia knows how much they value this blue buff. It makes the champion so much stronger. Mana becomes significantly less of an issue. And the map continues to open up. Props to EG, they've been able to close the goal gap just a little bit. 2.5k is the difference now, as G2 look to try and set up on this mid-tier 1. Targamas on the flank.
Waiting off to the side there. But at this point, doesn't really have to push for anything. Even just going into stealth threatens enough. Obviously, if EG overcommit even for a moment, they could find a wall right behind them and no way out. Certainly very difficult for a lot of the members of their team. Luckily, their carries have flash up, but EG just not able to find that footing to force any kind of fight yet.
It does feel like it'll probably be slow for the next 2 minutes while we wait for the Dragon to come up, which will be then approaching Soul Point for G2. There's also less things to trade now with all of the side outers down for EG. We'll see if they want to use that Rift Herald mid, of course, to try and break that. But with how much control the Anivia brings, it does feel very difficult to find that window. So it's probably just a big dragon fight coming up. All summoners should be back up aside from the flash onto Vulcan will be the only thing down if nothing else happens.
Yeah, I will say that the most awkward part for EG, we did talk about it in the draft, and we talked about it kind of throughout this game, but the short range makes team fights hard, but it also makes sieging incredibly difficult. Like, when you think about champions that can actually get close and hit the tower, especially the mid lane one, like...
No, it's Anivia. Like, Anivia's going to stand there. She's going to one-shot your wave. Maybe even if they're Baron minions. And, like, if you tried to dive, you have to full commit to the dive to stop her from doing that.
What's funny is we were talking to one of the designers on Diveforia about what makes a good competitive meta. And we were joking about, you know, like, oh, Ziggs and whatnot. And we forgot about Anivia stalling the games out, those old 40-minute siege games where no one can do anything.
Good news is at least G2 are trying to do something.
Yes,
Maybe the Anivia would permit them to do nothing, but they are trying to get some work done here. EG, though, responding with a Herald in the mid lane. We'll get a bit of damage down on the tower, but G2 using that TP from Caps to deny them from breaking open the mid-tier tower.
But look at how the map is set up once again. The dragon spawns at about a minute's time. That top wave has been pushed all the way underneath the tower, and there's a wave for them to catch on bot. So now what they can do is they can push in this mid wave. They can catch bot and start to set up a slow push and stack a wave to create another point of pressure. And then they can slowly start to transition their vision towards the bot side of the map. For now, it hovers around the top side. And I'm actually quite surprised. Perhaps they could even consider going towards a Baron instead.
Ooh, sneaky. They take the Blast Cone over.
Remember, there are double Umbral Glaives on the side of G2, so vision for EG is next to impossible once they lose control of an area. They're trying to get mid-prio. Maybe they will use that to check the Baron pit.
Oh, they can
Fire touching the brush.
This is free.
But they're killing it so fast. This is the strength of having a jungler like Graves, the Anivia, Flacket. There's just so much damage on this. Yes, they finally spotted out, but no, it's fired right into the pit, not quite in time. He is going to drop here. Yanko's trying to find a way out. He is going to get knocked down. At least one kill going over to the favor of EG in the meantime in exchange for the Baron. Not a good deal yet. Artemis now running, EG knowing they have to extend this play if they want to take away the Baron, but will not be able to do so. Massive, massive sneak for the side of G2.
God damn it, they're so smart! I hate them! That was so clever!
Yeah, that was pretty clever.
Right when Dragon's spawning, there's so much focus on EG to start prepping for bot side of the map, and that's the ideal time to actually throw the kind of mix-up Haymaker and go for the Baron instead, and now it's going to make this Dragon fight so easy for them.
And now Caps trying to bait out the wind wall. Cannot wind wall the actual wall, so we'll get forced away. Blade roll now down. Impact going to try to get something done. Oh, they played enough against the Aatrox to know how bad this could be for G2, but Impact not powerful enough. Broken Blade finding the kill. Danny now needs to run for the hills. Good damage coming in, but no follow-up quite yet. He might fall into execute special. He's confident, but it's not going to work out. Forced to use the ultimate and knocked down by the side of G2.
So off the back of a Baron, G2 quickly come back out onto the map. They force the fight against EG. They find the 4v4 and they will secure their third dragon of the game as well. G2 very quickly dominating this game.
You feel a little bit of desperation set in for EG there. They didn't want to have to give that one up. They wanted to take that fight before Yanko showed up. Impact tried to find the angle, but this is what we're talking about. The comp from G2 just can kite that out so easily, and there's no way for all the members of EG to get off the top of a single target to start those resets.
I just feel bad for JoJo, because he came from a game where when people build a wall, there's counterplay, but in League of Legends, when Anivia throws a wall behind you, you can't do anything. And I just don't think he was ready for this. He's probably never seen this champion since he joined Pro.
That was a good Fortnite work. I'll give you that's one of the better Fortnite jokes. There you see just so many cooldowns forced out of EG or Danny defensively that when Impact goes in, Danny can't actually contribute. He's just stuck hitting Broken Blade, who is immune. And finally, by the time that they can start walking in there, Impact's already dead, and then Danny's just like, well, we got to go at some point. That's it. I think in the first ultimate, I think I might have seen him from this entire game, which is not ideal.
And we didn't get to talk about it, but to kind of backtrack a little bit, the reason why the Baron was so smart, like, you guys heard me talking about it, right? Like, oh, they pushed in this wave, they set up this wave, these are all the things that they're going to do next. They took advantage of these expectations that you would have with the dragon spawning, and then they subverted them by literally just going behind the Baron and securing it with their very fast clear comp. It's just, really, it's been a very clean game overall from G2, which is funny when you think back to their previous game.
I think that is important, and one advantage that G2 do have is that they got to play a game on stage before this, and I unironically get the intel. Make those mistakes, play a little bit overconfident, limit test a little bit, and now that they're coming into this game, knowing it's EUNA, knowing it's a rivalry where obviously if you lose, you will be relentlessly memed for all time, you know, taking it very seriously, playing clean, playing very, very controlled.
I appreciate giving me the angle of Copium and how this is just not fair that G2 got to get their int out in the previous
not what I said at all.
That's what you said, because you also, you might have not realized you said it, but you said SKT. Oh, hold on.
There it is.
In trouble.
Vulcan now committing, but the hook takes him into the wall. G2 easy retreat for now. Targamas knocked back over the wall. Griefed a little bit by the team there. Broken Blade caught out, but generally immune to most things. Impact in the meantime, split pushing. Maybe he can break down this Herald. They are going to be Jojapune ulting in. Targamas off to the side trying to disrupt this. Broken Blade now going forward, looking for a fight anyway. But the rest of his team is barreling down the top side of the map, looking to break open the base. It is just tower for tower, but Impact just continues to hit on the inhibitor. EG kind of coming out on top of this one.
This is a great trade for EG. You have the Hullbreaker Aatrox actually getting some work done. I thought I was never going to see any value the rest of this game, but there you go. Impact just perma-splits, is going to be able to grab this inhibitor. He might be in a little trouble getting out, but EG did a good job of also finding the Sprit Broken Blade in that situation. It's getting a little scrappy now as teleports are coming in.
Doubling down. They collapse on Caps very rapidly. Maybe they can get something done. Caps hoping to find Impact. But no.
Emo's coming in.
Yeah, gotta let him know. Yanko's also, this is, oh man. Saving Private Impact appears to not have been the plan. They've called that mission up. Turns out you just leave the man behind, but Impact all fine on his own.
Wow. Okay, well, yeah, EG, they did a really good job there of just punishing G2 on the map this time round. They're able to secure themselves a bot inhibitor, they find themselves a pick, and overall they buy themselves a little bit more time. They didn't even lose that top inhib, which I suppose you could look at like, on the one hand, their base is slightly more intact. On the other, that was a lot of potential free farm they could have been securing.
I like it in this situation, though, with the dragon spawning in a minute and a half. You do have kind of free push in the bot lane now, and that can give you an angle to get into the river because G2 is still stronger. There's still 6k gold up, and so you're probably not going to brute force your way through them, but this gives you another avenue to reach and contest that dragon.
And if G2 get with this kind of lead, get to the pit first, it's going to be, again, impossible to approach the Anivia. But if you are on the side of EG, if you can get set up first into the pit, the fight starts to look a lot better. You've got your own wall of pain, can do a lot of work if they try to push in, especially with double AP threats on the side of EG. So there is a way. However, it is still quite difficult. G2, despite the super minions, seem very committed to pressing their lane advantages. Whew.
Nice little chunk out there by Yankos, just dropping his ult before the fight starts. Drops everyone to about 75% HP.
Just a quick question. This is a bit of an unfair question, so you can laugh at me.
I love it. Let's do it.
But you know they did nerf the mana ratio scaling on Rise in a recent patch. Do you think that affected the tank build that dramatically?
Trying to troll me? I'm sure it is not as good for mana stacking, which a lot of the tank items that you build do with Fimbulwinter.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like I haven't sat down and done the math right, so I don't know how dramatic it actually is.
I mean, depending on math's funny because you can go, oh wow, it was a 33% damage nerf because it dropped from 3% to 2%, so it lost one of the percents that you had. Yeah. But on the other time, it's like, well, maybe in your full combo that's like 50 damage.
Yeah, it's one of those things. In any case, the Baron has started off. EG is the one pressuring G2 into making a choice.
There are Caps walling himself off, maybe expecting a little bit of a gank there as Impact just floats off to the side. Can just continue to pressure on the top side. Objective bounties are up, so that tower will be incredibly valuable.
It's also nice because the wave is stacking in the bot lane. So G2, who I thought would have pressure and force EG to come into the Dragon Pit, EG actually went cross-map and are forcing G2 to stop them from trading with this Baron.
But Anivia is very, very strong when you group up into a pit. So if she pushes R, it is going to force out a quick flash there from Inspire. Going to make it that much more difficult because Targamas can just sit in the darkness and hunt for this. In the meantime, they're going to get Infernal Soul on the side of G2.
Yeah, I feel really bad for EG here because the position that they are map-wise is really good for them. Impact now in a lot of danger here.
They can Flack it, the flash forward, anticipating it, Flack it, now healing and trying to rush away. Impact in trouble. He's out of cooldowns. There's nothing left.
He had nothing left. He committed everything. He played that about as well as he could. He came very close to getting that kill onto Flackett, but the shield coming through from the shield boat, helping Flackett out immensely. The soul will now be secured. And again, I feel really bad for EG because, again, the map state for them was really good. Wanting to force that Baron was a great choice, but Anivia just makes it so hard.
I love this cast because we came in and we're like, we're going to roast everybody. And instead, Betty's just like captain of the pity party the entire time.
Because I feel like that the play was good. I think that the decision was smart. And, we praised G2 for their map movements and their decisions throughout the game. And I was like, well, that decision from EG I think was a really good one.
Man, if I was in your shoes, I'd be like, those idiots! Thinking they could do Baron versus Anivia. Kekel.
Wow, you're so much better than me.
You are. Just.
I'm a lot less I'm more shameless, I guess is what I would say.
Yes.
But we're not doing so hot this game. G2 are controlling it quite well, I'd say, so I can't talk as much as I'd want to.
It is about a 10k gold deficit, more closer to 9k, but who cares? Close enough, and that's an Infernal Soul.
You could always dip into the Danny narrative. When the chips are down.
The problem is Samira is sort of that champion who is like, you're getting a montage no matter what you do with Samira. It's just like, is it embarrassing plays montage, or is it like
well, he's got one of those for the real already in the Dragon fight, unfortunately.
That wasn't his fault, though. He had to, like, now I'm the copium expert. It wasn't his fault. He had to go in. That was the only play.
I'm not insulting. I'm just saying, like, if you're building a highlight reel, that one would be in there.
Yeah.
But I think it is a really tough position to be in. Talking about the range problem, about stopping G2's push from here, there's not really much you can do other than start the fight. And given that it's Soul with Baron on, you're probably more likely to just sack the inhibitors and look for, once some of these buffs come off, once the Baron's down, maybe you can actually pick a fight. But you're going to get triple inhibs.
Yep, they're committing on a Broken Blade. Vulcan now has to run away. It is not the fight that they wanted. They will lose this one. They are getting torn to pieces. Impact will search for the honorable 1v1 off to the side. G2 not an honorable team. They beat the hell out of him. He'll come back to life and immediately die again. Gore Drinker's good, but not good enough. Sadly, G2 just too far ahead. Danny will finally go in. He will get one kill back. Jojo Pune gets a wall placed behind him, and there's just about no way out as G2 now thirst for the kills. Caps goes gold, and the ace comes out. And round one. And this 4-round matchup between EG and G2 will go in the favor of the LEC representatives.
EU greater than NA, Mark.
It's permanent, all-time, stamp it. There's no more games to play. It's doomed.
There it is. That's the NA pundit I was waiting for.
A great start for Europe on day one. 2-0 is what G2 will lead with. I was a little worried after that order game, but it seems like they really did lock it in, and I feel like that we saw a really high-level performance from the team overall in this game. Of course, they did make that blunder. I think EG did make a good punish, but there are still a lot of games between these two teams. There will be lots of opportunity for EG to evolve and grow, and I think that's going to be one of the big questions that we have for EG, because it felt like throughout playoffs, they did get better as playoffs went on. How much growth can they make, and how can they challenge for the top spot in this group?
And G2 throwing the Anivia curveball in draft obviously made a lot of what EG were trying to accomplish very difficult, so we'll see the draft adaptation day to day and game to game, but obviously an incredibly strong start, and just see when EG goes back to the drawing board what else they have, because sadly for them, the Samira, the Nautilus, not as dominant maybe as they wanted it to be in the laning phase, and once G2 got that lead, their composition just made it so impossible for EG to come back.
I'm definitely not worried, honestly, to remove the jokes aside for a moment. This was a relatively close game for a portion of it, and things did not go well for EG. Some of those early plays in the mid lane where Ryze is losing his flash pre-6, kind of hurting his ability to roam and affect the side lanes. Like, I don't think the game plan turned online where they're forcing all these dives that we're talking about. And so from that sense, you can be, okay, good job, G2. You stuffed our game plan in the early game, but we're going to bounce back. And I don't think this was like, oh, we just got skill gapped in every lane. I think for North American fans, another draft, another round. We'll see you tomorrow. Good job, G2, whatever.
All right, Mark, I like it. Good summary. Yeah. All right, well, we're going to give you all the takeaways from EG versus G2 in just a few minutes, as Yinsu is joined by Caps live from Busan.
The fast-pay Wildcats from the TCL are facing up against the LPL and former MSI champions Royal Never Give Up.
Is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
세상 시간조차도 아픔이 되어 내 맘속을 파고들고 있어. 하지만 너무 어렸던 난 도무지 알 수 없었지. 영원이란 단어보다 더 거짓 순 없다는 걸. You break me every time. 더 이상 난 견딜 수 없어. 남은 것은 상처뿐이야. 이제 나를 보내야만 해. You hurt me every time. 너에게로 다가갈수록 우린 더 멀어질 뿐이야. 남은 희망이란 없는 걸.
And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. While we're waiting for the post-game interview to be set up, one of the things I wanted to talk to both Jat and Kulborg about was this draft. Because I thought that G2, well, for a brief moment, I thought they were trolling. However, when you see how that Anivia interacted with the entire comp from EG, it ended up working out in their favor. We'll pull it up on your screens in a moment, but Jat, I'm going to come to you immediately. Let's go key takeaways, and then let's go individual onto the draft.
Yeah, I mean, G2 genius, right? If they lose, trolling. If they win, they're just like, haha, Anivia's a genius pick. I thought it actually worked really well. So, like, I agree at first it's unconventional because they have no true frontliner, but they could still have good zone control with Anivia ult comboed with Smokescreen. They could cover the entire river with those two spells, and then having two Umbral Glaives as well, because they had Pike and Graves, made them really effective at vision control as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like isolated as a pick, I mean, it really depends on what it comes into. And I think it makes sense when you see it into JoJo's Rise, he's been so prevalent on throughout the NA split. Then you take it into the other context is, well, we're playing around with Yankers. We're playing around with Tarkamus. These two players love playing around Caps. We talked about the link up we see from all of them all the time. And as soon as JoJo Pion did no longer have Flash, I mean, the guys just came, raptures or whatever those animals are called around him, trying to shut him down.
They managed to group up and take him down. I think when we saw the Pike locked-in, I immediately said, what do you think of Targamas Pike? You know, what is our expectations? We said more controlled than Hilly, but this is a pick he's particularly comfortable with. What I really like is, again, the Pike, the Graves, the Zeri, and then you look at, as well as the Gwen, a lot of mobility. So while you don't have the traditional front line, the amount of vision control, the amount of zone control, the amount of mobility they have, very difficult for EG to deal with.
Yeah, I definitely feel like you see that as well, especially once we come after 6 as well. Casters is struggling as well. Yes, he's great as a fast-growing champion, but into a lot of the champions that we saw over the G2 composition, it was really hard for him to excel at what he does well, and they shut that down immediately.
Let me jump in very quickly. I'm hearing that the Verizon post-game interview is ready. So Yinsu is joined by Caps.
Dog.
That's right, quick shot. I've got Caps with me here in the Verizon post-game interview. Hi, Caps. Welcome back to MSI. How great does it feel to be competing on an international stage again and also finishing your day with a 2-0?
I mean, it feels good. It feels good to play international games. I've definitely missed getting some wins against NA. So it feels good to be back, and for sure, was some fun games to start it out with. So.
And speaking about your wins against NA, you versus JoJo has been a pretty highly anticipated matchup. He's been very vocal about crapping on you guys, and you in particular. Now you have played against him and beaten him in this first game. How would you like to respond to some of the trash talk he's been given?
I mean, I actually respect the trash talk. I think a lot of times when we play against NA, it can, like I feel like a lot of the NA teams are very humble when we play against them, and it feels good to see someone show a bit more confidence in their own abilities. I feel like they still have like a way to go, but of course there's still the rest of the tournament for them to show up. And yeah, I mean, if he wants to talk a big game, then he will also have to to match it.
And speaking of Jojo, today you picked the Anivia. We haven't seen you play Anivia since 2017 Rift Rivals. It's been a hot minute. Was that specific into Jojo's Rise? How long have you guys been kind of practicing with this pick?
I mean, so the Anivia is a fun one. We've been, I guess, practicing it a bit back and forth throughout the year, and we've had like pretty good success with it. So we decided to pull it out here in one of the opening games. Kind of like to get like a strong start going into the MSI, show some of our secret picks, but I'm sure we have plenty more to come. So let's see if we can keep coming up with new ones.
And now you got to play Order and EG quite a few times. How difficult or easy do you think it's going to be able to repeat the results you had today?
I mean, it's a good question. It depends on how well they adapt. I think we were going into the tournament, I mean, quite confident. I think we have a really good shot at beating everyone in this tournament, and obviously Order and EG and like not the top dogs, so to say. So I feel like we should definitely be able to take them down. I was a little bit worried about how we would look in the beginning, but I feel like we had some somewhat solid games, even if they were not like completely clean. But I'm sure we'll get even better throughout the rest of this group stage. So if they want to beat us, they will have to improve, I guess, twice as much.
Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, Caps, for joining me. It's great to speak to you, and we'll see you on stage tomorrow.
Thank you for having me.
And that is it. That is it from me. And Caps, back to you, Quickshot, and the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Fantastic interview, and thank you to Caps. I think really good answers. I really appreciate the call out. He's happy, he's excited to see Jojo's trash talk. He respects it. And honestly, really, really grateful that it gives us that extra edge to the entertainment side of things.
It's actually refreshing. So I think one of the reasons that NA players are humble is that when they lose, they just get mercilessly pummeled by social media.
True.
Partially because so many international events are on bad time zones. So like you may as well trash talk if you're going to get pummeled no matter what with the poor results. So I also think this is the first game of many. So we got a lot more matchups to come.
I do appreciate as well production throwing up the kill onto Jojo Peter in the middle lane, just as we're trying to praise the trash talking and whatnot. We're obviously looking at a highlight reel here from Caps. That Anivia 407, 84% kill participation. It was a great pick into the composition that EG had put together. But I think if we zoom out and we look at both of G2's games, they've been able to be relatively in control throughout everything. You know, it's been relatively close in goal, but let's be fair, they've had their opponents like held at arm's length, and it's always been dictated by G2's players.
I actually thought this was a way more convincing game than the first one we saw from G2 earlier as well. And I think for Caps and G2 specifically, it was two very different games coming through as well. And I think I take a look at that 84 kill participation from him coming through. It's not so much necessarily Caps being the one who's always playing around the team coming with them. It's more like the team linking up against Caps, and then they're moving around with Caps. So it's more like the team coming together around this player, and specifically around the Anivia pick that's so good around the zone control. We see it at the objectives, and we see at G2 as well, who, funnily enough, finally decided to drop that first strike, went for the Herald instead, and then afterwards got the objective stacking going on the other side of the map.
Jack, when we zoom out and we think about the game now, let's say from EG's perspective to a degree, they were controlled, they were somewhat pushed around the map. I know Vedius was talking a couple moments of some of the decisions they made looked good, but for the most part, it's a tough opening game, but we know they've got at least 3 more against G2, right?
Yeah, I mean, really disappointing opening game. They were never really able to do like very meaningful objective trades to give Danny gold, but then also like their 5v5 team fighting just wasn't better than what G2 had to offer. Weirdly enough, like the Anivia pick was super strong because it provided a good front line, like literally just the spell was the front line, and it didn't feel like EG was ever able to get a good engage. Part of that was the double Umbral Glaives. Part of that was his zone control from the Grave Smokescreen and the Anivia Alton Wall.
And let me try to think, I'm trying to quote, what was it Moxie said on the desk? They're so damn smart, I hate them, I hate them. And that came immediately off this moment. Every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. G2 were able to secure the Baron, and EG tried to use that Rise ult to try and steal it back. But I think, and crucially, if you look at the setup, you look at the vision, what I want to highlight and ask Jat to comment on is, how smart is this from G2?
Every second actually does count with this. You're waiting to see when they're going to scout them with the blue trinket. And honestly, if they scout that 2 seconds earlier, this could be a completely different story, because you do have to use a lot of cooldowns to kill Baron this early in the game. We're like 21 minutes in, and it was a close smite fight.
Yeah, but also, like, how easy has it become just setting up for objectives like that in the dark when Umbral Glaive all of a sudden has become meta? And not only for Graves in the jungle, you see it from Pyke too, and it's even stronger than Sweeper because it'll give you a little notification when you walk next to a ward. You don't even have to have it in your attack range. It'll come up with a ping. So if you just walk into the Baron pit and you haven't gotten a notification on your OnePlus saying that you finally have a Baron coming up, well, then you can just go through and take it, of course.
So well trained, I'm impressed. Okay, congratulations to G2. They go 2-0 on the day. Jat, I'm going to come to you and say, let's look ahead tomorrow. The opening game of day 2 is going to be G2 versus EG.
It's the same.
The rematch. Yeah. But importantly, EG then play Order immediately after. So from an EG perspective, and obviously G2 coming up in the rematch, I'm expecting sides to be swapped. Like, what do you think about going ahead to tomorrow?
I think what EG is probably going to come away from that game feeling is that they couldn't do anything. It felt like they didn't have the tools to create fights. So even though I think the Karthus might be good, like the clear time on it, sub 3 minutes is absurd, I think Inspired is going to play something that has the ability to impact the map early. So at least they'll feel like they have agency, which I don't feel like they had today.
Yeah, I mean, I also see this at like kind of quarters, G2 taking the first. I think it's easier for the team that's losing when you have to play against the team so many times in a row because you get to be the one adapting, right? And I actually agree. It's weird in the sense that Inspired, we're so used from the EU perspective being like, well, the team need to play Phenom champions like Counters. Ever since he's gone over to NA and it's kind of been around Danny, I feel like he has to find a pick where you can actually facilitate Danny and make him more comfortable, especially since Danny's signature champions has been nerfed.
It's going to be interesting to see. We got 2 more games to play. Keep an eye on the meta, keep an eye on the trends, and see what's going to change tomorrow as those 2 teams face off once again. We're going to turn our attention to Group B, though, as it's time to get into the action, as Turkey's fast-paced Wildcats will be facing off against the reigning and defending champions, RNG. Dragos and Vedi, take it away.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Of course, we removed Mark Z upon his shameful loss to EU, which banned from the desk until tomorrow. He'll get to try again there somewhere. Kidding. He was here for that game. Now we're going to cast the rest of the day's games, just me and you, Vedi. And what a great time for us to be back together. I've missed you dearly.
Thanks,
And you know what else I've missed?
Tell me.
Narrative. People love it. Our boss
It's
loves
our
it.
specialty.
We're gonna do a bunch of it.
Do we have some
we
stories
got some great
for
ones.
you?
There's drama. There's intrigue. There's probably a love interest we don't know about, that kind of stuff.
And let's start with the Wildcats. A
Sure.
team that you may be familiar with. If you've been following League of Legends recently, this roster is the same roster that you saw last year.
At MSI.
At MSI. They didn't do that well.
They did pretty bad, actually.
Yeah.
They did beat Mad Lions.
They did beat Mad.
Credit to them.
Yeah, but they went 1-5. That was the only game that they actually ended up winning. But Kelsey Moser did have a bit of a chat with their coach, and she gave me some very valuable insight, which is that their expectations coming into this year and this tournament was that now that they have a lot more experience, they were rookies competing in MSI last year, but this year they feel a lot more confident. They have a lot more synergy, and I think it showed during their spring split. We saw a very confident regular season. We saw an incredibly dominant playoffs run, not dropping a single game. And this team, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, especially when Turkey is a region. Expectations in the past were very high, but in recent international performances, it hasn't been a very good one.
No, it has been a little bit of a downhill trajectory, sadly. And while summer they weren't able to qualify for international, the fact that they've come back in spring, a credit to their tenacity and the growth they've had as a team. And of course, if you don't know them, you haven't followed this team, very explosive bot lane picks. That's why you're seeing the Lucian and the Samira band away. They might be OP in the meta, but they are certainly OP in the hands of Holy Phoenix. He loves those aggressive champions coming out in lane. If you ever watch Holy Phoenix, you know it. He's always been a Callista guy. He's always been an aggressive pick kind of guy. One of the most historic players in the TCL. And this team, good in the early game. We know it. RNG, domestically, not the strongest LPL team when it comes to early game. So maybe that is the window that Istanbul Wildcats can attack. But they are going up against Xiaohu and RNG, which is never going to be a favored matchup for anybody in this group. RNG are a titanic force.
And as these final bans are coming through, continued to be thrown towards Holy Phoenix in the bot lane. As a reminder, if you do really only follow the international events, RNG is slightly different from last year's MSI, with Bin moving into the top lane from Suning and Xiaohu moving moving back into the mid lane. Expectations around this RNG during the regular season were a little bit mixed, but they dominated throughout the playoffs. I mean, it was a very close fought battle. The LPL always very stacked whenever you get towards those finals. And I'm very excited to see what they look like on the international stage. Here is our first pick with the Nautilus locked in. Farfetch going towards his comfort, getting something that gives him a lot of agency towards the bot side of the map.
And no doubt the strongest Nautilus in the TCL, even when other people were struggling on it, he was a guy that consistently found a way to make it work. Very powerful pick, solid, reliable, engaged. Now the big question, of course, what kind of aggressive carry can they pair it with? Or with those 3 bans, leverage to Holy Phoenix, are they going to have to shift to something different? Obviously, it's not the same patch. It is a new meta. We've seen a lot of different things today. One of them we haven't seen yet is Ahri. This champion, universally considered very, very powerful in playoffs, and it is why you see it so frequently banned. But this time, Xiaohu is going to get his hands on it, is paired alongside an Ezreal as well.
So RNG's whole game plan here is ban 3 of the most aggressive AD carries in the game and then pick one of the safest. So you're literally denying Holy Phoenix as many options to dominate through the bot lane as possible. And that's a lot of respect being shown. You've got to remember that this is Gala and Ming. When Gala first came onto the international stage, he took names. He really left an impression, and internationally, Gala and Ming has always been a bot lane that you have to respect. At various times throughout League's history, they have been touted as one of the best bot lanes at international competition. So the fact that they're showing this much respect towards Holy Phoenix also goes to show how the Wildcats have typically won their games through Holy Phoenix having that dominant performance, and he's not going to get his AD carry in the first rotation. They will be locking in a strong mid-jungle, and this is kind of where the Wildcats then default to. Well, we can't play through Holy Phoenix, then it's Seren that has to step up.
And Seren has been an incredible player to watch, because even last year I was looking at him when he was playing Azir. He was a consistent playmaking force for this squad last year. Has been the same case this year. Yes, Holy Phoenix is the guy who's going to pick the flashy champions, with Seren a guy who very often winning on his own, doing a very solid job as an individual contributor, going up against, well, one of the most historic players in the world, obviously 2-time LPL champion in 2 different roles. Xiaohu is a terrifying prospect, but with a Lee Sin, LeBlanc combination, maybe they can get some work done. Third pick coming in for RNG will be the Viego. I think he's only jungle net for now on for till forever, but I'm so used to the meta when he was OP in every role that it's like in the back of my head that maybe he gets flexed. However, probably just the jungle pick to match the Lee Sin.
It's also, you know, one of Wei's comfort go-to picks.
Look, logic is important, Vedius. I'm just, we've cast enough stage 1/ plans over the years that I'm just never 100% confident in anything until we get to stage 2.
I mean, that's fair. Now, I think what's really interesting here is what direction do they go with next? Notice that with RNG, they don't have a lot of engage. They have a lot of pick, a little bit of poke, you could argue, but their comp doesn't really have any meats to the bones. You know, they have kind of like that basis behind a lot of different directions they could go to, but without that support and without that top laner, there's a lot of room for RNG to kind of take their composition in different directions. And I think the Wildcats doing a smart thing of banning away supports. The Leona ban in the first phase was a great answer to Ming in particular, given that Leona is one of his comfort champions, and then removing some of these more ranged, safer options. Karma Ezreal, Renata Ezreal, both of these duos, incredibly powerful, very difficult to deal with, and very much limits your playmaking. And then RNG say, well, you know what's another great champion eliminating your playmaking?
And it's interesting because Alistar reared his head in our first game of the day, but there were also 4 or 5 support bans leveraged at the VCS before they picked Alistar, so I wasn't sure where he stood in the pecking order, but obviously once you get to level 6, very, very hard champion to deal with, always has that reliable engage. I like seeing the range supports taken away, especially from LPL and LCK teams. I think in LEC and LCS, we got very used to, outside of a couple Renatas and Luxes, we just don't really touch range supports. It's not our jam, but if you've ever watched a Korean solo queue stream, you know that, well, their support players are terrifying and they will solo win lane. It's a horrifying prospect to deal with. That said, now a Jhin, much more of a utility-focused pick for the side of Holy Phoenix. Obviously can be that big pop-off carry, but generally not a champion who is the center of attention when it is locked in.
So from a draft perspective, the Wildcats have gotten a lot of comfort for themselves. They've gotten champions that they're very familiar with. I'm sure they would have preferred something a little more aggressive for Holy Phoenix, but still, Jhin's something that he has played a fair amount of throughout the split. And meanwhile, it's just like comfort picks across the board, you know. So typically very strong mid-jungle duo with the LeBlanc Lee Sin. And Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was going to say, and I think the only way RNG can round this out is if they want to go for a carry or if they want to try and match tank for tank. Now they've got themselves the Alistar to kind of act as that engage tool. They've said, well, you know what? Let's actually just have someone that can potentially match the LeBlanc inside with the champions like a Gwen. You also have the Ahri, but also Gwen can do very well into the Gragas as the game progresses and be that greater side lane threat, while also offering a lot of team fight value. The small Gwen buffs really did make a big difference in terms of bringing her back into pro play, and we're really seeing her rise to prominence once again.
Absolutely. A champion to be feared. Of course, on the side of Istanbul Wildcats, tons of engage, tons of CC, and disengage. So a lot of things that they can do here, but lack a traditional hyper carry threat. If Saren, of course, for Holy Phoenix gets very far ahead of the curve, they've got a lot of tools, and it's going to be pretty difficult for RNG to play the game. But as most of their champions individually have great escapes, whether it's the mist or the dash from Gwen, the 3 dashes from Ahri, the dash from Ezreal, might be hard to lock down those targets if they cannot find a lead in the early game.
Outside of the Alistar, the good news for the Istanbul Wildcats is that RNG don't have the meatiest of comps. You know, I keep making these meat references for some weird reason.
Yeah. I'm hungry too.
True. But the point is that they're quite squishy, and they don't typically build full tank, which Jhin loves. Because Jhin, when he gets those big crits, he's just going to pop you off. And when you combine that with a LeBlanc, there's a lot of damage potential if you can actually land the damage.
Certainly. A lot of highly mobile champions, a lot of CC to help set them up. So maybe see that long-range poke and prod before they let RNG look for those picks. We get into our 5th game of the day, the starter of Group B. Of course, PSG versus the Red Canids after this one. RNG, the expected favorites of the group. PSG expected to come in second, but of course, a single upset is all it takes to flip that script. Remember, it is only Group C that is doing the quadruple round robin. I was going to say best of 4 round robin. Quadruple round robin, that is what I was looking for.
They play each other a bunch of times.
Yeah, so this group, every win much more important because there's, you know, technically less of them against each individual opponent.
And we've had situations in the past where just getting one win against the front runners of the group can be massive in terms of actually being able to get out and eke past, especially if you're like going 1-1 with many of the teams you're competing for spots with. So every single game that teams get against RNG, if they can secure a single win, it's going to be massive for the standings overall. So let's have a look in terms of this early game. Nothing too dramatic for the time being. Looks like both junglers opting to start on the top side of the map, which will give agency towards the bot lanes to be able to gain control. And if we have a quick look at the bot lane of Istanbul Wildcats, you can see already getting a very aggressive position in the laning phase. They might even drop a ward down. In fact, they've already used that earlier on. My apologies, but this does give Holy Phoenix and Farfetch that much more control in the 2v2.
Yeah, and interesting to see just Rune's masteries, early item choices, along for 3 pots for Holy Phoenix, of course, if he can. Trade a bit more aggressively. He's going to have a little bit more effective health as long as it's not an all-in. But on the opposite side, we do have Press the Attack coming in for Gala. So if they can't lock a member down alongside Alistar with Ignite, they can't do a lot of work. That said, Ming taking the bad end of a trade for now. 4-shot is going to come out. Luckily does not hit onto Ming, so only a bit of poke there onto Gala. But surprise of no one, it's already a fist fight on the bottom side. And similarly, Gragas struggling here in the early levels. Doesn't really have a good way to get away from Gwen. Very easy for her to just stack up the passive, max out on the Q, and jump into him as Starcream is doing what he can to clear some of the wave here.
Then choosing not to go for the Ignite. Good hook does land right underneath the turret.
Gala locked up, Farfetch taking the tower shot there. Bit of a miscalculation, going to cost them very dearly. Of course, get level 2 first, so are able to push in that wave, but not really a whole lot else for them to get. Their jungler just now clearing down to the bottom side, so well, they did have early pressure there. It will not amount to a whole lot.
Yeah, that was just a really good response from Ming. The second anyone comes underneath the tower against an Alistar, he's very good at punishing you. And if Ming wanted to be really mean, he could have Q knocked up into flash W to knock the Nautilus underneath the tower. Decided he didn't want to make that level of commitment. Instead, he'll just be happy trading the flash. Good response there from Bin in terms of that little 1v1. Dodging away, showcasing his mechanical prowess. And it's the one thing that always terrifies me about LPL teams. Their players are always just very good laners.
Yeah,
you know,
and it also ruins our narrative because we're like RNG, not the strongest team, and then we're like in the LPL. There's always that asterisk because you're like, oh, actually, when they're not playing against, you know, the
top
best Korean
esports
or Chinese top lane players, no, their early game's actually stacked. It's insane. It's just in the contrast of regional strength, not necessarily their strongest point.
Yeah, of course, RNG. Relative to the LPL teams, their laners are not considered the best, and even then it's debatable with some of them.
Gala
He's playing on the edge. As to be expected. Ming gonna body block that shot.
Now they're gonna instantly turn and try to get the reset. If they can take one member down, maybe Viego can get something done, but that's gonna be first blood going over to the side of RNG. Ferret firing back by taking down Ming. A lot of members going very low.
I swear, Gala's Ezreal just does more damage than my Ezreal does. You know,
It turns out when you hit the Qs, Vetty, you do more damage.
But why are all of his Qs like homing missiles? I don't understand how he hits all of them. Of course, a really good pick initially from the Wildcats, but RNG very quickly able to turn it around, and they would have gotten more if Ferret, his quick response there, recognizing the position that he was in, and was able to very quickly disengage with this double.
Downside, of course, Saren uses the TP there. Xiaohu is rocking the flash, and the Ignite also has a decent CS lead. So in the individual 1v1, he may suffer a lot, even if he did make the play to support the team overall. I think the other big thing to think about, past just what it means for Istanbul Wildcats to win versus a team like RNG, is what the draft has shown us about Istanbul Wildcats. Because if this Jhin pick doesn't work, and the strategy is just universally adopted by their opponents to triple ban, things could get hard for them very quickly as we look back at this play and Gala's unwavering Ezreal accuracy.
Just really good target focus there from RNG. They knew that the Nautilus didn't have a flash available, and you can see Wade forced the flash out because he knew they were at a numbers disadvantage, but the damage from Gala, the second that Ferret committed, hang on, another gank here.
Forward, Chain is going to connect Xiaohu under the tower. Not sure if he still has Charm. I think they didn't want to commit there maybe because the Charm was still up. Didn't see the start of that exchange.
It's unfortunate for the Istanbul Wildcats, but they still do get the flash. Ends up being a trade between the two mid laners. But Saren putting pressure on. I like this aggression that we're seeing from Ferret. It's something that we talked about, right? The way in which Istanbul Wildcats actually won their playoffs was being hyper-aggressive, either towards mid or towards bot. And we've already seen Saren roaming towards the bot lane. RNG is a team that, as we said, domestically, especially in playoffs, their early game is where they were attacked the most. That was the part of which they showed the most weakness. And I love that we're already seeing that same level of aggression, because if it comes to the late game, RNG's understanding of how to play the map, how to manage their waves is very, very strong. So why bother getting to that point? Just make it a bloodbath as early as possible.
Yes, but of course, that said, it is 6 minutes into the game. We are even in kills, but there is a 1,000 gold lead for the side of RNG. Ben and Xiaohu well ahead in XP for the most part, and it does not get easier for Istanbul Wildcats for the reasons you've already highlighted. Obviously, incredible late game shot calling, decision making on the side of RNG, but the fact that the early game has not been explosively in their favor is only going to make it that much of a harder task, especially as Ben already very much expected to win in this match. Oh, that was a bad ulti.
Yep.
That was bad.
He was just outside of the range, which means that Gwen was, in fact, immune. Ping's coming down as well onto the Lee Sin. Is there a ward there? I don't quite see it. Oh, it may have spotted. Ah, okay, I see it. It's that little ward. Bring this up. It's this little ward right here that spotted him entering into the jungle. So they have information as to where Lee Sin is on the map. Bin is slowing his aggression down just a tad, but it also gives Gala and Ming the opportunity to push in this bot wave and actually look for a little bit of vision. Once again, keep your eyes on the minimap. Look at Saren, once again, looking for a roam. Constantly, his game plan. Oh my god, Gala is going to attack the dragon there, drive that aggro. Okay, so it's purely coincidence.
Yeah, I think purely coincidental.
I thought that was so big brain.
Like, yeah. 5 head, let's knock him into the wall. Alistair will follow up. No, he's here for the objective. Going to get that one uncontested. Herald, of course, still 50 seconds away from spawning and counting. You can see them trying to get some pressure down on the top side, but Ben is so far ahead in the individual 1v1 that I don't really think there's a good angle for the Wildcats to play here. It's a hard game, Vedius. Where it has not been bloody and explosive, maybe as we might have expected, given how much we talked about the Istanbul Wildcats early game, but RNG have done a great job of neutralizing it. 1-1 in the kills, and the gold lead continuing to grow in RNG's favor. First objective going down. You expect the Herald to follow shortly, depending on how confident RNG are feeling. But remember that Gwen was winning trades before she really had any items, and now she is starting to get them, so...
It's one of those situations where the Wildcats committed to a bot lane play, and it just didn't work out for them, is the unfortunate reality. It ended up being a 1-for-1, and I think RNG's draft was just really clever. I think that RNG's drafting was also really incredible during the finals, and a large part of why they were able to get the better of their opposition. And I think we're seeing it once again here. Good preparation, good respect, and the Wildcats really did dedicate themselves to that all-in bot side. It didn't pan out, which meant that Xiaohu got an advantage, the bot lane got an advantage, and in the top lane isolated 1v1, Bin is just winning. So that's resulted in a 1.5k gold lead, and RNG is doing what they know best, control these early game objectives.
Yeah, and again, I think that respect is the big thing that I want to highlight here, because very often when we see heavy favorites in groups, they take some risks. They mess around. G2 has been a team like that in the past. T1, it felt like maybe took some risks in pick and ban with things like the Vi earlier today. But RNG, this is full tryhard. Way on this. This is not a champion that you give him. He is not out here playing niche picks or weird picks. He is playing comfort up against an expected weaker opponent, doing that due diligence, doing their research on the Istanbul Wildcats, shutting down one of the players that they love to draft around the most in Holy Phoenix. And it's clearly paying off for RNG, as right now Istanbul Wildcats cannot find any advantages anywhere on the map.
And just look at the timings of everything as well. Xiaohu was able to push in mid because Seren roamed up towards top to try and answer. Oh, Xiaohu!
Oh, he wants the kill. Farfetch still ticking, burning ignite. Ooh, the math is good from Xiaohu. This man passed algebra, no doubt in my mind. Xiaohu now leaping backwards. Ezreal coming in from downtown, almost flawlessly calculated, but Seren's got the hands to move out of that one.
Now, the downside for Xiaohu is his wave is in a very awkward spot, but he recognizes I'm going to get killed if I stick around. So he's just going to have to accept that this wave kind of sucks for him. I'm surprised that Seren is actually choosing to push this one out. I feel like he actually could have gone base and then just caught this slow pushing wave underneath his tower. Regardless, Xiaohu gets himself another kill. That's 3 on the board now for RNG. And it just, everything is timed so well for RNG. The way they're playing the map right now is flawless. Farfetch commits to a pick. Let's see exactly. The hook lands onto the minion, and Xiaohu just charms in. Level 5 to level 8, the damage is good. He pops his Corrupting Pot, gets a little bit of mana back, has enough for his ultimate, and able with the Ignite.
The Corrupting Pot stack is really big there because it functionally looks like he has no mana, and certainly not enough mana to fully commit for a kill onto a Nautilus, but obviously the instant pot stack, getting that mana back, and able to force that exchange, even on the edge there. Xiaohu getting so much out of that. You can see now 99 to 83, the individual CS lead. And we talked about Holy Phoenix being a big carry for the team. This game, it is not the case. Not just in draft with a pick like the Jhin, but also the Umbral Glaive first. It is a very, very powerful item, but it is not, you know, the quintessential maximum damage carry item.
Certainly is not. And here comes the dive from RNG.
Pink gonna go forward. Holy Phoenix knocked out. They're fishing for the stun. First, they're gonna take down the Nautilus. Wei now gonna hook his way back out in his stolen form, his possessed form. As Holy Phoenix gets poked lower and lower. Ferret on the way in. They will spot him on the ward. RNG taking their time here. They're really not under too much threat.
Look at this. Wei's gonna choose to go back to base, get that tempo advantage, so that he can reset back out onto the map earlier, start being more proactive once again. They know the Dragon is in about a minute's time. Bin now in the all-in.
Dashing forward, still has the Ghost up and available. And Starscreen, yes, he is falling behind, but he has not dropped down yet outside of that first game.
But all in all, RNG putting on a clinic right now. And again, we kind of have to go back to that point of RNG domestically, not the best early game team, but it's all relative, baby.
Certainly is, but now the combo isn't going to work out. Sadly, Xiaohu.
And he's going to clear the ward as well.
He's got the fancy feet, the disrespect. Poor Holy Phoenix, he just has to stand there, the gun out, saying, I dare you. Walk back in one more time, Xiaohu.
No, I'm good.
Okay, he's good. He's got a pink to clear.
Oh my god.
I think it's also just, I just want to call, no shade to Umbral Glaive as an item. I just think your 80, how often is your 80 carry clearing vision? That's my question. That's all, that's my only question.
I will say though, on Jhin, you don't have to 4-hit all the wards anymore.
That's true. That is a good point, Betty. I'll take that, but I'm just, he needs to be in lanes farming for like a good 20 minutes at this point.
It will definitely delay his spike a little bit.
Yeah, and I just don't know when he's actually going to get to use the passive.
Okay, I'm a little disappointed in that Herald usage, I will say. They had opportunities to just drop it top and bot to secure themselves plates, and they ended up doing neither.
Wait now.
Oh,
not
great
quite waiting. Instant charm, though, to knock it back. Ferret, the mechanics were clean, but RNG were just one step ahead.
That was really insane from Wei. He used the invulnerability from his ultimate to just tank the kick from Ferret.
Yep, unstoppable. Seren now dashing away there. Oh no, Farfetch into the wall. Not what he wanted to hit. Ezreal coming in. Just going to connect on the members of the own team, and RNG are wiping the floor with the Istanbul Wildcats. They were the favorites coming into this one, but sadly, it feels like the draft put them even further in advantage, and Istanbul Wildcats have just not been able to find anything in this early game.
No, and I respect what the Wildcats did try to do. We talked about it, that all-in investment towards the bot side of the map. They felt like they had a TP advantage over mid as well, so even if they did bring the LeBlanc down, they could TP back up to mid, but... Ooh, Xiaohu now.
Charm hits the clone, though. That's big. Otherwise, I think that would have been one dead LeBlanc.
Seren forced out for this. Yeah, Seren has to base.
Ferret doesn't really have a good position to land a Q, and he's been warded. So Xiaohu goes over the wall into the Lee Sin, full confidence. Xiaohu's still flishing for the LeBlanc there.
Won't find anything though. Wanted to comment. Perfect CS, or near perfect, for Xiaohu, I suppose, on top, mid, and AD carry.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. If you had any doubt that RNG's laners were pretty good.
It's hard. Okay, I'm going to be honest, guys. Just brief. We're going to break the fourth wall here for a second. These games are hard to cast as a caster because I don't want to be disrespectful to the Wildcats or their achievement in getting here. That's always going to be fantastic, even if they're falling short against RNG. But this game is about as one-sided as they can. And it might not look like it because a lot of times when we say one-sided, you guys are used to like 40-kill games. You know, we all play a lot of solo queue. That's usually what it looks like when you start to lose. The Camille goes from 2-0 to 9-0 very quickly. But RNG are playing with a ton of respect. They're slowly but surely choking out the Wildcats. And
I mean, you say slowly. We're 14 minutes in.
They're rapidly choking out the Wildcats. They're full-on headlock. They're running out of air, guys. And we'll see what they can do, but it's a tough situation for the Wildcats.
Yeah, they are dominating in every single metric right now. If it weren't for that one death, they'd be on way to a perfect game.
Good combo, the knockback. Maybe this is something. Gala knocked up. Ignite now taking down from downtown. That's going to be the ulti. Maybe they can turn this back. Bit now pushing forward, though they've burned all of their cooldowns. They've only taken out the Ezreal. RNG, can they get something in exchange? Saren waiting over the wall, trying to fish out, who kicked back into the rest of the team. The chain's still attached. She's been locked down. That's a big shutdown. Signs of life coming in from the Wildcats. Not getting choked out that quickly. RNG, 3 members versus 4.
The pings are coming down onto the Rift Herald. They know that's a big objective.
Stepping forward, Holy Phoenix, full shot. Where's it going to go? Have to wait for Gwen to not be immune anymore. Looks like Starscream is going to be the sacrificial Gragas as Ben starts to run forward. The Ghost is popped, and Holy Phoenix is in trouble. Should just get taken down here. Can't get the ulti reset for Wei if he wants to go back over the wall. Ming definitely not threatened whatsoever as the Alistar.
And it looked so good, but it went so bad. RNG saw that Ferret went over the wall. He used his Q to actually close the distance between him and the Herald, and that meant that RNG weren't in a 4v3 anymore. They were in a 3v3, and Bin was like, wait a minute, I'm level 12 on Gwen, and I have Riftmaker. Why would I not pick this fight? And they just kill Starscream. And the moment that he drops, that front line disappears.
Oh, but here we go. Respect, they're keeping the tempo up. You know, maybe they can continue to push their advance, but that is a level 12 Gwen. Gragas just hit level 11. It's level 9 for Ferret. Ming is on the way in. All the CC the Gwen could ever need. Farfetch looking for the backup. But of course, while this is all happening, Herald still falling in favor of RNG.
Oof, it is a rough one for the Wildcats. It looked like a good fight. I like the proactivity. Try at the very least to do something to get onto the board. And they're able to find that big pick onto Gala and get a kill onto Zhao, who resulted in a lot of gold in their back pocket. But as you can see, the gold still finds itself very far ahead. Gala hit. Wasn't expecting a Gragas to be in that bush, even commits the flash early. Then the combo comes through, he gets locked down. And he ends up losing his life. And again, this fight initially looks very good for the Istanbul Wildcats. Xiaohu on the side ends up getting caught off. The 4th shot, along with the good kick from Ferret, in with the chains from Saren. And it's really here where, yeah, exactly, watch. Ferret's going to go over the wall, separate himself, and now Holy Phoenix finds himself in an awkward position. Starscream has the body block for his carries, and basically, the Wildcats don't have anything left.
It's just every man for themselves at that point. And again, credit on the initial play there. Obviously, Gala trying to anticipate the Gragas E-Flash, has to burn everything early because you're just not going to be able to react in that situation. But Starscream holding his patient, but now another fight breaking out. It's a 3-man pulverize coming in from Ming. Xiao, who's still on the front line. Holy Phoenix laying down a bit of damage, but nobody's low enough to really be threatened. The rest of the Wildcats now retreating as Ben is off to the side. Ben on a flank, definitely a terrifying sight. We know that as EU commentators. Gwen certainly set up in a position to continue to press their advantage forward. Wildcats still regrouping, Farfetch still down. Ezreal can hit multiple members, really chunking out the back line here as the Herald's second charge is going to come through. Ming fishing for Ferret. Stun not going to connect. Kick has landed onto Ming. Sarah getting lower and lower. They have to be careful here. Wei going to get knocked back in. He's going to find the kill. He's dominating. Oh, such a difficult game for the side of Wildcats as RNG are just eating them alive.
RNG continue to roll it down the mid lane. They haven't stopped yet, but without a minion wave, they're going to be forced to stop. A dragon is available for them. If they so choose, they're going to take all of the bottom jungle. And look at the waves right now. They just have such excellent control all across the map. They have top lane pushed in. They have bot lane pushed in. They have mid continuously pushed in. And now the ping's down onto the Drake as well. Everything going in the way of RNG. And we talked about that good mid game. Well, when you get a bunch of kills early, when you get a bunch of gold, you can accelerate the time at which that mid game arrives.
Certainly. And it makes the good mid game. You can play a mediocre mid game with this kind of lead, and you're still going to be okay.
Yeah, I would say so.
Difficult situation. I think the difficult thing for the Wildcats, again, is that if other teams can copy this blueprint and find success, I think it is going to be difficult. Because while Holy Phoenix plays flashy carriers, not every game is about Holy Phoenix, but the Jhin, for me, is just not doing enough. You can see some of the philosophy behind it. He sets up the Lee Sin and LeBlanc. They're going in, they get people low, he finishes the job. It's good long-range CC setup initially, sort of almost semi-global in some circumstances, but just has not worked out as well as a lot of the stuff they were able to play domestically. Again, thanks to the heads-up preparation of RNG to really target him out and shut him down.
Played there by Bin. Uses his ultimate to create the sense of I'm about to fight you, and then just uses it to clear the wave. Backs away. Now the re-engage from RNG.
Barrett. Lots of Q's landed here from Gala. Lock up the stun from Alistair, still connected, trying to find the disengage. Barrett, Q back to the minions. It looks like he's going to do something to make it out almost into the Ezreal ulti, but it's not going to be enough. Gala now taking down Sarah, and Holy Phoenix now needs to run because Bin is a terrifying man to find in a 1v1 way on the backside as well. Holy Phoenix, 4-shot, the movement speed is not going to be enough. There's no more bullets left in the clip. Double kill for the Ezreal. RNG again. Dominant.
It is an absolute massacre for RNG. They just wipe the Wildcats off the map, and just as Baron spawns, they will secure it. An excellent debut to the tournament from RNG, but you have to feel that this game is done and dusted. The Wildcats are just trying to cross-map. They feel like RNG, oh, we just lost the tier 2 tower in the bot lane, but RNG actually have 3 members up towards the top side of the map. Ferret gets absolutely blown up by Gala, not missing a shot, just barely able to dodge away from the damage of the ultimate, but Seren is not. Meanwhile, being in the 1v2, I mean, what is there to break down here other than an absolute massacre?
Oh, Gala hitting every Q, leaping in, taking kills left and right. And again, even when the thought process is good with this kind of gold disadvantage, there's just not a lot of hope if RNG has members in the area. They are so far ahead. 2 items, 2.5 items, depending on what you consider a Medjai's.
They took his Raptors right in front of his face.
Nowhere is safe, Vedius.
Nowhere is safe. RNG now with the Baron buff. We've had a lot of fast games today. RNG is looking to make it another one. They're going to sweep through all the vision. They have the Baron buff on mid. They have another wave collapsing on bot. And RNG, they're looking to end things as quickly as they started it, as they have the Nexus in their eyes.
And certainly delivering on the expectations that they would be the clear #1 favorite in this group. So it doesn't feel like there are any major missteps or mistakes from the team. Some even trades here and there, but aside of that, Istanbul Wildcats getting picked to pieces. Final engage is now coming in. Farah, there's really just nowhere for him to go. Another Viego reset coming out. Holy Phoenix in the safety of the fountain trying to get something else done as Ming takes big chunks of damage, ready to body block for his teammate. Seren respawning. Just not strong enough to have an impact here on that RNG front line. Gala absolutely fearless, just throwing out Qs here. And RNG, they're going to end this game. Expected favorites, yes, but this level of dominance, always a pleasure to see from the LPL representatives. Istanbul Wildcats are going to be sent back to the drawing board as RNG move up to 1-0 in the group. Absolutely obliterating the opposition.
A very one-sided affair from RNG, matching the expectations put upon them.
Oh, we were baited.
We were baited as they
camera guys were baited. It's over now. It's over now. Might have been over 15 or so minutes into the game.
But just very good prep from RNG, from draft to execution to everything.
I'm not used to seeing that. Very rarely do we see that much respect in draft when a major region plays against a region like the TCL or the CBLOL. Pocket picks are not usually respected like that. Comfort picks are not usually respected like that. Usually it's like stock, standard, meta bans, or something a little cheesy or crazy. But the fact that they triple banned Holy Phoenix, signs that they did their research, they did their prep, they are not disrespecting a single opponent. And it's a cool thing to see from RNG, but it just means that everybody's lives are that much harder. Because you're not going to catch RNG sleeping if they're drafting against every team like that.
No, and I think it's something that a lot of these teams you have to be very wary of. G2 showed it in the last game, RNG is showing it this game. Teams with very deep champion pools are getting a lot more confident at being able to flex those pools, right? Showcasing the flexibility of Ming and being able to bring out the Alistair. Like, obviously the man has a very long history, but this RNG, if they can continue this level of adaptability and flexibility as they even showcased in the finals of the LPL, bringing out the Jax last pick, it was just so brilliant as an answer. They're a very scary team for sure, especially trying to navigate that draft pool. And in a best of one, that can be a very difficult thing to outmaneuver what seems to be a very well-prepared and very, very challenging team.
Yeah, and we'll see how their form evolves from the tournament going through the stages. Again, still the expected #1 seed to come out of this group. We can see if there are any major upsets or anything crazy happening, especially as we move into the Rumble stage, where we'll get to see a preview of the teams that they could be playing in best of fives later in the tournament, how much that is going to mean, how much that is going to matter. Of course, before we get into our next game of the day, all right, we're going to toss our next game of the day. Of course, the other two teams in this group, Red Cannons versus PSG Talon, to see who can fight for that second place in the group. Again, expectations. There could be upsets, but if you just watched the game I just watched, you're feeling pretty good about RNG #1. We'll be back after a few minutes.
The Red Cannons are here for the legion of CB Law fans, but they have a tough first game against the PCS representatives and MSI veterans PSG Talon.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
높은 구두 폼마들 헤어 날 유혹하는 수많은 손짓 입에 발릴 많은 얘기 지긋한 속삭임에 지쳤어 The night is bright 그 수많은 조명 거리의 불빛 그 속에 만나 처음 만난 네 모습에 새로운 나를 만났어 눈빛이 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰 불빛이 사라져가는 밤 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아 나 거로 만들어야 하겠어 뒷모습 바라만 보지 않아 이제 넌 내거 넌 내게 빠질 때고 거절할 수가 넌 없을걸 출구가 없는 나인 걸 매력이라는 종착역 지나가는 사람들의 시선 한치 앞도 못 보는 그 비전 Black and white 섞여버린 회색 빛을 띠는 도시 방황하는 널 찾아온 무지개 빛 도로시 위아래로 둘러봐도 돼 여기저기 돌아봐도 기억 구석엔 두 다리 뻗고 잘 수 없을 때 내 생각에 밤들이 저기 돼 고민을 더해 고민을 내게 밀고 당기기 내게 한 통에 눈빛만 봐도 이없이 통해 마주친 순간 이 밤이 멈추고 시간이 멈춰 불빛이 사라져가는 밤 놓칠 수 없다는 걸 느껴 이대로 스쳐보내지 않아
ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk after RNG's incredibly dominant victory over the Wildcats. That was definitely the most impressive win of the day in my eyes. When we take a look at the post-game breakdown stats and graphics, and you just see this gold lead running away with it, I just want to echo what Dracos and Venis were saying in the cast. RNG showed not only an appreciation and respect for what the Wildcats can do, targeting a Holy Phoenix, putting on something with lower impact, but then they absolutely ran away with the game.
That's the thing, and you know, that started from draft phase as well with the bans that just were against them. It just felt like they didn't recognize Wildcats as an entire team. They recognized it as Holy Phoenix, put him on a Jhin who's a facilitator, and all of a sudden they're playing a different playstyle. But even in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it really mattered. Like, RNG in every role specifically were outperforming the members of Wildcats.
They are the defending MSI champions.
Oh, does that mean something?
You'd think. You actually, it is hard to repeat as MSI champions only because to qualify, you actually have to win the LPL in RNG's case. But there have been MSIs where the LPL team has came in maybe a little bit lazy or started a little bit slow. This was not that team. They came out firing and they completely overmatched the Wildcats.
And I also just feel like, you know, in conjunction with the players we're seeing here, we actually see some of them still step up. I think Bin, if you watched LPL, you know his regular season was a big question mark. If you only watched the finals, you probably thought the guy was a god. But the thing is, he actually had a really inconsistent performance. This time around, though, on the Gwen, you know, he's still keeping that momentum going. And arguably, players on Wildcats aren't as good as the competition would be in LPL, but that's not to really take it away from the fact that RNG, they're still looking really crisp.
They really are. One thing I'm going to ask about this is now, that was the result that we were expecting.
Yep.
The manner in which RNG won, in my mind, was a even stronger domination or a stronger statement in terms of the win. I want to take a look at the group standings very quickly and start to draw a little bit of conclusions from the day before we move into our last pre-match, because the expected results have come through. I think the way in which those games have played out has been a little surprising. Average game time so far, 26 minutes, 34 seconds. That is very one-sided opening set of 5 games. What are some of the key takeaways you've got so far?
Honestly, I actually feel like every game so far has come down to exactly what I expected. And I actually think, even stylistically, it came to that point as well. The games we were talking about with what we set up in pre-game pretty much is what happened during that game as well. I think my biggest surprise probably was how close the first game of the day really became with VCS. But outside of that, I think every other game has been played down to a T from the teams that were winning.
Yeah, I think the teams have also done their homework. We haven't seen a top region come up against a lower tier region and disrespect their picks, right? Like Order had Evelyn banned against them, right?
Yeah.
Like even RNG, like Bin's
Camille's first ban as well.
is banned. So all of these teams, or Impact had Orn banned in 4-5 against him by G2. So teams are actually very well prepared for this first stage, even when you're in a group like the NA-EU Order group, where they're going to be playing 8 times. There's tons of repetition. But as we said, it's actually the favorite has won every game convincingly.
So that means to me, the underdogs are the ones we're looking to adapt, to develop, to grow.
Yeah.
And we need to see who's going to be able to do that, because it is another 5 days of games. We still have another matchup to come. But final thoughts before we move on to our pre-match.
Well, I just feel like, once again, like it's a fight for the second seed for a lot of these groups. That's just what it comes down to in the end. I'm not expecting T1 and RNG to be threatened in terms of that #1 seed.
That is a fantastic segue, because in the fight for second and our last game of the day, Red Canids are taking on PSG Talent. Now, the PCS champions made semi-finals last MSI, but this PSG Talent is a very different lineup taking to the stage this time around. They are also, while still the champions from their region, not as dominant. I'm trying to remember what Jat said in Countdown, that Dignitas have an influence on the international stage.
No one expected that, but they took River away from PSG. And so this is the 2021 lineup that had a lot of success, actually, at MSI. They pushed, they moved all the way into the semifinals.
Yeah.
So that's always the battle, actually. If we're looking forward towards the Rumble stage, is NA-EU and PCS are fighting for those final 2 spots. But now they've swapped out Jungle Mid, and I think for this team, even though Hanabi, Unified, and Kaiwing are a very good trio, the link between them and their Korean mid jungle has been poor in a lot of times. So they play well through Unified, but they just don't really feel like they're clicking on all cylinders like last year's PSG.
No, it is also a team that's been forced to change their style. Like Hanabi were quite often on a carry as well, and they're playing through River as well, through lane priorities, get River ahead, win the game, move carrying around the map. This time around, Hanabi has been more on the tanks instead. He's been a facilitator. We see the team fight composition comes through. It's a slower paced game as well. It's more about facilitating the lanes, and Unified has to step up immensely. He's the highest damage share on the team as well, and he's usually the guy that will be the carry for this team.
And it's a weird statement, but they actually slumped in playoffs.
Yeah, it's true.
So they went 16-2 in the regular season, and then their combined win-loss in playoffs was 10-7. So they did win, so maybe there was a big learning experience there, but it's important to note that they didn't steamroll the whole
What
year.
I love about that is almost every other team that we talk about, the playoff run, the lower bracket run, which is something PSG Talent also did, which is something Red Canids also did. The storyline for almost every other team is that they got better when they hit the lower bracket. They got development when they hit the playoffs. I mean, for our entire Group C, NA, EU, and LCO, that is the story for all three teams, right? But for PSG Talent, now, despite the fact that they are still anticipated to be the second seed, despite the fact they're still anticipated to be better than Brazil and Turkey, the chips are stacked against them somewhat, Goldborg.
Yeah, I mean, it's once again like it's a slower playstyle coming through, and I feel like when you match up against the Red Canids now instead, who's also got a slow playstyle, which will kind of just be the same stylistic of both these teams, it's going to be very interesting because this will be a fight where it kind of comes down to later team fights instead, where we don't see all this early proactivity that we've seen earlier, at least not according to what data we have from seeing this team in their own region.
Now, I'm going to ask stats live. I should have prepped this, but do we have any games go past 30 minutes? Can you give me an update in my ear? And maybe this will be the first. Today, that's right. Thank you very much, Marcus, in the stats sheet. What I will say is, let's talk a little bit more about the Red Canids, of course, because they are looking to turn the tides for CBLOL. I think CBLOL, once upon a time, many years ago, was one of these up-and-coming regions that was looking to take games and challenge the top of the table. Now, Turkey's somewhat overtaken them. PCS is overtaken them. VCS has overshadowed all of them, right? And for the Red Canids, this is a roster that has been together for a while. They do have a lot of experience, but it is a region that has not been able to replicate the success of years gone by.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's also a region where, once again, it's a way slower style than all the other regions. These guys have played together for a while. We even saw them at the World's play-ins as well. They fell out in the knockout stage of play-ins against the OCC back then as well. This is a team of squad that have developed synergy, that still have the same kind of reminiscent of play style. They slowed a little bit down on top side instead, actually, and put more resources in towards the bottom side of the map where you have a star player in your AD carry, Titan, instead, who's also won multiple titles for CBLOL, of course.
Expand a little bit on some of those early game stats for me, because we're anticipating another slower game. I have got confirmation from our stats team. The only game that went above 30 minutes was G2 versus EG at 31.5 minutes. Wow. I think it might be a safe bet to say this could be the second one.
Held fast.
Goldborg, what do you make of these?
Yeah, so I mean, first off, take a look at Red Canids here, okay? This is a team that won their league, okay? And I want you to look at the goal difference at 14. Their average, it's in the minors from a team that won their region. This team is the definition of, falling behind and always have to go break.
Kids.
Exactly. They literally want to make themselves look better. It's like, well, we always come back in comebacks. The thing is, they have a play style that's very much about taking towers in a slow methodical style. They'll fall behind in laning phase, then they come back in the mid game with clever rotations, finally finding their level of play with their hands in team fights instead. Well, it's a hand stiff sometimes for these region, and these players are reminiscent of showing that as well.
Yeah, I want to actually shout out Kelsey Moser for this point, but a lot of teams in the CBLOL still try and play on 3 lanes. But most of the big teams now play on 2 lanes, and Red Canids is one of those teams. So I can actually see how they're losing early games. Other teams are trying to maximize goals, but playing way too risky. So they're able to group and win team fights and kind of take over the game that way. That is how they struggled their way through the region to make it here.
Out of interest, Goldborg, just very quickly, do you think it's fair to draw a comparison to the Mad Lions of last year that would fall behind and then come back through big team fights? Or is that too strong of a comparison to make for our viewers?
When you look at it on the paper, yes, immediately. But outside of that, no, they do it in different points.
Different ways.
It's a complete different rotations coming through.
Okay, well, now it is time for our mascot fan predictions. I want to see what you have all voted for at home, and then I'll ask my analysts to make a prediction as well. You can make sure to let us know every single day who you think will win by heading to @MastercardNexus on Twitter. And for today's fan poll, we're taking a look at PSG Talent with 77.8% of the vote. That was my anticipation as well.
Really?
I think I was expecting them to be fan favorites. I'm expecting a lot of our viewers not to be necessarily as in tune with some of the differences. Why are you so shocked, Jets?
I just expected the CBLOL fans to be more passionate. That's what I
Wow,
remember.
Called out. There we go. Brazil, vamos!
They've
Come on.
lost the faith. It's unfortunate.
Well, that's a tough one. Goldborg, what do you make of the vote? And also, who will win this game?
Yeah, I mean, the vote is very surprising. I could be trying to get more Brazilian fans to me. I don't think that's the way to do it. I will still say that I think PSG Talent will be able to come out ahead. They have the individuals, and if they're just allowed to have a slow early game and just get to the mid to late game where they have their strength, I think they'll just roll the game.
PSG made semifinals last year.
It's not the same team.
That's simple. That's a PSG made semifinals, not the same team, but the same expectations. The fans have spoken. Let's see what happens on the Rift as we close out the day with the Red Cannons versus PSG Talent. The fans.
Thank you very much, guys. Of course, welcome to the desk. Now, they're setting a lot of expectations about the game and about the group, but we're going to take a quick second to set one on pronunciation because we've learned from years of butchering CB Law players' names that, one, we'd probably never be very good at speaking Portuguese, and two, we will be roasted no matter what we say. So the way we pronounce names is the way that the players have told us to pronounce their names.
Yeah, from the players.
From the players. And look, I'm not going to say I'm going to nail the pronunciation. It might sound terrible to you, whether you speak Portuguese or any other language.
You're going to be offended.
You're going to be, and I just want to apologize, but we're going to try our best. Because if a player says to me, if Faker says my name is now well, I can't say that word. If that's how he says I'm supposed to pronounce it, that's how I'm pronouncing it. He's the GOAT, and I'm going to give the CB Law players the same respect, okay? So we're going to move on now because I kind of messed that one up even more than I normally would. So,
there's a delay. That's good. It's going to stay on us for a little while.
So it's not Titan, it's Cheaton. It's not Gigu or it's Gigu. It's not Guigo.
Yeah.
It's Gigu.
It's Gigu.
Aegis. Yes.
It's the
Jojo.
It's like Aegis, but it's
Grevthar, that one's kind of like
Grevthar and Cheaton and then
speaker.
Jojo.
Yeah. So we're gonna still make mistakes there, but bear with us.
We're gonna try. We're gonna try our best, and hopefully people enjoyed that. It's So expectations are. I mean, the analyst desk already said the expectations pretty clearly. Even with the roster changes that PSG did make, a lot of the. I mean, I was going to say core of the roster, but often when you think of like a player like Maple, you think of him as kind of the core of the roster, right?
Yeah.
But when I do think of like Unified and Kaiwing in particular, how that bot lane and how they have fared internationally in the past, it's a bot lane that you do have to respect. And I think that when we look at how they have found a lot of success by playing through this bot lane, it's hard to imagine that they're not going to be the favorites, especially when we have seen a few of these players internationally in the past. Cheaton, when he made his debut, a lot of hype was actually coming in from behind him, and he wasn't quite able to deliver on the expectations that were kind of put on his shoulders. And of course, as a young player, you could argue that was a little unfair, but Brazilian fans are often very passionate about their teams and they have these high expectations. They want to see them do well. And you kind of look at the past where teams like Pain Gaming and BRTT in particular, like really standing out on the international stage.
That's
Brazilians want that again.
Exactly. And I think that that's kind of the legacy that Cheaton is expected to live up to. And that is a lot of pressure. And while CB Law hasn't always had, the best international results, I think you still want to see that good showing. You still want to see that good performance. You want to know that your team came out here and actually showed up. And I think now they're much better set up to do so. They've had more experience under their belt. And to be honest, they played a clean style that we saw reflected in a lot of other parts of the world, where it was funneling plays into your AD carry, getting a lot of early items into champions like Jinx for Cheaton, playing these very supportive, or rather not supportive, but tanky picks, strong frontliners to make sure that he can execute and the team can execute well in team fights. And while we've seen some teams veer away from that today in the new meta, you have to feel like that's always going to be a safe fallback for this team to go towards.
And what we can say based on the games today, bot lane is the place for violence and variability, right? We've been seeing Samiras, Lucians, Tristanas. Like, I think our most passive game was the G2 EG bot lane, where typically when you think of those styles as well in the early laning phase, they're not super bot-centric. But when we bring it back to these teams, you expect both these teams to be playing towards the bot side of the map. While they're not the most aggressive early game teams, especially in like recent performances, these are the lanes that you expect to play around, and I'm curious as to what their priorities will be. Will we actually see a much more aggressive Cheaton, perhaps? Will we see him being given the Lucian to try and dominate the 2 versus 2? How will Unified look to approach this lane matchup? Like, the champions that these two actually have like the most played, well, most AD carries have most played.
The problem,
it's just
right?
been nerfed, right? So it's difficult to predict exactly what these players will bring out, and then how will the rest of the map get involved. I expect top lane to be a bit of an island, like Ornn, Gnar, Gragas, just the isolated top lane matchup, and a lot more about fighting in the bot side of the map and hopefully some banger team fights.
And I'm certainly hoping for some interesting picks, because as you highlighted, Jinx, Aphelios, those are everybody's most played. Nobody plays much else past that. Maybe you get the occasional Xayah. In the case of Titan, he's got a couple games on Ezreal. And obviously people have deeper champion pools. Those were just the 2 best champions for so incredibly long that we're going to have to remind ourselves of what some of these champion pools look like when those champions are taken off the board or nerfed down, as is in the case on these patches. For now, though, Graves, GP taken off the board. Hanabi, of course, stellar Gangplank player, so not giving the opportunity to blind pick that whatsoever. Lucian also being taken off the board alongside Renata.
You know, thinking more about this Lucian priority as well, throughout the day, he's obviously been picked or banned, right? But he's very flexible as well, right? The fact that, I mean, in Europe, we saw him play mid. We've seen him play top internationally. We know that he can obviously be played in AD carry. That simple fact alone, I think, is a large part of why we're seeing so many bans as well, because the fact that you can draft yourself either a strong 2v2 or flex it into a different role makes that champion very scary in the meta right now. But we talked about bot lane. PSG are going to show respect towards the bot lane by banning away a lot of supports and the Lucian as well.
Now we're going to see the Wukong first pick immediately locked in. Of course, again, 12-7, the change where he could leap over walls to get some buffs to his Q cooldown, as well as the damage to monsters, but in general, really enabling him to play much stronger in the jungle and take away some of those early laning phases weaknesses that he had struggled with in the past, outside of course, against very heavy AD composition. So see where it goes. Expecting it to go into the jungle walls. On the opposite side, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Aphelios, well, he might be broken, but he's not broke. He didn't get nerfed, so use him. He's strong, offers an engage option, offers a strong laning phase, overall very powerful champion. And curious to see now how Red are going to respond. AP jungle is the hover.
Is what I'm thinking for Chitan. Yeah. They might not pick it now. They may want to just grab themselves an early support. Things like Norless have been very prevalent. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that one. We've been seeing a lot of this Gwen Wukong combo. Obviously, we talked about how the buffs to Gwen. Oh. Okay, so I'll finish my point and then come back to that. But the buffs to Gwen obviously made her that much more viable again in Pro. I'm surprised as to how viable she has suddenly become. The fact that teams are saying, well, you know what? Now that she's back on the playing field, there are very few answers that teams have for her. I always like to think of champions like Tryndamere that can be used as a means to try and shut her down. But PSG right now are saying, we're going for the safe scaling approach. By going for the Gnar, they will have a little bit more frontline, a little bit of safety, and overall a very solid foundation for a good teamfight comp later on into the game. But that Jhin, second time we've seen it now. I'm not a massive fan.
Nope.
Maybe this Umbral Glaive tech will be continued, and it's something that we're just not familiar with yet.
Yes.
But while Jhin can be a very powerful laner, I'm a little surprised because Chitan has played MF this split, and MF I think has actually been shown to be a really good answer into things like Aphelios as well. It gives you a lot of team fight power, and I think it would have synergized very well with the Wukong that they drafted for themselves. So I'm a little surprised that they chose to go for a different direction, but this also to me suggests that they're looking for a Nautilus support. So let's see if PSG look to remove that from the pool.
For now, it is the LeBlanc, but I think one thing that is different from our previous game is that while LeBlanc and Jhin were really the sole sources of reliable damage on their team, the composition so far for Red Cannons does have a Wukong, does have a Gwen. So Jhin can play a utility role more comfortably, has champions that setup can be used for, has a lot of upfront damage from those champions that he can look to finish off with his ultimate. So it does feel a little bit stronger for Jhin as a champion, but we'll see what it looks like once we have the supports locked in as well. For now, Yuumi, a lot of the range supports being taken away. Feels like PSG want a fist fight in the bot lane, I'm not going to lie, limiting all of these safe kind of stand-back supports for these champions that can get lane control early on. Might just see Engage versus Engage as the Vex, the LeBlanc both taken off the board.
Well, the analyst desk highlighted it, right? Red typically play from behind, you know, and by eliminating a lot of these scaling supports, they're preventing this late game team fight damage threat that Red typically like to play towards. Now, I did want to note, with the Vex ban coming through from PSG, heavily indicated to me that an Ahri was going to come through for PSG in mid. That ban in response is great for Red, but now they can look for something like a Ryze. Instead, they're going to choose to lock in the Nautilus themselves, deny that as an option. Of course, Aphelios Nautilus, very tried and true, very staple, very stock standard bot lane. I would have thought that they would consider a Thresh, but still a very viable option here for them. And now they have what is a very traditional front-to-back teamfight comp, right? With the with the Aphelios acting as your primary damage. You have frontline in the form of Gnar and Norless. You have pretty solid engage. You just need to round things out with typically a control mage mid, but let's see what they choose to go for.
And I think the thing here is that if the Zoe does get locked in, we have excellent poke champions with the Jhin and the Zoe paired as a combo. You have great engage with Gwen and Wukong potentially going in together. I'm concerned for Unified, because a lot of the times in the past you would see the Thresh pairing, and that would give Aphelios so much safety. See something like a Braum mitigate a lot of this long-range poke damage. Nautilus, yes, he goes in very well, does not peel nearly as well. So Unified definitely going to need to play this one cleanly, but again, expected to pull ahead in the early game, PSG, as Red are often the team falling behind, and Red often falling behind, but snowballing their 80 carry. They're going to have to show us something different than they did in a lot of those games in the finals. It's not just about running Jinx around the map and grabbing plates anymore. You're going to need to distribute that gold a little bit differently with a champion like Jhin on your team, as Leona's going to be locked in. No surprises there. Zoe, and now the final pick for PSG to see what they're going to put into the mid lane.
Orianna is my prediction.
I think it's good. It's good protection. It's good zone control. Stops your Aphelios from getting one shot a lot of the time.
Come on, give me one. Give me one. And that's going to be locked in, right? Boom.
Ooh, Betty, genius. World-class analyst. Pop, pop, pop. Got him.
I mean, it's also just, I think it makes the most sense in the context of what they drafted, right?
Yep.
We already talked about a very traditional stock standard, front to back, good scaling. The best thing to complement something like this is a control mage that offers utility. Their only other option would have been Victor, but I think that in this matchup in particular, Orianna just fares better into the Zoe than the Victor does. So not really a surprise. PSG got a lot of their comfort picks. When you look across the board, these are champions that they've played a lot throughout the split, and they're pretty happy. They're looking for the scaling front-to-back team fight. Red, they have a few more options, but their comp is a little more disjointed, right? They have relatively good siege in the form of Zoe and Jhin acting as a powerful poke, but then you've also got this Gwen who's like a pretty good team fighter, but also pretty good at split pushing. You then have this Wukong engage followed up by a Leona and a Jhin and a Zoe that are like fine in team fights, but they're kind of better at poking. So like, sure, they have some win conditions, they have some options available to them, but a lot of their champions kind of want to do slightly different things, and they don't all work towards the same goal that PSG's well-rounded comp does.
And I think it's interesting because it's a huge opportunity for Red Cannons to show us more, because again, you heard it from the desk, they fall behind early, they come back playing on 2 lanes, playing for team fights. This time, they have a composition where if they get ahead in the early game with a Zoe, with a Jhin, if they break that mid lane tier 1 tower early, they can take over the game completely. But it will not be with full-on 5v5 team fights. It will not be falling back to a scaling Jinx with an Ornn or a Gragas or some defensive pick like that. This is a very, very different look for the Cannons. They're going to need to show us another side of themselves, a side we did not really see in their finals. They want to come ahead here against PSG.
And I want to remind people a couple of the stakes as well, simply because as the analyst desk was talking about, this PSG is not the same PSG from last year's MSI.
Yeah, absolutely.
But PSG did make it to the semifinals. They lost 3-1 to RNG in those semis, and I think that with the changes to their mid jungle, the expectations are that while they should still be good, they're going to be weaker than what they were. And I think this is a big proving opportunity for them, right? To showcase that they are still an international contender. They can still make it out of this group, and I think they want to showcase a dominant performance here to cement themselves as a solid contender in this group. Whereas Red, they want to create that upset, because based on RNG's game 1, they're very clearly favorites in this group.
Absolutely.
And it is the PSG spots that you're looking to contest and you're trying to take away from them.
Absolutely. And I think the important thing to remember here for the side of PSG is that PSG are no strangers to changes or being underestimated.
True.
How many times did they not get to field their starting 5? How many times did Doggo come in and substitute? How many times did something mess up their otherwise well-laid plans and domestic success? So if any team can adapt, have to give PSG that credit. That said, Maple River, very strong addition to the team. Bay, Juhan, definitely need a little bit more time, it feels like, to be able to work together. Some language barriers, some inconsistencies. That said, Unified, Kaiwing, Hanabi, strong 3-man core if I have ever seen one. Maybe they can get something done. Good hook to interrupt the engage there. Chitan fishing for the 4th shot, but will not find it. However, lane control, very much in the favor of Red for now.
Okay, Kaiwing, I see you. That was very well played. Interrupting the Zenith there. Chitan and Jojo looking to get a little bit of control in the early 2v2. and it's immediately interrupted. So PSG already taking that slightly safer, more reserved approach. Just looking to farm for the time being.
Level 2's coming at the same time on the top side. Difficult. Hanabi obviously wanting to keep Gwen at an arm's length. Oversteps one time, she leaps on top of you, she gets a good trade. Good news is she doesn't have any CC, so yeah, you can just do that. You're not too punished if you overstep one time, but once Gwen starts to win a lane, she usually continues to win it. We'll see what happens once there are a few more items under the belt, and of course, important to note the discrepancy in summoners. Ghost versus the Flash here. Can be difficult if the Gwen finds any kind of advantage whatsoever. But across the map, pretty quiet early game, all things considered. Fighting for pressure sort of as expected, and instead now turning our eyes towards the jungler, seeing where the Viego goes early, seeing if Aegis wants to go for maybe some early ganks in the Wukong or just farm up to the level 6.
Keeping my eyes on the jungler as you highlighted. Juhan starting up towards the top side of the map, path back towards bot, hovering around that side of the map right now. Both junglers should meet. The important thing to note is that Juhan does not have priority in the bot lane 2 versus 2, which means that Chitan and Jojo can collapse first. The junglers will spot each other out. Here we go.
Aegis stepping in, going for a little bit of these early trades. Remember, Wukong gets a lot of armor from his passive, as well as health regen. Looks like he has just taken control over the crowd.
Okay.
Juhan playing to the bottom side when he did not have Cryo there. Of course, Grefthar does give up a bit of lane pressure. Is going to take a bit of a bad trade here, just so he can move down and support his Bay. Trying to clear what he can.
Ooh, good sidestep there. Necessary, as Aegis was making his way towards the mid lane wave. Grefthar, though, falling short in these trades, and this comes back to what I was talking about in draft. The isolated 1v1 Orianna can be such an oppressive bully, even at early levels. And Zoe, with her relatively long cooldowns at early levels, just kind of gets poked out. So, matchup going very well for Bay so far. Farm pretty even across the board. Slight deficit up towards the top side of the map, kind of as we expect. Gwen just doing Gwen things, really. Important to note that that bot wave should be slow pushing in favor of Unified and Kaiwing, so they can back to base, pick up some longswords, and actually catch this next wave. So overall, a slow laning phase. It's somewhat what I expected, Dracos, like when we looked at the drafts. But as a result of this, I am a little concerned as we get later on into the game with this composition from Red Canids. We already talked a lot about how the composition kind of wants to do different things.
Yeah.
Chitan and Grefthar really good at finding picks, really good at poke, really good at sieging towers in particular, whereas the Wukong and the Gwen really good at skirmishing, really valuable in team fights, does very well in a side lane, and it's kind of like that duo and then the mid AD carry duo that have like slightly different goals in mind,
Yeah.
so how they navigate around those team fights is going to be interesting to watch.
Absolutely is. Hanabi playing safely
this wave
here.
sucks.
This is, yeah. This is misery territory, observers.
He knows.
Giving us the horror movie vision highlight. Ooh, the bounce over the head. I respect it. Looking for the third auto for an extra bit of movement speed, but it's just not going to be enough. Red Cannons finding first blood.
Nice. Really nice play overall. They set up the wave perfectly. The Ghost is used by Guigo, but it doesn't matter. They end up getting the kill. They find themselves an early lead. And while this will give PSG control over the bot side of the map, getting Guigo into a position where he can kind of win that isolated 1v1 really sets him up for success, and it's kind of what you want to do when you have a Gwen as well.
Certainly. Leona getting the kill, obviously not super ideal, but Wukong getting an assist, not too bad overall. So Gigu continues to do on the top side as Wukong builds closer and closer to what we assume will be the Divine Sunderer, probably for both junglers at this stage. And so far, very quiet. Very often when you look at historical success before coming into a game like this, you see this the success that the PCS and specifically PSG has had. It usually means early game disaster, absolute dominance from one side of matchup. But Red Cannon is doing very well to hold their own, really leveraging a lot of strength of their individual champions here in the early game. And again, credits to Jojo for that roam. Knows his Jhin can just sit in bot lane and be fine, moves up to the top side.
Hanabi, he's not going to be too fazed by this though. He's a veteran that's been playing for a very long time now. Those that have followed the international scene should be very familiar with his name. Yeah, okay, he's fallen a little bit behind early, but it's not the end of the world. He's just going to continue to farm up. He knows he acts as that front line. You just securing another crab. The frustration ping comes down from Juhan where he's like, I hate losing crabs.
I would really like to get crabs. We could just make sure that that happens. That'd be fantastic.
Big seafood fan.
Big seafood fan. Loves it. Dungeness, king, other types of crab. I only know 2.
I was going to say, what are you listing right now? Because my knowledge of crabs is very limited.
I know that they are expensive. That's about all I know. You can make them into cakes, That's where my knowledge extends. They're worth a lot of gold and they give you vision. That's about it.
I
That
don't even
said,
know about the crabs that kill me in Elden Ring.
that's true. Better than the lobsters, though. We can say that for certain. Those sniper lobsters, very terrifying.
Sniper lobsters.
Speaking of terrifying, Sniper Zoe from downtown. Obviously, if PSG do fall behind, we talked about how while the way that Red maybe want to play these fights isn't perfectly synced, if Zoe gets ahead, Unified's life is going to be a nightmare. Juhan's life is going to be a nightmare. Hanabi's life is going to be a nightmare because, yes, Mega Gnar, big, tanky, beefy, frontliner. Mini Gnar.
More describing words.
More describing adjectives. Tiny, little, baby, yordle. That's, you know. So it's, could be hard. And an even game, I'm with you that I think it still favors PSG as we get later and later into the game, but Red, their life gets so easy if they can just break open mid, and the first step to making that happen is getting this Herald.
Here we go. Look at the rotation from bot, Chitan and Jojo on their way. Ooh, big damage onto Bane.
Force flash! Oh, Chitan!
Beautiful pick comes in from the river. Bay was not expecting it, even burnt the flash, but still loses his life. Red Canids find themselves with 2 kills, and they're continuing to amass this gold lead. This will secure themselves the Herald, and they can gain even more control over the early game.
If they also break down mid in the near future, Zoe's life becomes so fantastic. So utterly easy. You're walking through Fog of War, you're throwing out bubbles, nobody can sit safely in their lane. It would be massive for Red if they continue to push this advantage forward. Right now, just that wave in mid, doesn't look like they have enough pressure, but that is always the thing I keep my eye on anytime we see a Zoe in pro play.
Now, I'm gonna say this again, because this is the second time we've seen the Emerald Glaive Jhin, and you know, we're not familiar with it. We're gonna do more research, especially after today's games.
I'm skeptical. I am absolutely willing to be wrong. I remain skeptical.
Let's have a look at this play once again. The root into the ult, flashes away. Ooh, good damage. A good pick overall. Very well played. But yeah, it's now that we've seen it twice, it makes me think, okay, there's probably something we don't know.
Yep.
So,
I mean, it's a cost-effective item. It clears vision
100%.
very quickly.
Very powerful.
In general, it's just very strong. When
could
it's
just
good,
be-
it's very good.
It's one of those things where, like, as a first item, like for the value that it gives, it's just a very, it probably just gives you a very strong spike. I mean, like, one tick of his ultimate helped him secure that kill, right?
Yeah.
So, like, the damage is definitely nothing to scoff at. And it's definitely going more favorable than what we saw last game, that's for sure.
Certainly.
They are setting up a wave right now. Looks like they're not going to risk any dive. Can look to back to base, maybe spend some of that gold that they're sitting on. Yeah, and I will say, like, thinking more about it, because of the cost reduction, you do get that completed item before your opposition if the lane is even, right? Well, which means that you then set yourself up for a potential fight or play that bit earlier.
It's also, remember, as with most lethality items, hold that thought. Kigu going forward there. It's very cheap. The build path is very easy. It's a ton of long swords. Your backs are easy. Last time, Varus was super popular as a lethality AD carry. This item was very strong on him. He would buy it, mostly because it's, you know, it's 200, 300 gold cheaper, and it's just easy. Every time you back, you can buy something. There are no bad backs when you're building lethality generally, and that's certainly the case when you're building something like
Okay, yeah, I see it a little bit more. Perhaps we were just skewed in last game because, I mean, they were losing.
I'm willing to be wrong. I just like, you know, maybe I'm a bad Jhin player. I'm definitely a bad Jhin player. I just like, I like my mythics. I like my Yomus. I like to go fast. You know, playing for the team, respectable. Is it questionable? I don't know. Someone send us the map. Happy to be wrong. Chitan is caught out here. Ignite already ticking down. He's running for the hills. Unified a mile away, however.
Nola's just casually solo killing Chitan there. Not a problem. Did burn the Ignite. Will force Chitan low. Lost the heal as well.
Big thing here, though, for the Jhin is that he can still just ult in this fight and contribute 20. Objective getting lower. We're going for the full-on 50-50. That's going to be the 2-man, but the lead forward from Wukong is big. It stops Unified from hitting the multi-man ult. Just going immediately into the backline now. Jojo looking to follow up. Here comes the curtain call. Unified needs to make his way out. Bay stepping forward to body block. He's going to save his AD carry, but again, Red taking advantage in the exchange. Yes, PSG get the dragon, but Gremthar hungry for a little bit more. That's one sleepy Orianna. She will not get taken out.
Damn, Red Canids, they're just making all the right decisions in this early game. They haven't ballooned this gold lead, but 2K, 11.5 minutes. Expectations be damned, right? Of course, PSG, they have taken a very passive approach in this early game. We haven't really seen them force any plays. They did just secure that Drake, but I love the aggression that we are seeing from Red Canids. They recognize that they need to be making stuff happen on the map, and they're making it work. Aegis now 2-0-1 on the Wukong. And let's have a look back at this fight. So the Shockwave comes down to do this early on. doesn't really do that much damage. IE just not quite able to land the smite, but notice he's going to flash commit here and create so much damage and disruption on the backline. This means that then the follow-up damage from Redthar and Cheetan is just destructive. It forces PSG to split up, and they're able to find these isolated picks, and Red end up coming out on top.
And the thing about picks like Jhin and Zoe is if you start winning a fight, you usually keep winning the fight, because Jhin has so much execute damage, Zoe gets to reset with all these summoner spells. It's so easy to keep a fight going once you have any kind of advantage. Herald, though, dropped on the top side, looking like they're putting this gold into both the back pockets of Aegis and Kiku as well. So funneling this Wukong, 2-0-1 already the scoreline. Yes, he's a bit behind in jungle CS, but 4.6k, nothing to scoff at, and a 2-item Wukong ahead of the clock is going to be a very terrifying thing for PSG to deal with.
Oh, for sure. We haven't seen that many successful Wukong games of the day so far, but this could very well be the best early game Wukong we've seen of the day.
Divine Sunderer, boom, 11:57, very early.
What I will say is that, again, big shout out to, hang on.
Jojo, Fishin, gonna get the flash for free from Bay.
Really?
That means that, yeah.
Just respect to the setup here from Red, because often one of the big criticisms that you'll have from teams that aren't outside of the major regions are their setup. But they had the top wave pushed in, which I can't really highlight here, but they had the top wave pushed in. They sacked the bots in order to bring their bot lane up and then set up a potential dive on mid. And then by forcing them back, not only will they cross-map and trade for the top tier 1, they also secured 2 plates in mid. And their bot lane didn't really lose that much as a result of it. Look, Cheetan now going to catch that wave down in bot. And Red are going to extend their gold leads to, what, 2.5k now? Like, not only are they making good proactive early game moves, they're actually playing the map very well, too. And again, I want to give a big shout out to Kelsey. She did a lot of prep and she shared a lot of her notes and like questions that she reached out to the coaches with. She reached out to the Red coach, and one of the things he was saying was that we feel we're a lot more well-rounded compared to our Worlds performance. We felt like that we needed to learn a lot, and they wanted to make it back to the international stage, and they wanted to be more diverse as a team in terms of what they could do. And I think we're seeing that. We're seeing that evolution, that adaptation, that growth of a team. And yeah, I was skeptical of their draft. I was worried about what they'd be able to do, but they are proving me wrong. They're playing the early game well. Now they just need to keep this momentum up, and they need to keep the pressure on PSG before they can reach that big 2-item spike and then look to try and force those team fights.
Yeah, because it is important to remember, while Red are very much in the lead, their gold is kind of spread out between the respective damage spots on their team, whereas PSG really have all of their gold in the back pocket of Unified. He was the gold leader in this game when we checked in moments ago, and while yes, he doesn't have all the backline peel maybe that an Aphelios would love to have, 3-item Aphelios is still something that has to be respected. Has the Gale Force, has the cleanse for a little bit of extra safety, and if it is a game that comes down to full-on 5v5 team fights, it's really just about whether or not he can survive the Gwen and Wukong, and if he does, they're just going to win every single fight. So it's something that has to be looked out for. For now, Red very much in control. That can all slip away from them. If they fall behind, they lose 1 or 2 fights, they lose a couple major objectives. PSG still ahead in the Dragon Race, and it's going to be an Infernal Soul.
I'm really enjoying this game. I feel like we've seen a lot of one-sided games today, but yeah, this still feels like one of the closer ones. Of course, Red find themselves with the lead for the time being, but you know that PSG, with the comp that they have, can very quickly swing the game in their favor. Traditionally, 2 teams that are known for their late-game team fighting, and you feel like that we're building up to that point. Great game to round out day 1 of MSI with.
Absolutely. And now as Red look to break mid lane, their lives become so much easier when it comes to getting cryo, setting up vision, looking for these picks that we
Very well
about.
Played. Like, the way they use the Herald, they'll secure the mid tower, they'll have that control, have the Gwen push in bots, gives you access into the river. The thing they have to be cautious of is all of these deep teleports that are sitting behind them in the bot side jungle. They haven't cleared this area of the map out yet, and the TP is available for Hanabi, so that risk of a flank from the Gnar is very real.
It is now going in, looking to get the fight picked off. Unified to the backside, untouched for now, but there's just too much damage. You can Gale Force out to safety, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Unified just picked up. There's no peel for the 80 carry. Red walking away with an easy fight. Kaiwing running for the hills. Maybe he can not hook out to safety, but that curtain call spelling the doom of PSG in that exchange.
Aegis just wipes Bay off the map. Like, that Wukong engage followed up by the Leona was flawless. Very well done by Red. They find themselves 7-0. Another kill, making it 8. Red are absolutely dominating this early game.
And this is a moment that starts to reset the script for this group. If you go to expectations, this group is 1 RNG, 2 PSG. Not a lot of questions therein. It's a pride battle on the bottom side versus Red in the Istanbul Wildcats. But with Red showing up like this, with a new composition, something we didn't really see them play as much domestically, you start to wonder, can they be the team? Can they be the ones to make the upset?
Engage. And a good follow-up as well. Immediately from Cheetan, the root comes through. And like, yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Wukong today, and I don't have a lot of experience casting Wukong, but his damage is pretty nutty when he's able to get into the thick of things. Like, I've seen Armut's Wukong top before, but Jungle Wukong, the way in which he just comes out of the brush like that, is able to find that initial one-shot. Very well played. The follow-up from Leona was just so lethal as well. Cheetan's just on point with those snipes today.
Man, the man hits his shots. Oh, there it is. Absolute confidence. Love to see it in the face of the players. 5K gold lead. Big, big Wukong damage. And the thing about Wukong is that, like, when he snowballs, when he's ahead of the clock, he is such an incredibly oppressive team.
Oh, yeah.
Because domestically, if you're not an LEC fan, we've seen 2 kinds of Wukong games. All of them are from Arma.
Yeah.
He gets camped, he falls behind, eventually he becomes relevant. Or he gets snowballed and he takes over a game completely. And for Aegis, he's taken over the game completely. This is absolutely unplayable for Hanabi. The curtain call's not even necessary. Get that man an assist.
So what I'm starting to realize is that knock-up into root is basically guaranteed CC.
Yes.
And because the range is so long, there's nothing you can do about it. You just... And like, the reason why I made that comment earlier about, like, Wukong, normally when we saw Armut play, it was always flanks. He was always looking for flanks with the Wukong. He was never the primary engage tool. Aegis is always the one starting off these fights, and then the rest of the team follow up behind him. He has so much trust in his team that Jojo is going to be right there behind him, that the snipe is going to come through from Cheetan, that I'm just really impressed with this coordination and execution that we're seeing from Red right now.
It's a fantastic performance from Red. Again, on paper, I did not expect a lot from this team, but they are truly showing up today. The way they're doing it, incredible. This is a team composition that if they had fallen drastically far behind in the early game, would have been so difficult to execute. But with this lead, they are playing it to perfection. Use the range of the Jhin and Zoe for setup or for follow-up. Let the Wukong, the Gwen, and Leona run in face first, do the damage, find the picks, and it's working out fantastically for them. And CBLOL has to be feeling good, because most tournaments do not start like this for the CBLOL.
Admittedly.
Yeah.
Brazil have been known to get those early leads, and they're not quite able to close it out.
That is true.
We need to see Red now not get over-aggressive, control the map well. We've been impressed with their lane assignments so far and how they've been managing their waves, but can they actually secure that win? Can they get themselves ahead on day 1 of MSI? Right now, things are looking good. They're playing through 2 lanes. The analyst has talked about this, how rather than trying to play the entire map, just focus on the 2 lanes. And they have control, away pushing in top. Oh, this is good. I like this a lot from Red. They're following the steps here. They're using the wave they have in top. They don't want to overcommit. They just want to clear out the jungle, maintain control. Look for the
and Aegis going into the backside, but Hanabi has Mega Nard. Not too far off. Cheetan gonna go out with the blast code. Have to be careful here. Cannot get over-aggressive into the Mega Nard. No matter how big your lead is. Gigu pushing into the mid lane. Bot lane needs to be answered eventually. PSG weathering the storm for now.
Yes, and that was a slightly harder engage to follow up on. Good jump from Hanabi as well to disengage from the follow-up that we saw. It's again that Wukong engage into the W from the Jhin, into the then follow-up from the Leona. Very devastating, very powerful pick setup. That this time around PSG was able to avoid, and as you rightly said, buy a little bit more time. The Dragon now spawning in about 55 seconds. Resets very wisely coming in from Red. Aegis likely going to clear this camp. I wouldn't be surprised to see him base, pick up a few more control wards. He may be running out of time.
It's just a difficult spot too. Unified going for the Collector second. It's going to feel good in some instances, especially against Cheetan and Grevthar, but Aegis has so much armor already between Death Stance and Plated Steel Cast. Gets so much more armor from his passive. You just have to wonder if Lord Dominik's could have come out here, could have been a little bit more effective, because it really is just about, can you survive the Wukong? He will leap into your backline, and if he is not answered, he will kill your backline, and that is going to be the puzzle that PSG have to solve.
They're going to send Grevthar to catch the top wave. They have bot pushed in. He does have the teleport available. And once again, Red
they are the aggressors. They will catch the mid wave, push that one in. They lose a tiny bit of vision, but look at that ward just above Wigu. Very deep, gives them a lot of information, and this is going to be uncontested. PSG going to use this window to move towards the Baron, see if they can reclaim some vision control. Once again, very clean execution. That's why I love about international events, Daniel Dracos, because you always have expectations, right?
But they don't mean anything.
Because
they don't mean anything.
It's the same thing, right? Yeah, playoffs happen, right? You know, and then fans think, well, I say fans think, that's not entirely true. Everyone often thinks that, like, you look at playoffs and you think, that's the team I'm going to get at MSI. But multiple patches happen, a lot of time happens, scrims happen, and, like, teams evolve, change, and the expectations have to shift a lot. That's why very few people are very hard and willing to commit to an idea at the start of a tournament, because often those expectations are often ruined. And Red is a perfect example of a team who, I mean, they sowed the shot. They showed the stats.
Yeah, the stats are bad, which is weird because normally every minor region, they're like super top heavy.
They just dominate.
They have like plus 30 CS in every lane, and they're just better. They just beat everybody better. So the fact that Red have bad early game stats, notably bad early game stats, and are absolutely smashing PSG at this very moment, at least for now, is
in a controlled way as well.
Very controlled, very slow, very steady, not taking too many risks. It's a huge flip on the script that we're so used to seeing in the early stages of the tournament.
And one of the big things for Brazil is trying to reclaim some of that international glory that they've had in the past, right? They want to be able to be proud of the teams and their international performance and be a region that can be a threat when it comes to international. You can create upsets and challenge the top dogs, and right now Red is looking good. Of course, still a very long group stage left to go, but to start your tournament like this, definitely a great showing for Red.
Absolutely. 2.5 item Gwen, 2 only getting it harder for Hanabi to deal with. You can see an early Randuin's coming out there. Just, it looks like, I think for the slow, just tried to get away. Use some of the base damage is going to come in from Gwen, even if it is armor. They just...
Again, look at this. Now they're playing through all 3 lanes because they know they have so much control. Very little vision invested towards the bot side of the map, but Wigu knows that if they come, I can just disengage. I have the Ghost, I have my Immune, I'm chilling. You guys just keep the pressure up top side, and they're basically just waiting for an opportunity to do Baron. Now, Baron is the problem area.
Yeah.
Because while they do have Leona, it's not the fastest with Zoe and Jin, but they're still looking for the fight.
Won't be a problem if they can win a fight. Engage going to be interrupted, but there's Aegis into the backside. He's going to look for the second proc. Immediately goes invisible, goes for the second proc. It's massive damage. That's going to be one sleepy jungler. That's going to be one dead jungler as Red managed to find the pick. They can turn their face back towards the Baron. The pings are coming out. They're ready. They have found their window of opportunity. Could they have rushed it with a Jhin? Absolutely not. Can they rush it when a jungler is dead and an Orianna is low? Hell yes.
That is 10 kills to 0. No blood has been spilt on the side of the Red Canids, and they will convert that pick into a Baron. An incredibly impressive performance from the Red Canids to start off their MSI. And now with the Baron, they have everything they need to break into the base and look to secure their first win.
Benny, this is really, we're probably saying it too much now, but it's really crazy to see this. Upsets happen, yes, but usually they're upsets. They're messy, they're sloppy, but this team clean through every stage of the game, and when they have this big of a lead, they get to play fights just like this.
It's so good. Jojo this time with the engage, and Aegis with the follow-up, and then the long-range damage. Yeah, I was skeptical of the comp because I felt like that it wanted to do too many different things. But seeing it in action, I grossly underestimated it. And it may just be because PSG had a very slow game, but all in all, what Red is doing is they're engaging with either the Wukong or the Leona. And Grevtar and Chitan are untouched every single fight. There is absolutely no backline threats that they are worried about, and they can always follow up reliably. The worst case scenario for Red is if that Wukong dies immediately, and he just hasn't. They have not been able to kill him because it is always Red that finds that initial pick first, and they create the numbers advantage. So huge credit to Red. The way they're playing this comp is a joy to watch, and it only opens us up even more for future compositions at MSI.
Absolutely. Ready to see the rise of Jhin, as it has been a pretty popular pick so far of the day, both Holy Phoenix and Chitan picking it up for themselves. Igu. Bit of a stun here, Aegis. Finding the jungler, catching him out, looking to knock up Hanabi, but Hanabi's gonna get the double bans off to safety. Meanwhile, Unified, oh no! His life is just so hard. Oh no! How did he hit those?
With the flash and W combo is able to secure a kill. They're looking for more.
One more kill. They are not stopping, they are not throwing, they are not giving up, they are not making the mistakes of the past. They are not forgetting the sins of their fathers or forefathers. It does not matter. Today, Brazil is here to dominate. The CB Law is here to dominate. Red are here to dominate. PSG rather, are getting ripped to pieces.
Another kill will go in the favor of the Red Canids. 13-0. Oh my word.
And I thought the most one-sided game of the day might be a G2 game, might be an RNG game, might be a T1 game, but a 13-0. Today, Red are the guys wampa stomping their way across this rift. Gigu walking forward, another route onto the AD carry. Unified's life is a living hell. He's getting picked apart again, and finally the victory will come through. Cheaton, full confidence, a well-earned victory from the entire Red lineup.
You always know you're going to get a passionate team from Brazil, and look how much this single win means to them. The group stage is still going to be a long and difficult road. Teams are going to evolve, they're going to improve, and they're going to find ways to shut down what it is that you're good at. But for now, the Red Canids find themselves tied for first with RNG in this group.
And it makes the group so incredibly exciting. PSG, can they rise up? Can they find their form again? Same story with Istanbul Wildcats. We're finally going to see a group where everybody is fighting for a way out of the group.
Well, this is the thing. The Wildcats, of course, their first game was against RNG, but that was an expected outcome, right? And I think even what we saw from the Wildcats early was a good idea that they just couldn't quite execute upon. I feel like we haven't really seen the Wildcats, and it really does set up for an interesting group after this performance. This group is going to be an interesting one to track for sure.
I love it, Betty. Sometimes you forget, you get used to the status quo, you get used to the expected favorites winning out, as has often been the case in Stage 1 in play-ins. Even if there are a few upset games here and there, gives me hope for a thrilling group, a close, contentious fight to make your way out and into the Rumble stage. PSG, maybe back to the drawing board a little bit. Feels like once they fell behind, there weren't a lot of ways back in, and certainly not when Red were playing at the level they did today.
I mean, I really do feel like the PSG didn't show us like any form of proactivity, right? We didn't really see them make a play. They just gave Red a lot of space, and I kind of want to see a little more confidence from this roster. We know that they have it in them, and as you rightly said, they need to go back to the drawing board and reevaluate how they want to approach these games, because if they want to stand a chance in this group, they need to get a little bit more involved in the early game.
Absolutely do. Well, before we get into World's Cooldown, we have a question from the latest episode of Riff Reaction Podcast. What are your way too early MSI MVP predictions? Cheaton. Head over to the episode on Spotify to share your thoughts. We'll be back after this.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome to MSI Cooldown after an impressive victory by CB Law's Red Cannons over last year's semifinalist PSG Town. I'm Draco subbing in for Quickshot. You probably recognize these guys. They've been here all day. But guys,
are you not excited about that?
I'm a little sleepy. I got really excited during the game. Also,
You got sleepy? You had delayed call time.
What? Goldberg, you have not been through enough years of Nocturnal to complain about call times yet.
Fair
But
enough.
Jet has that right. You're not there yet, my good friend. No, I'm thrilled, to be completely honest with you. But I'm in shock because every year the CB Law analysts and coaches and teams are like, our team is great this year. And I'm like, I don't know. And this year, they were right. They look so good. And now I'm like, suddenly on a hype train I didn't even know I could be on.
It's so weird too, right? Because you look at PCS or LMS in the past, and even though they don't have good showings at Worlds, they have been very good at MSI. I mean, PST's group stage with River and Maple last year in the mid-jungle was what, like 7-3? That's actually the Rumble stage against the top team. So like for them to walk out here and get like 0 kills against Brazil is just shocking. 20% of the fan vote was for Red Cannons, and they just smashed.
I really genuinely feel like as well that this was a different Red Cannons than from what we actually seen in the regional scene when they were playing.
Okay.
When I was doing a lot of my VODs on them here, I felt like they were way slower about it. I felt like the actual rotations around the map, making plays. Like we saw 3 people group up around mid lane with moving Titan up as well, trying to get kills. I thought that was very different to what we usually saw, where they were more about a slower, steady approach, taking towers, moving them up towards the top side instead. Like they still had creative rotations, but not in the manner as we saw against PSG here today. Like they were way more dominant than they were against their own region.
Yeah, we still saw a lot of the same things that you highlighted earlier today, playing mostly on 2 lanes, Aegis still being like a huge force for engages, but obviously Chiton taking a back step, playing a more supportive role in the form of the Jhin, getting these Zoe mid picks. Frankly, not something that I was ready for. I got so used to seeing them just funneling tower plates into a Jinx that I thought that was the only thing we were ever going to see from this team.
I love the reaction. I like the Jhin pick too, and we're going to see a lot of meta adaptations as this tournament goes on.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any Jinx, even though Jinx was the dominant champion of Spring. So it looks like those nerfs are definitely sticking. And then Wukong we saw a ton of today. This was kind of the first successful Wukong, which is just like the ability of those champions to enable the team comp for them. Like Wukong having such large engage range and Jin being able to create the fatal amount of damage from long range was a really nice synergy. And then also, since Wukong is enough damage, you feel better about doing a double AP solo lane. So it no one's going to want to stack MR against Jin, Wukong. Like overall, the comp was actually really nice for what they wanted to do as well.
Completely agree. And I'm interested to see if we see more Jin outside of just the pairing with Wukong, what the jungle meta looks like, what the AD carry meta looks like. But for now, after their first victory at MSI in 2022, Yinsu is now joined by Red Cannon's Grevthar in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I've got Grevthar here with me. Hi, Grevthar. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations on that flawless performance. Why do you think that you guys were able to win that so dominantly?
We were ready and we were training really good teams. Not that PSG is not, but we thought that they were a bit shaky. I don't know. They were a bit nervous. This is not their performance from their championship, normal championships. So we don't get it, but we're happy that they were not that good.
You definitely capitalized on that. Now, I wanted to ask you about that Wukong pick because quite a few teams are choosing him right now, but you're actually the first team today that managed to get a victory on it. So talk me through why you decided to pick this champion and why the priority is behind it, considering so many teams are considering him right now.
Our head coach, Coelho, he thought that Wukong was a good pick in this series. The only problem with Wukong is that the AP junglers and Graves probably, but we knew that their jungler didn't play that many of junglers AP, and we removed Graves on the 1-2-3 ban. So it was really okay to Aegis to play because Johan picked Viego, so it was okay to Wukong, and we had the stronger lanes, so it was easier to Wukong to play. So if Wukong don't get like invade or get bullied, he comes strong in team fights, and that worked really well.
It's a super good strategy you guys have there. And now tomorrow you're going to be facing Istanbul Wildcats. Of course, there's a lot of history, rivalry when it comes to CV LoL versus TCL. How are you feeling about the matchup, and also what are your views on this rivalry?
For me, it's every opponent is a strong opponent, and doesn't matter if what other people say. So we're gonna face them with the same strategies that we had today. Of course, we're gonna adapt something for their team, but I don't know. We won't disrespect them, even though they played against RNG. RNG is a strong team. So even though they lost to them, and they are a stronger team. So, I mean, we will treat them with the respect that you should treat every single opponent, and we try to beat them.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining me, and I can't wait to see you guys play against them tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
That's it from me and Grevthar here. I'm going to toss this back to the analyst desk. Over to you, Dracos.
Thank you very much, Yinsu and Grevthar. I like it. I also like that he clarified that he feels like, from what they had seen and what they experienced, PSG maybe not playing at the level that they had domestically. And I doubly like the fact that he called out Wukong maybe weak to some of that proactive play, and we really just didn't see a lot of that proactive play from PSG today.
Yeah, very honest answer. And I actually wish, I don't wish more teams would say this. I wish fans understood this a little bit more. Because like MSI is this tournament where you have one team that goes to the tournament, and then that just becomes the de facto strength of the entire region. But teams can have bad days. Players can have bad days. For the interestingness of this group, I'm very happy they had a bad day, because we started by saying it was this super top-heavy RNG PSG, and then who's fighting for third, even though they're never going to be able to advance. Now it's become very interesting to see if this continues to be their level or if it actually was just a bad day.
Yeah, I still don't think this group is as top-heavy as we started day with, and we said that as well in pre-show as well. I feel like RNG is definitely the one topping it. PSG, though, they didn't even play that style where I expected them to match down towards the bottom lane. Like, I thought today's matchup would be Unified versus Titan, and then that would just be the bot laners dueling out. But there was never really a competition in between them, and it was never really about the bot lane, because Red Canids are just so good at moving moving their pieces around the map instead, moving it away from the win condition that PSG would usually have. So I generally feel like PSG, we didn't see them at their strongest core level today. We didn't see them play for Unified in the way where he usually takes over the games instead. But part of that was also due to the fact that Red Canids really never give them the leeway for it.
Certainly, and I think one of the big struggles of a tournament like this, when a schedule is as tight as it is just the arms race of adaptation in a meta like this. And now PSG went from maybe the expected favorites today, if they had won, being able to say, hey, our strategy worked, we know what we're doing coming into the days to follow, to probably having to rewrite a lot of the things that they expected, because they were picked apart so cleanly by a team that was probably honestly expected to be fighting for third, alongside the Istanbul Wildcats, as you guys have highlighted earlier in the day. And I love the upset. I like what you said there, Jay. I'm so excited because this makes this group so much more interesting, so much more tight, so much more competitive. But it does remain to be seen. Is this an off day? Is this a one-off game for PSG? Or are Red Canids just the better team across the board?
The mental battle is going to be particularly hard for PSG because they play RNG tomorrow. So there's a really high chance they'll start 0-2. It's by no means over. There's 6 games. But when you start 0-2, the feelings of hopelessness can definitely start seeping in.
Absolutely. Looking across the schedule, though, Goldberg, there's a lot of things to talk about in this group, but as an EU pundit, I got to ask you, EU, only region at 2-0 at this moment. How you feeling?
So
I know it's a scheduling thing, Jack. Let me have
They have won more games than Faker.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, jokes aside, I still think that what we saw as well, and especially from RNG today, they look the most dominant from the top seed teams. I think T1's still a little shaky in the laning phase that we saw against Saigon Buffaloes as well. But I mean, G2 as we take a look at for sure. I think it still just shows the normal strength that we're used to seeing from them. You see Jankers, Takamus, and Caps linking up. They have a clever draft with a counter against the short range that comes out. Here in the Anivia as well, with brilliant walls as well. And they don't even have a frontliner in this composition. It's all about playing around with grounding, which can be really punishing if the team you're playing against are really good at team fighting. They have front to back. They just have an immediate engage. That was not the case this time around, though. And because of that, they were able to just do what G2 does best, outmaneuver their opponent, stack on the objectives, and just close out the games.
Yeah, it was a very disappointing early showing from EG. They're going to get 3 more shots at G2. And then also they need to play Order 4 times. So tons of games to play. We were looking up the release date of Anivia. Anivia was released when JoJo was 5. It has no relevancy to the game. I was working with jokes because like the top Reddit comment was like, oh, look at Caps releasing the champion with JoJo doesn't know about because he's too young.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, when was he actually? 2009. JoJo was
He can
born in
actually say,
2004.
you know what, I grew up with this champion. I'm just so good with it.
Yeah, but there's an element of like no one plays Anivia. Anivia statistically has been strong for a long time, and there's a few analysts that have been talking on Twitter how like that and maybe Vel'Koz and Cassiopeia have certain windows in drafts, especially against like a short-range maze like Ryze. So I actually do think it was a good pick, even if it was super surprising, and also really old champion.
Really old champion.
Yeah.
Also, if you haven't played a lane matchup a lot, and you certainly have not played against Anivia a lot, that champion's weird. She does a lot of damage. She's hard to deal with. The stun range is weird.
So this also means we only have 5 more years before someone could play a champion who's older than them in pro.
That's crazy.
The grin that you have is filling me with life on that comment. That is good. I'm going to feel like such an ancient... I already feel like an ancient old man. Like,
because you have to be 17 to play pro. So like obviously like a 10-year-old has, like, if you play Anivia now and you were born before 2009, you're playing a champion that's older than you. Just a weird feeling. Like, how many games can do that?
It's, on the one hand, I know I should be proud. We're a prolific esport. We've been around for a long time. It's a fantastic game. It's kept, an incredible player base over
Don't
the
worry,
year.
guys. I'm sitting on the side over here.
Yeah,
I still feel young enough.
That's good. That's fine. You're, not old yet. You'll get there one day. But for me and Jat here, I just feel like, I'm middle-aged. That's the sign. Anivia got prayed implode. It came out when JoJo was 5.
And it won. It's good.
It's good. I mean, we've got...
All things can be good.
Exactly. Diverse meta. You heard it from Froxen on Dive Warrior. If you didn't, you can check that out. But of course, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. G2 and EG, round 2 already. We talked about rapid adaptation. It has to be even more rapid in Group C. Jat, how you feeling about round 2? Sorry, Goldberg, you're getting cut out of this one. You go next.
It's okay. I can just go home afterwards.
I had a gut feeling that EG wasn't going to start well. They definitely are a team, like, they had such a hot, if you look at their NA year, they had such a hot lock-in performance, then actually slumped in the regular season, got humbled and came back. They were riding some crazy emotional high after 6-0ing finals weekend. They need to come back down to earth. I think they're going to lose again. and they'll still get out of group, and then they'll be better in Rumble stage.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the schedule right now. I'm trying not to care about the G2 and EG right now, and I actually want to look at a different matchup as well, which is Saigon Buffaloes versus Detonation Focus Me. For me, tomorrow, that's going to be a very interesting matchup. VCS and LGL for a long time has had a rivalry in between each other. Even when I was going through prep documents, talking to the VCS casters, talking to the LGL casters, they're like, LGL is saying, we're winning screens against them. VCS is saying, yeah, we're winning screens against them. And they both just feel like they have like the opposite, or they have the bigger stick than the other person, really just coming in as the favorites to the tournament. And it just feels like I really want to have this one settled. They both come in with a fast-paced game style, and I really want to see how they actually falter against each other.
Also, as a caster, this is my only instance of pure caster bias. I just love casting the VCS because someone's dying.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's them. I don't know if it's the enemy team. They fight so much. Like, we used to talk about the LPL as a region that was maybe over-aggressive. Obviously, over the years, it's been, we've come to understand it better. It's also been toned down. It's much cleaner than you. VCS is uncapped, unmatched aggression. Level 1 Alistair Flash Q, Tristana Hail of Blades, cleansing the exhaust to get a kill. And it's just... It's fantastic League of Legends.
See hero, kill hero. There's like this style has been around kind of as long as League as well.
Yeah.
But whatever works.
Absolutely. Love seeing the different styles. That's going to be all from us here at day 1 of MSI 2022. We'll be back tomorrow with the second day of group stage, hoping for more great underdog stories, more crazy upsets, more crazy picks. We'll see you all then.